Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Attack on Prime in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Coup d'etat Part 5. It's Annie, Mikasa breathed as Megatron walked over to her. But, her arm, Armin began, it grew back. Megatron placed 2 fingers on Annie's neck. She's still alive. Megatron noticed the chains on her arms and feet and pulled out his sword. He covered the girl's mouth and sliced off her right arm. Annie let out a noise of pain while Megatron cut off her left arm. Mikasa grimaced at the sight while Armin looked like he was ready to throw up. This should prevent any transformation, Megatron declared before sheathing his sword and turning his attention to Armin. Pax, how long does it take for the arms to regenerate? Armin quickly covered his mouth to prevent anything from coming out. It should take dash. Annie cried out in pain as blue veins surrounded her eyes. The 3 looked in shock and horror as Annie's arms fully regenerated while the other 2 evaporated into thin air. Megatron grabbed her arm and examined it, noticing blue veins resembling the color of energon. Impossible, Megatron breathed, she has energon in her systems. That's supposed to kill her, Armin declared, how is she still alive and able to regenerate her wounds? Megatron grimaced as he unsheathed his sword. Change of plans. Armin quietly gasped as Megatron raised the blade towards Annie's neck. Wait! Armin exclaimed, causing Megatron to stop his actions with the sword merely inches away from her neck. Armin, are you insane? Mikasa demanded, she's killed too many of our people. If you say something along the lines of, everyone deserving a chance to redeem themselves, I swear to Primus I will punch you, Megatron declared. You said Berthold was dying, Armin retorted, she's the only one that has any idea on where Titans come from. But now she has some sort of immunity to energon, which is a danger to everyone within these walls, Megatron countered. What happens if she escapes? What if her abilities are enhanced? What if she can survive the dangers that energon presents to a human? She would no doubt slaughter you all and report to wherever she's from about me and Optimus. That is a risk I can't take. But what about the secrets? Armin demanded, we may never get another opportunity like this again. There may not be another opportunity if she escapes. Megatron shouted. Hey, I hear noises from the basement, a muffled voice said from above them. Damn, Mikasa cursed before turning to Megatron, what do we do? We're outnumbered. Megatron thought it over as he removed his sword from Annie's neck. Find anything in the room that can be used as a weapon. Mikasa searched the room while Megatron ripped off Annie's remaining shackles. Armin began to panic as he heard footsteps making their way down to the basement. Mikasa opened a closet while Megatron slung Annie over his shoulder like a sack of flour. I found a box of gunpowder, matches, and more liquefied energon, Mikasa explained as she passed Megatron a glass container of the blue substance. Megatron took the container and examined the properties. At least this is something I can work with, Megatron declared before passing the container to Armin. I need you to create a small trail of energon to the gunpowder from the entrance we came in through. Ackerman, hold on to the matches. But what about you? Armin asked as Megatron placed his shield on his left arm. I'm going to have to fight my way out, Megatron declared. The problem is I have the girl in tow, so I can only focus on defending myself. Mikasa took the rifle off of her back and clicked the forestock of the weapon. I can be your offense. Megatron merely nodded his head as the footsteps drew closer. When one of the soldiers arrived at the door, Megatron quickly grabbed his neck and snapped it, causing him to fall to the floor. We need to move quickly, and make sure there are no witnesses, Megatron declared as he moved the body aside before walking up the stairs while Mikasa followed behind. Armin looked down at the container of energon before opening it and leaking a trail from the gunpowder to the upstairs. Megatron arrived at the top of the stairs to see 2 men facing him in the hallway. One of them was holding an axe while the other was holding a pistol. Megatron raised his shield as the one with the pistol fired at him. The one with the axe ran towards him and used his weapon to try and damage the shield. Megatron was not amused as he merely slammed the shield in the man's face before kicking him to the floor. The man with the pistol was about to fire again, but gasped when Mikasa pulled the trigger on her rifle and shot him in the leg. Megatron walked over to the man, his kicked to the floor before crushing his windpipe with his foot. Megatron looked over to see Mikasa smash the butt of her rifle into the man's face, knocking him unconscious. "What about Annie?" Mikasa asked. Megatron looked at the girl on his shoulders to see she was still unconscious. "Lionheart is still unconscious. I doubt anything these lackeys try, the girl will still be fine due to her regeneration abilities." The two heard footsteps as they saw 5 more men come down the stairs with guns. Megatron quickly got in front of Mikasa and blocked the attacks with his shield. When they ran out of bullets, Mikasa quickly intervened and shot 3 of the 5 men. The other 2 tried to combat her, but she merely pulled out a knife she had been holding and stabbed one of them in the chest. The other one was about to run, but suddenly felt a blade rammed through his chest. He choked in pain as Megatron pulled out the sword and let the body fall to the floor. "I wasn't aware you had a knife on you," Megatron remarked. "Figured it might be useful," Mikasa proclaimed. Megatron quickly checked the corpse that he stabbed for anything useful. These humans might not have anything to tell us the whereabouts of Prime's pet and the history girl. For now, we must get out of the building. Mikasa looked over at the window they came through and saw that Armin managed to get the trail of Energon pretty close to it while going over the bodies on the floor. "So now what?" Armin demanded as he dropped the container to the floor. "Ackerman, the matches," Megatron ordered as he gestured to her. Mikasa pulled out the matches in her pocket and handed them to Megatron. "You two get through the window," Megatron ordered as he removed Annie from his shoulder and held her in his arms. "Take the girl too." Mikasa grimaced at the sight of her, but begrudgingly held Annie in her arms. Megatron quickly opened the window before trying his best to light the matches. Mikasa quickly helped Armin get through the window before lifting Annie towards him. Armin pulled Annie through the window. Once he did that, he took Mikasa's hand and did his best to help her through the window. Megatron was finally to light the match and threw it at the end of the Energon trail. As the Energon trail burned to where they found Annie, Megatron helped Mikasa get through the window before jumping through it himself. "Hey!" someone shouted as he and another person spotted the 4 of them. "Run!" Megatron shouted as he pulled out his pistol and fired. Mikasa and Armin ran over to the fence with Annie in tow while Megatron managed to kill one of the men. Instead of killing the other one, he grabbed Armin and jumped over the fence. Once the Energon reached the gunpowder, it exploded, killing everyone that was still alive in the basement. The force of the explosion ended up shattering all the windows on the first floor and setting fire to anything that wasn't stone in the house. The man Megatron left alive was pushed back by the force of the explosion, causing his back to hit the fence. Megatron shielded Armin from the explosion while Mikasa was able to roll out of the way in time. Armin began panting in fear as Megatron stood up and looked at the damage of the building. The basement, first and second floor had the windows destroyed and set aflame. Megatron heard someone scream and saw the man he left alive trying desperately to stop the burns and go over the fence. Armin looked at the man before standing up and looking at Megatron. "Thank you, for saving me." Megatron glanced down at Armin. He was about to brush it off, but decided against it. "I suppose if you didn't come, I may have had a harder time finding Lionheart." Armin was clearly baffled by Megatron's response as he walked away from him. Did he just? Was that a thank you? The recruit snapped out of his thought as he saw Megatron walking over to Annie's unconscious form. He gasped as Megatron reached for his sword and grabbed the hilt. "Megatron, stop!" Armin yelled as he ran to him, but grunted as Mikasa pulled him back. "Don't kill her." Megatron growled as he pulled out his sword fully and turned to the boy. "She will kill you if you let her live and once she regains full strength. I don't understand why you kept telling me to spare her. If this were any given scenario, it probably would be better to kill her, especially since she has Energon in her systems," Armin admitted, "but she's more valuable to you alive than dead." Mikasa stared at Armin in confusion while Megatron gave an amused look. "Valuable to me?" Megatron smirked as he turned away from the two and stared at the girl. "Tell me, Pax, how could this girl be valuable to me?" "Because if you return to Optimus empty-handed, you won't be able to gain his trust and make things right with him," Armin answered. An uneasy silence filled the air as Armin could feel the tension from Mikasa because of his response. The ex-con didn't move, however. He was as still as stone with his back faced to them. Mikasa felt something grow in the pit of her stomach while Armin began shaking as Megatron turned his head towards him. Armin felt Megatron's gaze pierce his very soul, as he noticed the mixture of emotions he saw earlier in his eyes once more. He saw a lack of certainty, anger, and surprise. But the emotion that was noticeable most of all, was agony. "Father," Annie quietly whimpered, causing the tension to be broken. Megatron looked down at the girl and quickly sheathed his sword before kneeling down. "Father," Annie whimpered as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing traces of energon within them. Is that you?" "No, I am not your father," Megatron answered, "I merely rescued you from your captors. I can take you to him if you tell me where he is." Annie moaned in pain as she tried to move, but found it useless as she was losing consciousness as well. "Liberio. Take me to, Liber." Annie passed out from exhaustion as Megatron checked her pulse to see if she was still breathing. "Liberio?" Mikasa questioned. "That must be the hometown Reiner and Berthold were talking about," Armin declared. "I don't remember there being a place called Liberio inside the walls." Megatron sighed as he stood up. "I need to get you back to your comrades, or at least close to them before my hollow form is out of energy. We need to move dash." Megatron grunted as someone kicked him in the face. Mikasa and Armin looked in shock, before realizing it was Levi who committed the deed with his 3D gear. Levi then tackled Megatron to the ground and pinned him there before pulling out his swords and trying to stab the hollow form in the neck. Megatron quickly blocked the blades with his arms, but Levi stabbed his swords through them anyway. "You fucking son of a whore. I'm going to carve your eyes out and feed them to Titans." Levi threatened with rage in his eyes. "Look like someone grew a pair." Megatron taunted with a devious smile. "Armin, where the hell have you been?" Jean demanded as he and the other came to them with their supplies. "Jean!" Armin exclaimed in surprise. "Oh shit, that doesn't look good," Connie gulped as they saw Levi and Megatron in a deadlock. "I don't give a damn that you went off on your own," Levi hissed, "but you put the lives of my squad in danger while burning a damn house." "Captain, wait." Mikasa pleaded. "Don't think you two are off the hook," Levi declared. "Once I'm done with him, you two are the next on my shit list." "Depends if that short body of yours stands a chance," Megatron retorted. "Let's find out, Buckethead." Levi hissed as he drove his blades deeper in his arms, causing them to lose shape. Optimus asked him to go find Annie. Armin shouted, earning everyone's attention. Levi looked back at Armin before noticing Annie passed out on the ground. "Then why in the hell did you go with him?" "If Megatron went alone, there would have been more destruction than this," Armin declared as he gestured to the house. He also didn't know what Annie looked like because no one told him. "We went willingly. He didn't force us to do anything." Levi took a quick glance at Megatron and noticed that the former warlord was looking at Armin with surprise. Megatron only followed Optimus' orders. Armin continued, "If anyone should take fault for doing something foolish, it should just be me and Mikasa." Levi grimaced as he gripped the handles to his blades and looked Megatron dead in the eye. He growled in irritation before detaching the blades and standing up. Megatron grunted as he removed the blades in his arm before they completely lost their form. "You might want to grab the man who's still burning alive," Megatron advised. Everyone else turned to see the man burning earlier finally make it over the fence as he rolled in the grass to try and put out the flames. "Geez, what the hell did you guys do?" Connie demanded to Armin before he and Sasha ran over to the man. Megatron watched the man being carried off while Levi and Jean picked up Annie. He fell back on the grass and sighed to himself. "I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Earth," Megatron said to himself before deactivating his hollow form. Peaura looked over the newspaper they had written for the people the night prior to what happened with the Survey Corps and the military police while Roy was going over any new information presented to them. "Roy, I have a question," Peaura began. "Doesn't it seem weird that the Survey Corps suddenly want to turn on their own kind? Even attack the military police?" Roy sighed as he set his notebook down. "It does, but it is not our place to question. We only report what we see." "But why?" Peaura questioned. "We're reporters." "Yes," Roy agreed, "however, it is the monarchy that is in charge. They are the ones that tell us what to report and what to hide. Even if we reported the truth, the king would merely get rid of us because we didn't follow his orders. I can't allow that to happen. Not because I'm a coward. I probably am, but I have family and others I need to protect. I can't let the government go after the people I care about. That doesn't seem fair, Peaure remarked. But that is the world we live in, Roy declared. I've already accepted my fate. It is up to you to dash. Roy stopped when he noticed Peure's attention somewhere else. He followed his gaze and saw a woman in 3D gear sitting on the table in front of them. Hello boys, she greeted. I'm a Survey Corps section commander, Hanji Zoe. I see you two are the ones responsible for writing the newspaper about the Survey Corps attacking the military police out of spite, which is false. I should rip off your fingernails and break your hands to the point you can't even pick up a pen, but I don't think my associate would allow that. Roy heard a strangled cry and turned to see Peure being held hostage by a man in a black coat and blue pants with some type of gun pointed at his neck. There's also the issue of you reporting what the government tells you to report, Hanji added, so that factor might be saving your life as well. I apologize for what we did, Roy stuttered. It is all right, the man spoke with a deep voice as he let Peure go. You were merely doing what you were ordered to do, but it is only a matter of time before the government comes after you and your families. But, there's nothing we can do, Roy sighed. Maybe there is, Hanji declared. Roy looked at her in confusion while Peure took a step back from the other man. Give us a day to come up with the evidence, Hanji requested. Tomorrow, you can meet up with us in Trost. Erwin was quietly resting in the driver's seat in Optimus Alt mode before he jolted awake at the sound of the door being opened. He saw Hanji hopping in before Optimus began driving away from Walsina. So what did they say? Erwin asked. They agreed, Hanji answered, but we are going to have to go to Trost to pull this off. For the moment, the two of you need rest, Optimus declared through the radio. We could head back to the castle before we initiate the plan, Erwin proclaimed. Marlowe looked at the cadets of the Scouts in shock while Hitch rubbed her temple in irritation. After the fiasco that happened earlier, the Scouts moved deeper into the woods with Annie and another man still alive in their custody. Levi then ordered the cadets to catch Marlowe and Hitch up to speed on what happened to the Corps. So let's back up for a moment, Hitch began. The rumors of there being another metal titan are true. They all nodded their heads in unison. And this titan has a human form. And knows the other metal titan. Hitch continued. Yeah, they kind of hate each other, Connie remarked. We also started a joke saying that he's Prime's EX. There's also the fact this metal titan decapitated the colossal titan and ripped out the heart of the armored titan. Marlowe added. They all grimaced at the memory of the situation. Holy fuck, Marlowe breathed. Levi just stabbed the guy. So wait, what does he really look like? Hitch questioned. Like the damn devil, Sasha hissed. He hasn't come back around the area, so that's a good sign. Marlowe and Hitch raised their eyebrow at Sasha's response. She can sense titans like Optimus, Jean briefly explained, even in their human form. Levi watched the cadets conversing with the two MPs while Nifa finished tying up their prisoner. Captain, do you think these will hold? Nifa asked as she finished tying her hands and feet. I'm not sure, Levi admitted, and according to the Mikasa and Armin, she has instant regeneration. There's no time limit anymore. Should we kill her instead? Nifa asked. It seems like the better option. There's also the fact that Berthold is dying, Levi reminded. We have to take that into consideration, but if she does try to escape, kill her. Without any hesitation. Yes sir, Nifa nodded, but I do have some concerns. Doesn't this pose an even greater threat? Levi thought it over. It really did. Annie could now instantly regenerate due to the energon in her systems. Did that also mean she has an immunity to the substance? Was she truly invincible? Meanwhile, Armin took a quick glance at his friends before walking away from them. He went to the cart of supplies and picked up one of the shards Megatron took from the cave. If they managed to run into Hanji, they would have to show this to her so she could examine it. If this was any other situation, I would have killed you, a voice spoke. Armin quickly looked up to see Megatron's hollow form peering over from behind a tree. He then glanced behind him to see that neither Sasha or Levi had picked up he was here. But if you killed me, then it would ruin your plans of getting Optimus to trust you again, Armin whispered. Megatron sighed. Clever brat. I clearly underestimated you. I didn't expect someone like you to figure out my motivations. The only one who had an idea to question it was the dwarf. Then again, Optimus might have even taken a liking to you, considering the fact that he told you about me. Armin looked down at the cart and closed his eyes. He only told me because I asked. He didn't have to, but I guess he did because he didn't want us to think he was hiding anything. Jean and I are the only ones that were in the room when Optimus told us. How long did you know him then? Megatron asked. Maybe 2 weeks, Armin estimated. I see, Megatron said. Now then, I believe I owe you an answer. Armin stared at Megatron with a surprised expression. You are going to answer. We succeeded in capturing Lionheart, and even gained more information on the Rice family that might be useful, Megatron retorted, and you made it out alive. You'll answer me honestly? Armin questioned. I will, Megatron answered. Armin took a deep breath before exhaling to calm his nerves. What does Optimus Prime mean to you after all this time? There was a dead silence between the two as the rest of the Corps did not catch what was going on between the two. Armin couldn't read Megatron's expression, but he began to feel uneasy because there was no response. No, Megatron spoke, I'm not going to answer that. What? Armin said as he felt anger rise in him. I will not answer that, Megatron repeated, ask me something else. Armin gritted his teeth. No. You promised me you'd answer whatever I asked with pure honesty. Well, I won't answer that, Megatron declared. You owe me. Armin hissed. I owe you nothing, Megatron glared. Armin growled before walking around the tree and in front of Megatron. I've been going through hell for the past few days. Ever since the beginning of all of this madness. And the one time I finally get what I want, you back out like a coward. Armin grunted as Megatron slammed him into a tree behind him. Armin choked on air as Megatron placed his arm on his windpipe. Just because you are intellectually smart does not mean you are physically adept, Megatron began, so let's be careful or I'll make you choke on your last words. Armin gripped the arm hurting him as he did his best to inhale. So, that's it, isn't it? Who you truly are. Megatron stared in confusion and suspicion. You've battled monsters, started a war, defied God, and cheated death, Armin said, but you are afraid of opening up your heart because you fear vulnerability, rejection, and the lack of control. You want to be in control, you want freedom, but everything you've held onto has slipped from your grasp. Shut up Dash. And the one time you get to make it right, you don't know how because you're afraid of being honest. Silence, Pax. You're afraid of being taken advantage of so you hide behind a lie. Enough Dash. You're afraid or being betrayed by someone you trust and losing them. The mighty Megatron is afraid of being alone for all eternity. Armin grunted as Megatron covered his mouth to shut him up. Shut your mouth, Orion. Megatron ordered. Armin widened his eyes while Megatron realized his mistake. Orion? Why did he call him Orion? I was an archivist in the Iacon Hall of Records known as Orion Pax. Oh God, Armin thought. Megatron thought of Armin as his former friend. He gave him the nickname Pax because he reminded him of what Optimus used to be. What do you want from me? Megatron demanded as he removed his hand from his mouth. What is your end game? You plan to sell me out? Try to get pity from me. I just wanted to hear your side of the story, Armin answered. What are you talking about? Megatron demanded as he released Armin from the tree. You and Optimus were friends, Armin began as he rubbed his neck, but then you had a fallout that caused a war. Now, you're helping him out again for some reason after 4 million years. He's the only reason why you've even considered staying on our world to help us fight. Does Optimus really mean something to you even after all this time? Megatron grimaced as he walked behind the tree. Armin quickly followed, only before bumping into Megatron from behind. Even if he did, why would I tell some lowly human who I barely know? Megatron demanded. You don't have a reason, Armin agreed, but I want to understand. Sometimes I don't want to assume the worst possible thing. I don't want to assume Reiner and Berthold attacked humanity because they wanted to destroy us. I don't want to assume that you still hate Optimus. I don't want to assume Optimus hates you. Megatron merely looked up at the stars in the night sky. Megatron, you were a good being, and then things got messed up. I know you want to make amends, but you don't know where to start. You can start by being honest, Armin declared. What does Optimus Prime mean to you after all this time? Armin earned no response from Megatron. The teen then closed his eyes in irritation and defeat as he turned to make his way back to camp. It looks like he wasted his time. Optimus Prime is my greatest enemy, and my truest regret, Megatron answered. Armin stopped in his tracks and looked at Megatron in shock while X-Con still had his back facing him. I don't think I could completely hate him after all this time. For years, I was either looked down upon or praised like a savior. I was a minor not even worthy to be given a name, an undefeated champion meant to change Cybertron for the better, and I was a monster feared by all. In the end, I somewhat despised it all because I was seen as a god or a monster. Optimus saw none of those things. All Optimus ever did was treat me as an individual. He saw me as someone worthy of a name, yet was also willing to call me out on my nonsense. He was willing to ground me back to reality and question my methods instead of accepting it as law like many of my followers did. Even as we fought for all that time, Optimus still treated me as an equal. He never called me a monster, and never saw me as a god. He did see me as a threat, but he never thought of me as any less than him. He saw me as someone with value. That was something that I wanted most of all, but also hated when I was the Decepticon leader. I thought that if I could get him to hate me, it would make it easier for the both of us when we fought to the death and one of us kills the other. I wanted him gone, I wanted that bond to be destroyed. But in the end, there was always some part of me that still cared too much. Megatron chuckled to himself. And when I finally see the error of my ways, Optimus wants nothing more than to end my life. I do deserve it, however, after everything that I've done. I'm paying my debt for all of my wrongdoings, but I want nothing more now than to make things right with Optimus. I don't care if it takes me another 4 million years. I don't care if I'm fated to disappear into nothing or return under Unicron control or whatever awaits me after death. If I could bring myself to apologize to Optimus and say a proper goodbye at the very least, that would be enough for me. Armin stared at the Decepticon leader, speechless by his response. That was Megatron's truth. This was who Megatron was, a broken being that has nothing who wants to set things right. There is your honesty, Megatron said without looking at Armin. Armin hesitated. He didn't know how he would react to what he might do, but he was willing to take the risk. The teen walked towards to the X-Con and raised his hand. He moved it towards the hollow form, pulling back slightly to reconsider. He then closed his eyes and hung his head as he placed his hand on the center of Megatron's back. Armin felt the former warlord tense and the contact, but kept his hand there regardless. I'm sorry, Armin apologized, for everything that happened to you. Maybe if the world had been kinder to you, you and Optimus would have still been friends. And I won't tell anyone about this. I know you might not believe me, but I won't. I promise. Armin waited for the Decepticon to respond, but he merely deactivated his hollow form. Armin felt the form lose shape as it disappeared into sparks under his hand. Armin, what are you doing? Mikasa asked as she made her way towards him. Armin lowered his hand and turned to look at her, causing Mikasa to look at him in surprise. Are you okay? Mikasa asked. You're crying. Armin quickly wiped away his tears. I'm fine. It's been a lot lately. Mikasa looked at Armin with sympathy before taking his hand. Let's go back. Armin nodded his head as he let Mikasa guide him back to camp. Erwin tensed as he sat down in one of the rooms back at their hideout. He tapped his foot impatiently while Hanji was in another room talking to Reeves' son about the plan. He looked up when Optimus opened the door and entered the room. You should be sleeping, Optimus remarked. I know, Erwin sighed, I just need to get something off of my chest. You mentioned to me before that you've had a different motivation for joining the Survey Corps, Optimus began as he sat down. Yes, Erwin declared, "I did it to find out the truth." The truth? Optimus raised an eyebrow. "When I was younger, I was in my father's history class," he explained. He was talking about the history of the Titans when I asked him a question. It was a rather simple one, so he explained it to me as any other teacher would. When we got home, he explained to me his own theories and ideas regarding the information in those history books. I ended up rambling on like a fool about my father's speculations. A member of the military police heard, and as a result, my father was killed the very next day. "I am sorry for your loss," Optimus said, "but why are you telling me this?" "I joined the military in order to figure out my father's speculations in order to figure out if they were true," Erwin explained. "I believed venturing outside of the walls would be the best option, but it turns out the truth was inside the walls as well." "What about the survival of humanity?" Optimus asked. "I didn't care," Erwin confessed. "I only used that as a front because I felt guilty about the others sacrificing their life for humanity's survival." "You mean to tell me you've been leading people to their deaths because of a selfish intention?" Optimus hissed. Erwin remained quiet, causing Optimus to stand up. "Did you dash?" "Yes," Erwin answered. "You've lied to everyone," Optimus declared. "I understand I did dash. Do Hanji and Levi know?" Optimus demanded. "No, they don't." "How many people have you led to their doom?" Optimus exclaimed. Erwin grimaced. "I don't know, I just know that it's not enough to atone from just the loss of my arm. These people are sacrificing their lives for you." Optimus declared. "They have family. People they need to protect." "You think I don't know that?" Erwin demanded as he stood up. "You think I'm that monstrous to not think about the lives that died under my command? And when they do, I'm not even a step closer to the truth. That selfishness of yours has gotten everyone who risked their lives killed." Optimus shouted as a hint of pain was detected in his voice. "Why is the truth more important than the survival of your race?" "That truth got my father killed," Erwin declared. "If something as mediocre as a theory blurted out by his child's own foolishness got his own father killed, then it holds some damn merit." Optimus grabbed Erwin's collar and made the commander look him dead in the eye. "As a leader, you're never supposed to put your selfish needs first. You put the lives of your comrades first. Regardless of the situation, a selfish leader leads to disastrous results." "But I guess my selfishness lead to some truth," Erwin retorted. "If it didn't, the government wouldn't be trying to kill us all." "What if you're wrong?" Optimus asked. "What if there is no truth out there?" "Then it is what it is," Erwin answered. "Then I'll do everything in my power to atone for my sins. But the only way for me to do that is to die and be sent to hell for all eternity." Optimus stared at Erwin with bewilderment and fury in his eyes before letting the man's collar go. He took a few steps away from him before placing his hand on the table to steady himself. Optimus dash. "Sometimes I don't disagree with some of Megatron's statement," Optimus cut him off. Erwin felt something drop in the pit of his stomach. "Megatron has stated that humanity is manipulative and selfish and a waste of my time," Optimus proclaimed. "In instances like this, how can I disagree with him? A man so blinded by his own self-gain that he throws away the life of his own comrades without any second thought. For 5 years no less. They all trusted you. I trusted you to make the right decision. Sometimes the right decision still leads to people dying," Erwin retorted. "It's not as simple as you think." Erwin jolted as Optimus grabbed a chair and threw it across the room. "Simple? You want to talk about simple?" Optimus hissed. "I've seen more than you will ever know. My people being slowly devoured alive by scraplets until nothing is left. My people being killed off by plagues and toxic energon. My people being stabbed, blown up, shot at, and suffering even worse fates than death. The planet I've tried so hard to protect die before my very optics, and when I had the chance to revive it, I had to destroy the one thing capable in order to protect Earth. I had to fight Megatron, someone who I considered brother. I watched my lover die in my arms and I was unable to do a slagging thing about it. I lost my mentor and I have no idea how he died. 4 million years of this madness. And when I finally get a moment of peace, I can't even go home." Optimus slammed his hands on the table. "Regardless of everything, I still put my personal feelings aside because that's what a leader does. There are people under you who are inexperienced, afraid to die. They need someone to rely on. When a leader has their own self-intentions, what is the point of fighting in a cause? Meanwhile, you have the gall to speak to me about simplicity. Erwin took a step back as Optimus looked him dead in the eye. Understand that I will still fight for humanity because of the people who want to be free, Optimus declared, but I will not be following your orders anymore. Erwin tried to reach out to him, but Optimus merely deactivated the hollow form. Hanji and Mobilette looked at each other after they heard Optimus' proclamation from the other side of the door. What does this mean for the Survey Corps? Mobilette asked. I don't know, Hanji shook her head, I don't know if we're supposed to talk to him. Which one? Mobilette questioned. I don't know, Hanji answered, we're just going to have to do what we can. With or without them. How are we supposed to pull that off? Mobilette demanded, we weren't able to achieve anything possible until Optimus came along. Humanity survived without him for a century, Hanji retorted, we'll figure something out. Megatron was lying down outside of Wall Maria, staring at the stars. He tried resting, sleeping, something to get his mind off of everything, but he just couldn't. After years of fighting and battle and keeping up this strong persona, he confesses his feelings about Optimus towards a child. For Primus' sake, he even called him Orion. That wasn't supposed to happen. Why would he do that? I want to hear your side of the story. Megatron sighed as he felt sentimental. When was the last time someone listened to what he wanted without force? When was the last time someone was willing to show him any comfort? He could be playing you, a voice said. Megatron glanced over to his right to see not an hallucination of Unicron, but an hallucination of his younger self, covered in dirt and holding a pickaxe stained with energon. Would it kill you to go one day without tormenting me? Megatron demanded. I'm being realistic, he declared in a smoother voice, no one has shown us compassion, and when they do, it's usually for their own gain. Not always, Megatron retorted. Orion never did turn the title of Prime down, he retorted, and you weren't able to save Terminus because you lacked the skill to. Even so, do you think he would be proud of what you've become? Can you leave me alone for at least a cycle, so that I may actually get some sleep for once? Megatron hissed as he stood up and stared the hallucination down. This is your debt, isn't it? The hallucination questioned, self-exile, Optimus despising you hallucinations of Unicron, working with humans. Megatron looked away from his former self at the last part. Don't tell me you're taking a liking to them. He said, they all fear you except for the Ackerman and the child Optimus has taken a liking to. Up to the point where he's actually trained him. The Ackerman is the only one who tolerates me, and his pet is nothing more than an angry, narrow-minded fool, Megatron growled. Sounds familiar, his hallucination shot back. Excuse you. Megatron warned ominously. If anyone in the whole universe is an angry fool, it's you, his hallucination declared. Who else would be foolish enough to merge his spark with Dark Energon, severing your link to the Allspark? Megatron didn't answer his hallucination because at the end of the day, it was right. That boy is right, however. You're afraid to spend eternity all alone. Megatron turned around and saw that his hallucination disappear. Optimus was asleep for a couple of hours in his alt mode. Trying to forget what Erwin told him and trying to remember a better time. Something to get his spirit up. His sleep was interrupted when Hanji kept on banging the door to the passenger side. Optimus! Optimus, get up! Hanji yelled before jumping back when Optimus honked his horn at her. Sorry. Hanji quickly apologized, but we have a serious problem. What is it? Optimus lethargically asked. Erwin's gone. Hanji answered. Optimus responded by transforming into his bipedal mode. What do you mean? I mean he's gone. Hanji declared, we checked the whole area. One of the horses is gone, too. Where did he go? Optimus demanded. You think I know? Hanji retorted, I was asleep after making the plan with Reeves' son last night. We need to find him. How do you expect us to find him? Optimus demanded, he's considered a criminal, there could be soldiers trying to find him. Think of something. Hanji demanded, we can't lose the commander. I'm not ready to be a commander. Erwin's the better choice. Optimus grimaced at her response. Hanji, Erwin dash. I know, Hanji interrupted as she crossed her arms and looked up at him, I know about his dumbass theories. You knew? Optimus questioned. Yes, I did. Hanji declared, he wouldn't stop rambling about his theories during military training. He would just go on, and on, and on, about some advanced civilization outside the walls. It was pretty damned far-fetched, but then 5 years ago happened and then you and Megatron came along. But then, why did you continue to follow him? Optimus asked. Hanji sighed. A couple of reasons. One's pretty subjective, he's the only friend I have left from military training. Everyone else is dead. Finding out Mike died was a pretty big punch in the gut once all the chaos calmed down in Walrose. But the other reason is that he's still a damn good commander, even though he's in the Survey Corps because of his own self-reasons. His ideas have actually decreased the death rate of the Survey Corps over the past 5 years. His methods are pretty ingenious. He even saved Levi from spending the rest of his days living in the underground. Levi's a damn big deal for the Corps. And to be honest, he's saved my life more times than I could count. Optimus gave Hanji an unreadable expression as held out her hand towards him. I know you're upset with him, furious even, but Erwin has given humanity a lot of hope, Hanji declared, and, I just don't want to lose anyone again. Please. Optimus closed his optics as he transformed into his alt mode. We cannot search for Erwin at the moment, Optimus proclaimed, but we can initiate the plan. If we can clear the Survey Corps' name, Erwin will be safe. Hanji nodded her head and lowered her hand. Okay, let me get Mobilet and Reeves Kid. Optimus watched Hanji make her way back into the castle as he began to ponder. Where did Erwin go? Erwin rode his horse towards the gate to Wall Sina. When the military police and the garrison saw him from the wall, they immediately came down and surrounded him. Erwin got off the horse and raised his hand in surrender. One of the garrison pinned him to the ground while a policeman aimed a gun at his head. He didn't know what awaited him, but he just hoped his surrender would buy the others some more time. Chapter 22, Coup d'etat Part 6. Earlier in the night, Kenny jumped out of the cart before coming face to face with the doors of the church. He then instructed his team to unload the supplies they needed to defend themselves in case the Survey Corps found them. He then watched 2 of them carry a tied-up Aaron into the church, followed Rod guiding Historia after them. Kenny looked up at the stars as he began to ponder. If all went right, then he would get the powers of the Titan Rod is so desperate for. But he still wondered if it would hold against the 2 metal Titans. Would the power to control the Titans be enough? Kenny ordered the lackeys to return the cart to the mansion before going into the chapel and closing the door behind him. Once he realized everything was in the cave, he walked down the stairs and closed the door to the cave. Even if the powers worked against the metal Titans, there was also the matter of getting it at the right opportunity, and getting the serum for Rod's bag. Kenny opened the door to the glowing cavern before continuing his way down the stairs. He noticed something out of the corner of his eye and stopped to get a better look. It was a crack in the wall of the cave. He then kneeled down and noticed small shards of said cave on the smooth ground. That was odd. This place had a very good structure. Why was there damage? Unless the Corps found this place. Look alive. Kenny shouted at his squad, the Corps know about the location. Get ready in case if they attack. Yes sir. They shouted as they continued getting everything ready. Kenny picked up one of the shards and stood up. They had to prepare for the danger ahead. The cadets and the 2 MPs sat around a fire while Levi sat in the cart, watching their prisoner. Meanwhile, Nifa was keeping guard to see if anyone would try to find them. Armin looked around and noticed that Sasha wasn't hissing, or a shadow lingering among the tree, meaning that Megatron wasn't back yet. He didn't know what the former tyrant was thinking, or whether he was scheming to eliminate him without it being traced back to him. It did seem like something Megatron would do. At the same time, Megatron probably didn't believe he would keep his promise about not telling anyone what he knew. If trust didn't come easy to the former warlord, then he had no doubt the Titan was suspicious of him. Jean, when did you grab people from the military police? Mikasa asked her comrades. We grabbed them while you were out, Jean answered. We have names, Hitch grumbled. Can we trust you? Mikasa questioned the two. Marlowe gulped as he noticed Mikasa staring him dead in the eye. I do see your side of the story, and I want to help out. To try and make a change in our society. There was silence amongst the cadets because Connie sighed in irritation. You know what, fuck it, Connie proclaimed, I'm not got to find out later because I'm too much of a chicken to try. Mikasa, Armin, I gotta know, what was working with Megatron like? Armin tensed and looked up to see all eyes on him and Mikasa. He glanced over to see even Levi showing a certain amount of interest. Armin tensed as he began to panic. What was he supposed to say? He knew Megatron's biggest secret and was now put on the spot. He couldn't even come up with a good lie. What was he dash? He's very angry, Mikasa spoke. Angry? Connie questioned. He gets angry very easily, Mikasa explained. He started ranting in his own language when he was talking to Optimus earlier, and got mad at Armin when he convinced him not to kill Annie. He didn't hurt any of you, did he? Jean demanded. No, Mikasa answered, Megatron said that he tolerated me. You're joking, Sasha said in disbelief. He told me that himself, Mikasa proclaimed. Okay, moving on, Connie said before turning to Armin, what about you Armin? What was it like for you? He was, Armin trailed off. There had to be something that he picked up from Megatron without going into too much detail. He's manipulative, Armin finally said, and has a desire of being a step ahead of his opponents. He managed to convince a woman living in the area that we were his niece and nephew and that he was training us to be prepared for the military. She believed him. Connie asked. Armin nodded his head. If I didn't know who Megatron was, I probably would have believed him too. He never really goes so far to express his feelings, and he doesn't seem to trust anyone. Probably because dash. Armin felt Mikasa tap his foot with her own before realizing he was rambling. He doesn't like humans. But the thing that irked me the most was that he didn't have an issue with killing. I don't blame you, Jean agreed, he's a heartless monster. He probably has some sick satisfaction for it if he's willing to kill anyone that gets in his way. What about me? Mikasa challenged, I've killed people before. You saw me kill someone. Does that make me a monster? That's not what I meant, Jean said. But that's what you're implying, Mikasa retorted. You can't be serious. You're defending his action. Jean exclaimed. He destroyed a world. Sasha added. He what? Marlowe breathed while Hitch's mouth dropped. I'm not defending that, and I don't think Megatron would deny that, Mikasa began, but Megatron had to kill in order to protect us, to defend himself, to survive. Some of the blood on Megatron's hands is no doubt unjustified, but some were justified. If he didn't kill, he wouldn't be standing here now to help us. Mikasa dash. She's right, Levi cut Jean off as he stood up. Captain, you agree with Megatron's actions? Connie asked. As much as I hate the bastard, I can understand where he's coming from, Levi answered, and Mikasa does make a good point. Some of Megatron's killings were no doubt unjustified, but he was at war. He had to kill his own people in order to survive and lead his followers to achieve his cause. But his cause was about oppression. Jean retorted. True, but let's put this into perspective, what about Optimus? He had to kill his own people as well, and no doubt has the same amount of blood on his hands as Megatron. They're both murders. The only difference between them is their goals and motivations. And Optimus prefers to give people a chance to stand down. Jean grimaced in refusal. He didn't want to agree with Levi. He didn't want to justify Megatron's action. I know you hesitated to kill that girl earlier, Levi added, you were afraid to take the life of your own people. Picture Prime in that position, picture Megatron. They no doubt had their hesitation, but they had to make their choice. Mikasa did too, and if she didn't she wouldn't be here. And if Megatron didn't pull that trigger, you wouldn't be here either. His mentality, no matter how twisted it is, Saved your life. Levi looked at the rest of his squad. That goes for the rest of you. You all need to make your choice. You may have to sacrifice innocence of the life of someone else in order to survive. But if you can't make that choice, you won't be able to live another day. The children were silent as Levi walked over to the cart, but not before taking a quick glance at Armin and Mikasa. The two knew something. Niall walked over to Erwin's cell and saw Erwin's bruised face as his arm was chained to the wall for precautionary measure. The commander sighed as he kneeled down on the other side of the bars. "You'll be meeting with the king in a couple of hours," Niall said, earning no response from Erwin. "You could have walked away from this," Niall remarked. "You could have stayed in hiding, pretending you were still kidnapped until all of this blew over." "I could have," Erwin agreed. "Why didn't you?" Niall asked. "Guess I felt guilty," Erwin admitted. "Guess I wanted to do a selfless act for once. Protect what's left of the Survey Corps." "That doesn't seem like you," Niall remarked. "You were always after that dream of yours." Erwin laughed. "I still am. I don't know if I'll be able to achieve it anytime soon. I'll probably be killed, the Survey Corps will be erased from existence, and Optimus will no doubt leave the walls." "Why would the Metal Titan leave the walls?" "I thought he said he was fight for humanity," Niall recalled. "If the Corps is disbanded and the police want him, he'll probably leave," Erwin declared, "the only one strong enough to take on the Colossal Titan." "Rumor has it there's another Titan," Niall said. "That true?" "I don't know what he'll do once Optimus leave," Erwin remarked. Niall quickly stood up. "What are you talking about?" "Optimus is keeping an eye on him due to his criminal record," Erwin stated. "Once Optimus leaves, who knows what he'll do? He'll probably destroy the gates like he told me." "You're joking," Niall denied. "Who is this Titan?" Erwin finally made eye contact with Niall. "You don't want to know. Why are you even telling me this then?" Niall demanded. "The Survey Corps is humanity's spear," Erwin declared. "Without us, without Optimus, humanity is doomed. And what do you expect me to do about it?" Niall demanded. "Join the team? You're not the savior of humanity. How are you going to be able to pull it off?" "I left something in Pixis' hands," Erwin merely answered. "When the time comes, it'll be you who decides, and I will merely watch." Niall remained silent, fixated on his words, before deciding to leave Erwin in his cell. Orion pushed his way through a small crowd in the gladiator pits of Kaon with Megatronus right behind. The librarian looked up at the screen displaying the news while the gladiator crossed him. "There's been another terrorist attack in Polyhex 3 cycles ago," a news reporter said. "The terrorists that claim to be from the Decepticon movement led by Gladiator Megatronus, have planted bombs inside 3 buildings. 2 of them were defused, but 1 of them did go off. There were over 10 injured, but thankfully no one was killed." Orion stared in horror as the reporter continued speaking. "This is madness." "This is the beginning," Megatronus declared. Orion turned to Megatronus in disbelief. "The beginning? You planned this?" "No," Megatronus merely answered. "But you support this?" Orion exclaimed. Megatronus merely sighed. "Let's move away from the crowd for a moment." Megatronus stepped from the crowd as Orion followed. The gladiator led the librarian to another section of the pits void of any Cybertronians. "Megatronus, this is madness," Orion began. "They'll label you as criminals. The Decepticon movement could be destroyed because of this. The higher-ups have always been trying to tarnish the name of the Decepticons," Megatron retorted. "I doubt that even if I denounce the attacks, there will be another attack and I will be blamed for it. But even if you did decide to denounce it, that doesn't mean you disagree with their actions," Orion proclaimed. "No," Megatron admitted. "This isn't the way," Orion declared. "If we continue down this path of violence, then the Decepticon movement will be destroyed." "So do you suggest that we sit idly by?" Megatronus questioned with a hint of irritation. "I suggest that we find a much more peaceful solution," Orion answered. "You're asking a gladiator to seek peace when every battle he faces almost ends in death?" Megatronus questioned in amusement. "This is not a game," Orion declared. "The Council will not accept violence as a means for change. And you believe peace is the better solution?" Megatronus demanded. Peace is the system we have right now, where Cybertronians like me do not matter in this world, and are discarded with another replacement along the way. I understand dash. No you don't, Megatronus hissed. While I fight every day to keep my life, you hide behind the walls of Iacon reading fantasies and deluding yourself into thinking the council will listen to your talk of peace. My people are dying every day. If not in the arena, then by a mine or some other dangerous contraption. You're safe and secure. You get to live, while I'm forced to die. Orion grimaced. Maybe my thoughts may seem like delusions. Maybe I will never fully understand your struggles, but I do understand the council will see their acts as a means of war. More of us are going to die if you continue down this path. Are you willing to lead the Decepticons down this path? Are you willing to lead the entirety of Cybertron down this path? If it takes war for the council to listen, then I will gladly go to war, Megatronus answered. Orion stared at his friend in confusion and pain before placing his servo on his shoulder pad. Megatronus, I beg of you, please avoid war. I see your point, but war will only lead to more bloodshed. More Cybertronians will die. That may not compare to the oppression you and others have faced for years, but we may forget what we are really fighting for if there are bodies lying across our planet. I agree, but Cybertronians like the ones on the news are not going to be appeased because they believe nothing is changing. They're taking action into their own servos. How do you propose that we appeal to their needs? Megatronus asked. Alpha Trion had a suggestion, Orion began. Optimus snapped out of his thought when Hanji knocked on the door to the driver's seat. Prime, are you okay? Hanji asked. I am all right, Optimus answered, remembering that they were hiding in a wedged spot in a large alleyway in Trost. I was just thinking. Well, whatever you're thinking about will have to come later, Hanji proclaimed. Reeves' kid got caught by the police as is running around Trost. Once he's cornered in this alleyway we're in and gets them to confess, you come into play and immobilize them. Hanji, I have a question for you, Optimus began. If it's a quick one, I can answer it. I just want the quickest way to save Erwin. Hanji said. Do you think violence is the best way to achieve peace? Optimus asked. Hanji thought it over. Some cases, maybe. Like with the Titans outside these walls, we can only use violence because we'll be devoured if we don't. But with our own kind, I'm not sure. I mean, whatever way is the most effective. It doesn't have to be violence, but if it comes down to it I'd probably use it. Maybe peace is the better solution. Maybe it could be a mix of both. It really depends on the circumstances and which route is the best that doesn't cause destruction. Why do you ask? I just required someone else's point of view, Optimus answered. Hanji heard panting and turned to see Flegel Reeves running down the alleyway. Hanji managed to cover Optimus' form with a tarp before hiding away from view. Thanks for saving us the work, Flegel, one of the 3 military policemen remarked as they cornered the teen. Almost thought that we weren't going to be able to find you. I almost thought it was over for me. Hanji saw the man get on his knees and wail, before getting up and smiling. Well then, time to die. Wait. Wait. Flegel screamed as He-Man aimed his gun at him. Why did you kill my dad? What did the Interior Squad want to do? What good would know that do? You're just going to die, the man retorted. Please, I just want closure before I die. Flegel begged. Fine, because he betrayed us and went to the side of the Survey Corps, the man said. You must be really stupid if you didn't think to ask your father this. Then what would have happened if he said no to you? Flegel asked in a calmer tone. We would have killed him, the man said. Even if he didn't deliver the supplies, we would have killed him. The contractors are so useless. Reeves could have gone north to protect you and your family, but he could to stay here and protect the town. You don't understand anything, Flegel whispered as he felt anger rise in him. My father told me that I needed to read people. Meanwhile, you fuckers think you know it all. My father chose the people, and so will I. What gotten into you? The man demanded. You should be begging for your life. Doesn't matter. Flegel declared. We got the information we needed. And I suggest you look behind you. The three policemen heard a loud honking noise and looked behind them to see Optimus Alt Mode driving towards them. They stepped back in fear as Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode and glared at the three. "Hello, boys," Hanji greeted with a smile as she and Mobilette walked in front of Optimus. "I would like you three to meet Optimus Prime. And unless you don't want to be blown into oblivion, I suggest you drop your weapons." The three began to shake as they let their rifles drop to the floor. Mobilette picked up the three rifles while Hanji casually walked up to the leader and punched him in the face. "Hanji, that was unnecessary," Optimus scolded as the man fell to the floor and cried out in pain. "Well, it felt good," Hanji declared as she shook her hand. "You hear that, everyone? We got it." The two helped their leader recover before looking around in shock to see the citizens of Trost walking onto the streets and out of the buildings surrounding them. "Guess it was your mistake to think these places were abandoned," Hanji remarked. "Guess you were too blinded by the good life to notice the difference. The Reeves Company, regardless of what you may think of them, put their lives on the line for this town," Optimus declared, "and I, along with everyone else, will attest to that. You think that by stopping us you'll solve this whole damn problem?" The leader shouted. "The king is the one that controls what is true and what isn't. He'll wipe you off the face of the earth in order to keep the peace and no one would give a damn. You'll all be dead by the ack." Flegel shut the man up by knocking him down again and sitting on his face. "Don't worry, everyone. The Reeves Company will protect this town. Because starting today, Flegel Reeves is going to be the new boss. So I hope we can get along." Optimus merely looked down at Flegel with approval while the entire town began to clap for him. The Prime noticed Hanji speaking to Flegel for a moment before walking over to where the news reporters were. If all went well, then this coup would be successful. But what happens after? He couldn't follow Erwin's orders anymore. He would still fight for humanity, but following someone who would lead others to their death for a selfish gain was absurd. Another issue as well was Megatron's presence. Megatron was considered a rumor at the moment. If they managed to succeed in this coup, do they reveal him to the public? Do they still keep him hidden? Megatron wasn't exactly the friendliest of beings. He didn't even want to be here. Maybe the best option is to let him leave. If Megatron was true to his word, he wouldn't continue the Decepticon cause and not harm another soul. And instead of allowing him to do that, he forced him to stay on a world full of a species he despises. Once this was over, he would allow him to leave. It would cause fewer problems, and this world managed to survive with just himself and Aaron. "Hey, you!" One of the townsfolk standing by his apartment shouted at him, causing Optimus to look at him. "Yes. Rumor has it that you're a Titan from beyond the stars," he proclaimed. "Is that true?" Optimus merely nodded his head. That's actually pretty cool," the man admitted. Optimus noticed something out of the corner of his optics and glanced at Hanji waving at him. She merely shook her head as she pointed behind the crates where the news reporters were. The Prime felt his processors stop working for a moment. The reporters weren't going to do it. If they didn't do it, then the other side would win. Optimus noticed Hanji bickering with Mobilette on what to do about the situation, but didn't pay attention as he was lost in his own thoughts. What were they supposed to do now? Were they supposed to sit and do nothing? The people of Walrose would suffer because of that. The king and the military police wouldn't listen to a peace talk. They were willing to kill the innocent just to keep their own version of order and peace. The rich would never help them. The only way that they would understand was if action against their lives were taken. Peace would always be the best solution, but if he didn't want a repeat of what happened on Cybertron, he had to take action. "People of Trost!" Optimus bellowed. Silence rang throughout the area as everyone turned their attention to the Titan. Hanji looked at the Prime with confusion and worry while Mobilette looked at Hanji for some kind of reassurance. "The horrible truth is that your government, your king, never cared for you," Optimus declared. "As long as the king's livelihood is not threatened, he would have no issue in letting you suffer. He has the resources and people needed to improve the lives of everyone else and protect you from the threat that lingers beyond your walls. Instead, he has let his greed and powers blind his actions and interpret his own version of peace." "What's he doing?" Mobilette mouthed to Hanji, causing her to raise her hands in surrender. There is one who wishes to fight for you, Historia Rice, Optimus declared. While her father lives in the safety of the walls, she has continued to risk her life for humanity by helping the Survey Corps. But now her father has taken her hostage along with humanity's last hope, Eren Yeager, and has full intention of killing them both. What? One of them shouted in disbelief while everyone, why would they do that? Because they would go to any lengths to keep their power, Optimus declared. Then we should kill these bastards right now. Another shouted as he gestured to the two policemen. No, Optimus ordered, killing them will not solve anything. It will instead give your government more of a reason to kill you all. They will see you as violent savages, and they have the newspapers to prove that claim and have everyone turn against you. But we cannot sit here and do nothing while your suffering continues. I propose that we march to Sina and demand a new government. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but how exactly would we pull that off? A woman demanded. Compared to them, we're nothing. And that is where you're wrong, Optimus retorted. The rich rely upon you. Many have built their riches on the backs of poor that struggle to just survive. You are many, and if they decide to get rid of you or abandon you, it will prove how corrupt they truly are. If we sit and do nothing, Historia, Eren, and the Survey Corps will be destroyed, and there will be no one to protect when the time comes. And what about you? Another demanded. I pledged my allegiance to humanity the moment I arrived, Optimus declared. I will lay down my life and fight anyone who intends to do any harm. The Survey Corps, Eren, and Historia, your queen, will not hesitate to protect you all as well. And as long as Historia still breathes, there is still a chance for the walls to survive. Your queen will fight for you, so you must help fight for her. For you, your loved ones, and the future of humanity. Optimus raised his fist into the air. Down with the king and long live the queen. Silence rang throughout the air, causing Optimus to believe that they choose to not do it. Down with the king and long live the queen. Someone shouted. Hanji and Mobility began to look around as more people began to chant the phrase. The next thing that they knew, the entire crowd was chanting, down with the king and long live the queen. We march to Sina. Optimus declared. The crowd roared in agreement as they followed the Titan to the gate. What the fuck is going on? Mobility demanded as he grabbed Hanji's arm while the rest continued to follow him. I don't know. I've completely lost control. Hanji shouted, Prime's going to do this. Okay, I'm going to follow him and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, for the first fucking time in my life. You go back to the castle and keep watch over Berthold. Mobility nodded his head as he ran to grab a horse. It's going to take us the whole fucking day. Hanji screamed as she ran after Optimus. Berthold gritted his teeth as he slammed his body to the cage door. This wasn't working, he needed to get out before Optimus or the Flying Titan came back. Berthold yelled in pain as one more body slam against the door seemed to have hurt his shoulder. He looked at the brick wall before he began to feel it, seeing if one of the bricks were loose. He found a brick that was loose and began to pull it out of its socket. Berthold stumbled back as the brick came loose and fell to the floor, breaking in two. Berthold picked up one of the bricks and started slamming it against the door. Berthold yelled in anger before throwing the brick against the back of the keypad. He couldn't die here, he refused to die here. He wanted to go back home. He wanted to go back to Liberio. 4 hours later, Stohes District. Erwin kneeled before the council with members of both the garrison and the military police behind him. He was about to be executed by hanging, and the council along with their fake king, wanted to hear his case first. Erwin, do you have any explanation of the actions that the Survey Corps has committed during the past couple of days? One of them asked, attacking military policemen and even killing them, refusing to turn themselves in, and the refusal of turning Eren and Optimus when requested. Not to mention the Survey Corps killing the Reeves Company for an unknown reason. Understand that whatever you say now decides your fate and the rest of the Survey Corps. So please, find a way to persuade us. Losing the Survey Corps would mean that humanity would lose its spear, Erwin declared. You do not protect yourself from an enemy with a shield. You do it with a spear, a sword. If you get rid of us, humanity has nothing left. What if Walrose was destroyed at this exact moment? Wall Sina would have to take in refugees once again. But there is a lack of food and supplies, and humanity will have to worry about another threat besides the Titans. A civil war between Walrose and Cena would begin. Are you saying the Survey Corps is the best solution for a situation like this? The man asked. If we do nothing, humanity's survival will only dwindle, Erwin retorted, or, do you have some sort of solution for that problem? Do you? The man countered, a rumor has been flying around about another Titan like Optimus. One who can fly and was able to defeat the colossal Titan. Is that true? Erwin remained silent before speaking. Yes. Niall became confused at Erwin's response while Pixis looked down at Erwin. You mean to tell us you've kept a Titan strong enough to defeat the colossal Titan a secret? A priest questioned, explain yourself now. He's not like Optimus, Erwin declared, he's sadistic and manipulative. He can get inside your head and figure out your motives. He's only one in this world that can go head to head with Optimus. The only reason he hasn't done anything rash is because Optimus has restrained him. But what happens when the Survey Corps is disbanded? Optimus will leave the walls like he said, and the Flying Titan has no restraint, no one to watch him. He'll destroy everything. And I doubt you have a solution to that problem. Erwin noticed the council giving quick glances towards each other. Did they have a solution to counteract Megatron and Optimus? Commander Pixis, one of them began, the Survey Corps and the garrison have been working together recently, laying down their lives to protect humanity. Are you working with the Survey Corps right now? Do you intend to turn against humanity? Pixis looked Erwin in the eye before looking back at the council. No. Turning against humanity would be foolish. All we wish to focus on is defending against any threat that might destroy our small world. The councilman who asked the question laughed at his response. My apologies for the rudeness. I guess we wouldn't want it to come to that. I suppose that's all we need, the priest said, take Erwin to the gallows. Niall watched as a soldier picked up Erwin by his arm and noticed Erwin was smirking. What was he up to? At that moment, Pixis' escort, Anka, barged into the room with a grim expression on her face. Walrose has been breached. She shouted, the colossal and armored Titan have breached the wall after their sudden appearance. Refugees are coming in from the south at this moment. Niall got over his shock and noticed Erwin was looking at him, waiting for his decision. What would he do? Would he help or let people die? Secure an evacuation route. Pixis ordered, get the garrison to support the evacuation route. Safely evacuating these people is our top priority. No. A councilman shouted as he stood up, close the gates to Wall Cena. Don't let a single refugee in. Niall stared at the councilman in shock while Anka whispered something in Pixis' ear. But the people of Walrose, Niall began, do we just let half of humanity die? Letting them in would cause a civil war. The councilman retorted, there would be no way to prevent that. But we don't know if that would happen, Niall retorted. But it could happen. The councilman said. In that case, I'll stand with Walrose, Niall declared, I'm not going to stand by and allow millions to die. We gave you an order. The councilman shouted. And is that order worth more than the lives of the innocent? Niall demanded, I'm standing by my decision. Then may I join to help you folks, a voice said. Everyone turned to see Commander Zachary walking in with multiple soldiers. Sorry I'm late, Zachary remarked, I just wanted to confirm the reports. There in fact is no breach, however, Optimus Prime is outside demanding the presence of the council. Suddenly the whole room was silent as they heard, chanting, coming from the other side of the wall. What the hell is that? The councilman demanded. Your audience, Zachary answered. The councilmen were forced to ride their way to the top of the wall with Erwin and the other members of the military. When they reached the top, the councilmen looked in shock and horror at the sight before them. Erwin looked at their faces before staring down at the sight before them. A large portion, maybe even half of the population of Walrose, was standing before them with Optimus Prime in front of them chanting, down with the king and long live the queen. Erwin noticed Hanji down at the foot of the Titan as she mouthed something about losing control of the situation. Erwin, call off the metal Titan. The councilman ordered. I don't think I can do that this time, Erwin admitted. The councilman gritted his teeth before looking back at the metal titan. What is the meaning of this, Titan? Call these people off. My name is Optimus Prime. Optimus exclaimed, and I will not follow your orders. The people you see before you are tired of your rule. You have refused to help repair their homes and their lives while you hide behind Wall Sina. You squander your resources to make the system benefit your own while harming the people you swore to protect. Trosts is about to go bankrupt. One shouted. Too many of us are dying of starvation. Another added. UEVE provided protection for you all. The councilman shouted, we kept you safe from the Titans. Nile gritted his teeth as he aimed his rifle at the councilman's head. 5 minutes ago, you were willing to shut the gates to prevent the people from coming in and seeking refuge. You liars! Someone shouted, causing uproars from the crowd. Multiple eyewitnesses state that your government ordered the death of members of the Reeves Company, a provider for the Trost district and other parts of Walrose. Optimus retorted, sources also state that you ordered Eren Yeager and Historia Rice to be taken from the Survey Corps without a direct order. You have also framed the Survey Corps, claiming they were the ones that attacked military police, when they were defending themselves from your soldiers. You've personally used my resource to live to make advancements in technology, but refused to share it with this world because of your irrational fear of losing power. And now you wish to close the gates of Wall Sina because you refused to try and save what was left of humanity. The councilman looked uneasy, realizing that they have been figured out. Meanwhile, Erwin felt a swell of hope while Pixis made sure to wait before giving any orders. The people refused to serve a king that would willingly let them die. Optimus declared, and while you were cowering in fear behind these walls, Historia Rice, an heir to the throne you believed was a mistake, was risking her life to help these people take back Trost and Wall Maria. She didn't have to, but she chose to, and that is why I would rather follow her than humans like you. What makes you think we'll just step down? The councilman demanded. Your council was the exact system on my home. Optimus answered, a council that inevitably led to a revolution, war, and the destruction of my home. I refuse to let that happen on any other world again, and I will do what I must to prevent that from happening again. And I will always choose to side with the people who wish for a better life and future. Down with the king and long live the queen. Down with the king and long live the queen. Down with the king and long live the queen. The crowd chanted. Erwin felt chills rush up his spine as the crowd continued to chant. Pixis nodded his head towards Zachary before ordering some of his men to aim their weapons at the council. Well, the people have spoken, Zachary declared. You four will be arrested for your crimes of treason along with anyone else that cooperated with you. The crowd began to cheer as the former council was being dragged away by the military. Hanji cheered with relief while Optimus felt the tension and adrenaline leave his body. He looked back at the walls and noticed Erwin looking down at him. The situation was still far from over. They still needed to retrieve Eren and Historia. Kenny, we have a problem. His lieutenant called out as she jumped from her post on the pillars in the cave. Reports stated that the government has been overthrown. The Metal Titan somehow managed to lead nearly half the population of Walrose. Fucking hell, Kenny cursed, we need this power more than ever. The Survey Corps will no doubt be coming for us soon. How do you plan to steal the power for yourself? His lieutenant asked. I'm working on it, Kenny stated, just get back to your post. She nodded her head as she returned to her position while Kenny used his 3D gear to go to where Eren and Historia were. The Survey Corps would be here, and so would that Grey Swordsman. He had no doubt that the swordsman was the Flying Titan. His skill, his attitude, and his speech sounded similar to the Metal Titan. Meaning that him taking down the Colossal Titan was also true. He needed that power, and fast. The military is helping the crowd Optimus brought with him back to their homes, Zachary explained to him as they walked down the hallway of the castle. The councilmen and the aristocracy helping out with the government are currently being sought after and will no doubt be arrested. And as far as I'm concerned, they don't know about Berthold's condition. Thank you, Erwin said before noticing Hanji stomping towards him with Pixis right behind her. If you'll excuse me, I have some interrogation I need to be, Zachary said before walking past Hanji while greeting Commander Pixis. Hanji Hanji slapped Erwin in the face before he could say anything else. You're a fucking idiot. Erwin grunted in surprise as Hanji gave him a tight hug. I missed you, you bushy brow overlord. Erwin felt his cheek sting as Hanji slapped him in the face. Why would you do that, you fucker? Hanji, any more of this and you may smack his face off, Pixis remarked. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just I'm glad you're okay. Hanji cried as she strangled him once more. Thank you, Hanji, Erwin winced, but I need you to let go. Sorry, Hanji apologized with a sheepish smile before letting Erwin go. The commander gave a small smile at Hanji's antics before noticing Optimus remaining aloof from their conversation with his eyes on him. Pixis seemed to notice this and put his hand on Hanji's shoulder. Hanji, why don't we discuss a method of retrieving Eren and Historia? Oh, right, Hanji remembered before glaring at Erwin. You better not do anything fucking stupid, you ass. Erwin sighed as Hanji walked down the hall with Pixis, leaving him alone with the former Autobot leader. That was foolish of you to go and turn yourself in, Optimus proclaimed, you could have been killed. But I wasn't, thanks to that stunt you pulled, Erwin retorted. That earned an unamused look from Optimus, causing Erwin to gulp. I am sorry for lying to you, Erwin admitted, it was wrong, it was selfish of me, especially since you've been giving your life and time to protect humanity. I've just been using you for my own personal gain, and I've ended up killing people I cared about because of that reason. I'm not the only one you should be apologizing to, Optimus declared. Hanji and Levi have dedicated their lives to this cause. I know, Erwin sighed, I've done horrible thing. If you want to leave I will not leave, Optimus interrupted, causing Erwin to look at him in shock. I don't understand. Why? Erwin asked. Many reasons, but the main one is that the people here need my help, Optimus answered. I see, Erwin trailed off. Erwin, you lied to me, and I did trust you, Optimus declared. I listened to your side of the story and have seen your situation with my own eyes. It will take time for me to forgive you for your deception, but there is one thing that I need to know. Erwin tensed as Optimus looked him in the eye. Do you still intend to lead the Survey Corps with your own selfish intention? How will you respond? Erwin asked. It depends on your answer, Optimus merely stated. Erwin averted his gaze from the Prime. If he lied, humanity would still have one of the most powerful titans in the universe. If he told the truth, Optimus might change his mind and abandon the Survey Corps. If you use Optimus for your own selfish intention and not for the thing he is truly fight for, I guarantee that you will die, but not before the rest of humanity dies before your very eyes. Erwin closed his eyes and sighed. No more lies. The walls didn't have to pay for his actions. I can't lie to you, Erwin answered. I feel like I am closer to the truth than ever, and I can't turn away from that now. I'm sorry, Optimus, but I still have to do this. Once we do discover the truth, I will happily relinquish my command, but for now, I cannot. Optimus stared at Erwin with sadness and disappointment. Then you have made your choice, and I cannot follow someone who has their own selfish desire. I will no longer follow your orders. Erwin merely nodded his head as Optimus deactivated his hollow form. So, Hanji trailed off as she and Pixis walked back to Erwin. How much did you hear? Erwin asked. All of it, Pixis answered. So now what do we do? Hanji demanded. Our next scouting mission will be towards Wall Maria and Eren's basement, Erwin declared. Once we figure out what is in there, I will relinquish my title to you, Hanji. Are you sure about that? Hanji asked, you sure there isn't anyone else alive that is more qualified? I'm sorry, Hanji, Erwin apologized, but we still need Optimus. We've made strides without Optimus, Hanji retorted. But he had provided humanity hope, Erwin countered, something the Survey Corps failed to do for a century. We still need him. But, I'm not ready, Hanji sighed. Erwin looked at Hanji and gave her a small smile. I couldn't think of anyone else more qualified. Optimus raised his helm towards the orange sky in his bipedal mode before placing 2 fingers against his audio receptors. Me dash. I called you more than 10 times and you have refused to answer me. Megatron shouted through his COMM, what were you doing? I apologize, Optimus said, today was rather eventful. We've managed to succeed and overthrew the council currently in power. Well, that's just splendid, but it's most likely going to get worse from here, Megatron retorted. That Lionheart you asked me to get has had energon in her systems for nearly 12 hours, but is still breathing and functioning properly. What? Optimus breathed in horror. Also, the girl can instantly regenerate her wounds. Megatron added, whatever that rice person did, he clearly succeeded in whatever he was trying to create. A more powerful Titan, Optimus realized. Most likely meant to combat us, Megatron proclaimed. I'm really suggesting that we kill her, but the other humans are saying not to, for some slagging reason. She will kill them. But of course humans are just too slagging incompetent and merciful that dash. Megatron, you can leave, Optimus interrupted. Excuse you. I understand that you do not want to be here. Even when I yelled at you before, I would have most likely kept you here because I was afraid you would do something heinous, Optimus explained. Once we retrieve Aaron and end this coup, you can leave this world, and I will not stop you. What made you change your mind? Megatron asked. Nothing, Optimus answered. I should not have kept you here, even though you said that you wouldn't harm another. Instead, I threw you into a situation that wasn't your choice, causing you to do more harm. I forced you into a conflict that you did not wish to be a part of. I should not have done that to you, and I am sorry for that. Once all of this is over, I will not stop you from leaving. Before Megatron could respond, Optimus ended the COMM. The Prime sighed to himself and rubbed his head. He just wanted this to be over. Megatron felt his servo shaking before clenching it into a fist. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Optimus wasn't supposed to apologize. He wasn't supposed to leave. He can't leave. He had to fix the damage between them, it still wasn't right. Megatron yelled as he stomped his foot into the ground. What was he supposed to do? If he leaves, Optimus is stuck here and things aren't right. If he stays, Optimus might think he's plotting something. How was he supposed to do this? He needed advice. But from who? Everyone feared him or despised him. The Ackerman is merely on a mutual term with him. She wasn't one who he would discuss something personal. He merely respected her for her will in combat. Megatron growled in irritation. The only one who he could discuss anything with was Pax. But he knew too much. Even if he promised to keep his motivation a secret, how long would it take for him to tell it to everyone? But he needed to figure this out. Megatron screamed in anger and frustration before transforming and flying to Wall Sina. Later in the night, Mikasa quickly checked on Annie to see that she was still unconscious before grabbing a rifle from the cart and loading it for her turn at reconnaissance. Mikasa, I need to talk to you, Levi stated as he walked towards her. What about? Mikasa asked. I know that you and Armin didn't talk fully about what happened between you and Megatron, Levi declared. It's not safe to share, Mikasa admitted. Levi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean not safe? Did he hurt you? Mikasa merely shook her head. Then why is it not safe to share? Levi demanded. I can't say, Mikasa answered. Mikasa, I'm giving you an order, Levi declared. Tell me what happened out there. Captain, if I do, then it puts Armin in a dangerous spot, Mikasa proclaimed. Levi remembered Armin being tense while talking about Megatron and Mikasa quietly tapping him while he told his friends what the con was like. Does Armin know something? Mikasa nodded her head. Do I have to ask him? Levi questioned. Don't ask him, Mikasa pleaded. I can tell you what I know, but you have to pretend you don't know yourself. What does Armin know? Levi asked. Mikasa scanned the area to make sure no one was listening to them. It's about what Armin figured out. He figured out Megatron's motivation for staying on our world. That took Levi completely off guard. Armin managed to figure out Megatron's motivation? Maybe that was the reason why he went to help Megatron find Annie. Do you know Megatron's motivation? Levi asked. Something about making things right with Optimus, Mikasa answered. If Megatron did what Optimus asked, then that would help fix part of their relationship. Did Megatron confess to that? Levi demanded. He could have easily duped Armin. Mikasa shook her head. When Armin stated his claim, I know it threw Megatron completely off guard. He didn't say anything, but it looked like he was in so much pain. Are you sure about that? Levi hesitated. The idea of Megatron being vulnerable was too surreal. He was supposed to be this undefeated champion and one of the strongest titans. Then he remembered Optimus breaking down in front of him because he didn't know how to handle Megatron. I'm sure, Mikasa answered. So why exactly does this put Armin in a dangerous spot? Dangerous enough to withhold the information? Levi demanded. Because Armin wasn't supposed to find that out, Mikasa emphasized. He mentioned it before, Megatron wants to be one step ahead of his opponents. He wants to know their weaknesses and strengths. Armin managed to outsmart a former tyrant, someone Optimus was fighting for years. What if Megatron wants to kill him because he knows the truth? What if Armin's dead because we know something we weren't supposed to? Why not you then? Levi asked, what's the difference between you and Armin? Megatron said that he tolerated me because I didn't show any fear towards him and that I'm willing to kill, Mikasa explained. I wasn't trying to find out anything personal about him. He can keep that to himself. I just wanted him to see that humanity was something worth fighting for and that it wasn't a spineless waste. Levi sighed. You shouldn't keep that to yourself. I know, Mikasa admitted, it seems selfish too, but if I don't, Armin is killed. We don't have many Survey Corps members as it is. Until the situation changes, please pretend you don't know. Levi thought it over for a moment. He didn't want anyone dying, especially from that buckethead. Fine, but you can't keep this to yourself. Levi and Mikasa heard galloping coming towards them, causing the captain to grab the other rifle in the cart. The two got into position and fired at the horse, but horse stopped in alarm and knocked off its rider. They looked over to see Hanji groaning in pain as her horse calmed down. I tried looking for you for the past hour. Hanji shouted, a hello would have been nice. What happened? Levi asked. Hanji merely smiled as she pulled out a sheet of paper. We won. Megatron located the Survey Corps in Wall Sina and activated his hollow form a couple of yards from their area. As he walked towards them, he could have sworn that he heard cheering. He arrived at their camping site to see most of the Survey Corps cheering and hugging each other. Seems they received the news, Megatron thought before noticing the med scientist speaking with the dwarf. As the dwarf walked away, the former warlord walked over to her and tapped her on the shoulder, causing her to jump in surprise. Godfuck dash the med scientist stopped herself when she looked at the hollow form. Hey. I see the news has reached the children, Megatron remarked. Optimus told you, the med scientist assumed, it might go to waste if we don't retrieve Eren and Historia. Have you figured out why Rice wants to eat Prime's pet? Megatron demanded. Something about the royal family having the ability to wipe memories, the med scientist answered. I managed to get some of the information from those councilmen before I came here. I didn't get full detail, but it does make sense considering whatever power is in Eren can control Titans. Point is if we don't get Eren and he gets eaten by someone of the royal family, they can wipe the memories of everyone in the walls. Survey Corps will be labeled as criminals and be executed and Optimus could be labeled as another Titan. Maybe even exiled or executed. Megatron merely held his tongue. He didn't want that for Optimus. If Optimus does get exiled, he has nowhere to go. He can't get him off of here into Cybertron. That also meant there was no excuse, he had to kill Rice the moment he saw him. Why isn't Optimus here now? Megatron asked. We needed help securing any loose ends from the old government, Hanji answered. Once he's done with that, he'll make his way here with Erwin and the others. By the way, the med scientist began, I know that don't like being here and that you don't like human and we discussed you and all dash. Get to the point, med scientist, Megatron ordered. Thank you, the med scientist blurted out, for helping us humans out. You could have left, but you didn't, and we really appreciate it. Megatron looked down and raised an eyebrow as she held out her hand towards him. He didn't shake it, causing the scientist to awkwardly retract her hand. Still hate humans, right? The med scientist mumbled to herself. "Hey, Buckethead," the dwarf called out as he walked towards him with a sheet of paper, "you said you know where to find Aaron. We need you to explain." Megatron growled in irritation while the med scientist got in front of him. "Please just bear this for a couple more hours," the med scientist pleaded. "I already had to deal with Optimus going crazy and leading the people of Walrose to Walcena." "He did what?" "Long story. Just please help us with the plan," she begged. Megatron sighed as the dwarf set the paper down with a pencil in hand. "It's a small church that shouldn't be too far from our location. There is a hatch under a carpet in the center of the room which leads to a set of stairs descending into deeper ground. There's another door that needs to be opened which leads to the underground cave. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only entrance there. That means the moment you enter, you're left wide open. The only issue is the length of the cave. I wasn't able to discover how long the cave goes. Staying too long could have gotten us caught. Any hideouts?" the dwarf asked as he finished the small sketch. "Any way we can use the cave to our advantage?" "The pillars in the cave would be the closest thing to a hideout," Megatron answered. "The military police would most likely hide behind the pillars and commence a surprise attack. The cave itself is still rather spacious, so you could use that to your advantage." The med scientist snapped her fingers. "Smoke covers. Like the way Megatron pulled it off when the military police attacked you guys. We need it on a bigger scale." "We don't exactly have the ammunition from a TNT cannon," the dwarf retorted. "We could use barrels and fill it up with oil," the mad scientist suggested. "The smoke will make the guns on their 3D gear useless since they leave a smoke trail." "I did manage to grab one of their ammunition rounds," Megatron added. "The round that was laced with energon," the mad scientist recalled. "We could use that as a last resort. Use it to take out the rest of the soldiers if it gets too hard. We might have to gather them all in one place," the dwarf decided. "Let's tell the kids." The med scientist nodded her head as the two of them ran over to the children. Megatron watched them discuss the plan before making his way towards the cart and picking up his sword. He pulled it slightly to reveal the sharp blade, looking at his reflection. He would have to stay a little bit longer. A little longer, and he had the option to leave. Where would we go? He had nowhere to go. If he was by himself, he would be tortured by his own thoughts, his failures, everything that he did wrong. Here, he had a chance to make this right, but he didn't know how he could do it. Who was he supposed to be? Who was he now? What was he supposed to do? Megatron placed his head on the handle of the sword. He had no time to dwindle on that now. He had to focus on the mission. For Optimus. Aaron opened his eyes and found himself in a bright, underground cave. He noticed that his hands and feet were bound to change while he had a muzzle on his mouth. Where was he? Was it daytime? Was it nighttime? Where were his friends? He looked down to see Historia discussing something with her father. Rod walked away to grab something before Historia noticed Aaron was awake. "Aaron, are you awake?" "Aaron, everything is all right," Historia proclaimed. "My father is fighting for humanity. He's here to help us. He may have fought the Survey Corps, but he did all in the name of humanity." Aaron became confused. What did Rod tell her? How much time passed since she first talked to him? Why does this place look familiar? What is wrong? Rod asked as he and Historia walked up the stairs. "This is your first time here, but it wouldn't be odd if you remember seeing it." What did he mean? Aaron thought. Rod raised his hand. "Historia, I need you to place your hand on his back. Doing so will allow access to his memories and provide you an explanation." Aaron felt two hands being placed on his back, and suddenly a surge of memories flooded through his mind. A church? The cave? More members of Historia's family, the woman he saw before, and another female titan. Whose memories were these? People were dying, the church was on fire, the key. His father giving him the key and the serum. He was screaming, he turned into a titan. He was holding his father's glasses as the titan corpse rotted behind him. He ate his own father. Armin quietly sat in the cart next to an unconscious Annie while he was fixing one of the pistols. Apparently one of them was broken, so he took a look and noticed one of the parts were loose. He managed to put the part back together before looking over at Annie's form. He thought of the days of the cadet corps and how she, Reiner, and Berthold played them all. Did they really want them dead? Armin grunted as he felt someone grab his arm and pull him off the cart. Armin turned around and looked up to see that he was face to face with Megatron. "What are you doing?" Megatron demanded. I was fixing the pistol," Armin stuttered. "While sitting next to that creature that would have no doubt killed you since you were in such close proximity to her," Megatron retorted, "and you foolishly let your guard down simply because she was unconscious." Armin winced as he felt Megatron squeezing his arm. I didn't mean to." Megatron noticed the pain in Armin's face and quickly let go of his arm. Armin rubbed his arm to ease the pain while Megatron refused to look the boy in the eye. "You said that you were fixing the pistol," Megatron recalled. Armin looked at the pistol in his hand and gave to Megatron. "I worked with Hanji to make technological advancements. So I know a thing or two about how to fix the pistols." Megatron opened the revolver to reveal that the gun was loaded. He closed the device before looking down at Armin. "Did you tell anyone?" Armin felt the pain in his arm fade away as he noticed Megatron's eyes were on him. Armin slightly gulped as Megatron pulled down the hammer of the pistol. "No," Armin answered, "I didn't say anything." Megatron pushed the hammer back up before walking over to the cart and grabbing his weapons. "Even if I did say anything, what good would killing me do?" Armin demanded. Megatron stopped and glared at Armin. "If you did tell someone, I would see you as a liar, a traitor. I pour my spark to you and you go and tell the people that either hate or fear me." Armin took a step back as Megatron positioned his sword at his neck. "Liars and traitors don't deserve mercy." "Guess that same logic would apply to you then," Armin retorted. Megatron chuckled as he lowered the sword. "I suppose so." Armin sighed to himself as Megatron placed his shield on his back. "I'm guessing you wanted to see if I lied to you or not, so I'm going to help Hanji set up the bomb." Megatron watched as Armin made his way around the cart, but put a hand on his shoulder to prevent him from moving any further. The former warlord felt the boy tense at the contact and decided to remove his hand. I need advice," Megatron admitted in a rushed manner. Armin gave Megatron a bewildered look as he took a step back, causing Megatron to sigh in irritation. "I'm not going to hurt you," Megatron growled through his teeth. "Just, why would you ask me?" "Why not Mikasa? You get along better with her," Armin reasoned. "As much as I am impressed by her motivation, Ackerman is only here for one reason, and that is to keep watch over Prime's pet," Megatron explained. "She's not exactly one I can get solid advice from." "So, you ask me?" Armin questioned. Megatron growled to himself. This was a mistake. "I'm sorry," Armin apologized as Megatron was walking away, "you're not used to this." Armin rubbed his hands together to ease his nervousness. He was giving advice to a 4 million-fucking-year-old Titan that's been bent on destruction. This is going to be fun. "What is it that you need advice on?" Megatron took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Optimus said that I could leave this world once the coup is over." Armin didn't know how to respond to that. He knew Megatron hated humans, so this should be something that he wants. But his main motivation is to make this right with Optimus, and leaving wouldn't exactly be the best option for him. However, Armin had to make sure his response didn't sound half-assed or insulting. "Do you want to leave?" Armin asked. "I prefer rotting at the bottom of Earth's ocean than staying on this backwards planet," Megatron hissed. "But what about Optimus?" Armin continued, "He's left here by himself." Megatron merely pinched the bridge of the holoform's nose before he began to pace. "I'm completely aware. If I leave, Optimus is left here and nothing between us changes. If I stay, Optimus might think I have some ulterior motive in destroying you humans. Or maybe Optimus might think you're having a change of heart," Armin suggested, causing Megatron to stop his pacing. "You did say you forfeited the war. And the moment I've stepped onto this planet I've been met with hostility, death threats, and creatures like Lionheart," Megatron countered. "That is true," Armin agreed, "but you thought Optimus was dead before you found him here. The next time he does die, there won't be another chance like this again." Megatron took a quick glance at Armin and thought it over. If Optimus really means that much to you, I think staying on this world might be a small sacrifice in order to get what you want, Armin declared. You are still helping us out, so that is a start. If you do want to leave, then that's your choice. Megatron didn't respond, causing Armin to shift at the awkward tension. So, why did you tell me about this? Armin asked. Because talking to the dwarf would be such a nice conversation, Megatron answered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Armin merely deadpanned, noticing the former warlord's guard was back up. I'm going to help set up the bomb. Megatron watched as Armin walked over to the med scientist. Once he was out of sight, the ex-con turned towards the cart and walked over to Lionheart. He checked the creature's pulse to see if she was still alive while noticing the energon still in her veins. He left the girl alone and grabbed the other pistol before walking away, unaware that Annie opened both of her eyes. Chapter 23, Coup d'etat Part 7. Annie slowly opened her eyes before blinking at her surroundings. She seemed to be in something wooden. She tried to speak, but found that her mouth was bound by a rope. She tried to move her hands and feet but found that they were bound too. She looked up and saw the starry night sky and realized she was outside. What was going on? How did she get here? The last thing she remembered was arguing and muffled noises, followed by an explosion. And, there was a man. She mistook him for her father, but who was he? Was he going to hurt her? Did she say anything that might jeopardize her mission? I need advice, she heard someone say in a rushed manner, followed by, I'm not going to hurt you. Just, why would you ask me? Why not Mikasa? You get along better with her, another voice reasoned. That sounded like Armin. Shit. That meant she was captive of the Survey Corps. Where were they taking her? How would she get out? As much as I am impressed by her motivation, Ackerman is only here for one reason, and that is to keep watch over Prime's pet, she heard the other person explain. She's not exactly one I can get solid advice from. Ackerman? Did he mean Mikasa? And who was Prime's pet? So, you ask me? Armin questioned. This was a mistake. I'm sorry, Armin apologized, you're not used to this. Annie heard the other person take a deep breath. Optimus said that I could leave this world once the coup is over. Leave this world? Annie thought. What did he mean by? Oh no. Whoever this person was isn't human. It's one of Optimus' kind, and someone who could travel between worlds. She had to leave and fast. She couldn't handle her own against Optimus, he nearly killed her. She knew nothing of the Titan that was talking with Armin right now. Wait, what about Berthold and Reiner? Did they engage Optimus? Did they engage this Titan? Where in the hell were they? And how strong was this Titan? So, why did you tell me about this? Armin asked. Because talking to the dwarf would be such a nice conversation, the Titan answered with sarcasm in his voice. I'm going to help set up the bomb. Armin said. Annie quickly closed her eyes and pretended she was unconscious, realizing the conversation was over. She grew scared as she felt someone touch her neck and check her pulse before letting her go. She waited a couple of seconds before opening her eyes and looking at the man. She couldn't see his face, but he was wearing all gray and had a sword and shield, clearly ready for combat. There was nothing she could do now. The only thing that she could do was wait for an opening in order to escape. Eren could still hear himself scream at the memory of him eating his father. Rod and Historia both removed their hands from his back. Meanwhile, Historia stumbled back and clutched her head as she began to remember the lost memories of her sister. How could I have forgotten? Historia questioned as she began to cry. She taught me how to read and write. She made sure I was never alone. How did I forget? You must have met Frieda, Rod realized, a woman with black hair. She is your half-sister. She must have been concerned for you, but she also seemed to have wiped your memories in order to protect you. Wipe my memories? Historia asked. Rod nodded his head. Seems coming into contact with Eren might have helped you remember. Hey, father, Historia began, where is Frieda? She was always there for me, and I would like to thank her for what she did for me. Rod looked at Historia with sadness before pulling her into a hug. I used to have 5 children, but they're all gone now. Frida is dead, and it is because of Aaron's father, Grisha Jaeger. He came in here, and Frida fought him using her power, but she was too inexperienced. Grisha ate her, thus stealing the power of the Titans from her. He then proceeded to kill all of my children and my wife. I was the only one who was able to make it out alive that day. Historia stared at Aaron's back as she felt her hatred fester and grow. Who could do something so terrible? Aaron felt their eyes on him as he tried to remain calm, but all this new information was getting to him. What was going to happen? Megatron watched from afar, prepared everything for their assault to the church. Megatron couldn't give them solid directions on where the church was, so they had to send the 2 children from the police to ask for directions. The former warlord then kept a trained eye on Armin as he discussed the shards the 3 of them took from the cave. Megatron knew nothing of Armin and what his motivations were, and he was the one that knew the full truth. Mikasa had an idea, but she had no interest in him. Her main objective is to protect Prime's pet and him. But what about Armin? What was his motivation? He thought he was a spineless coward who was trying to be bigger than what he actually was, but he underestimated his intellect by a lot. He barely talked to him, but with so little information he managed to piece everything together. Every fiber of his being was screaming to kill Armin, or else he would tell everyone. But Megatron couldn't do that, at least not now. He had to figure out if Armin was true to his word. Megatron, come in, Optimus called through his COMM link. Megatron sighed. What is it? The Garrison Regiment is planning to make their way towards your position in order to assist you in retrieving Aaron and Historia, Optimus informed. That's not going to happen, Megatron explained. The Survey Corps intend to go immediately. They're already sent 2 military policemen to ask for directions to the church. No. Megatron, tell them to wait. Optimus exclaimed. I blackmailed the dwarf and went on a mission behind their back to get Lionheart, Megatron retorted. Do you really think they're going to listen to me? They're going to get killed. Optimus retorted. There's not really much I can do, Megatron proclaimed, you just have to get here as soon as possible. Megatron, wait dash. But Megatron already turned off the COMM. He was more concerned Armin's trustworthiness than Optimus. Wow, that is very weird to say. Megatron, answer. Optimus threw the COMM as the Garrison and Erwin were getting prepared to head for the church. Is there a problem, Optimus? Pixis asked as he walked up to the Titan. Megatron stated the Survey Corps will be heading towards the church alone to retrieve Aaron and Historia, Optimus explained. That shouldn't be a problem, Pixis proclaimed, with someone as skilled as Megatron on your side, he should be able to retrieve them. But the Survey Corps' numbers are few, Optimus retorted. How many of them are going to die before they retrieve them? How about this, you go on ahead and try to meet up with the Survey Corps, Pixis suggested. That way, the Survey Corps may have less causalities. Optimus merely nodded his head before transforming into his alt mode and driving into Wall Sina. Pixis merely put his hands behind his back as Erwin walked up to him. How long until you are able to release the plan to retake Wall Maria? Pixis asked. I don't know, Erwin admitted, our numbers are so few. Do you think Optimus might go rogue in that situation considering your position? Pixis asked, because this does affect all of humanity. Erwin sighed. He says that he has people here he needs to protect. So I don't think he'll try to go rogue. However, I do think a main concern is bringing Megatron into the public eye. Oh right, Pixis remembered, he doesn't exactly scream friendly from the picture Mobility drew of him. We have no way of figuring how to bring him there without people asking questions, Erwin retorted. People will ask questions regardless of what you do with him, Pixis explained. They did the same thing with Optimus. They questioned if he was an ally. Now he is considered a beacon of hope for humanity along with Aaron. When the time comes, we'll be able to figure out a solution. Berthold looked down at the shard in his hand as finished formulating his plan to get out of his cell and out of the walls. The Titan shifter hid the shard of the brick he had broken in the sleeve of his arm when he heard a door to the basement open. He got on the bed and had his back faced away from view as someone approached his cell. Berthold, I have some food and water for you, a voice said. Berthold rolled over to see Hanji's assistant, Mobilet, with a tray of food and a cup of water. Berthold slowly got up while making sure the shard stayed in place before walking over to him. "Let me take a look at your arm," Mobilet ordered. Berthold merely showed him the arm that was infected by the Flying Titan. Mobilet noticed that the arm was still in good condition before placing the tray down on the ground. "Good, it hasn't gotten worse," Mobilet said as he kneeled down to push the tray closer. "Are you going to kill me when this is all over?" Berthold spoke. "Not my place to decide," Mobilet answered, "but considering your track records, most likely." "Killing me won't end it all," Berthold retorted as Mobilet stood up. "I know," he agreed, "there are still other Titans that need to be dealt with, along with your comrades." "There's a lot more you don't know," Berthold retorted. Mobilet raised an eyebrow at Berthold's comments. "What are you talking about?" "There are others who see you as devils," Berthold explained, "others that want you dead, others that wish you pitiful creatures were wiped off the face of the earth." "Aren't the Titans a greater concern?" Mobilet questioned. "Not even close," Berthold declared. Mobilet gripped his hands on the bars. "Berthold, if you want the torture to be less severe, tell me what you dash." Berthold quickly grabbed Mobilet's arm and pulled it inside his cell. Mobilet tried to pull his out, but gasped as Berthold stabbed his neck with the shard. Mobilet began gasping for air as he held onto his wound and backed away. Mobilet choked on his blood as Berthold pulled back his hand and raised the shard above his infected hand. "Didonti!" Mobilet coughed as he tried to grab Berthold, but Berthold ignored him and stabbed his hand. Hanji, Sasha, and Armin were tying the wheels onto the barrels containing the flammable oil and gas. Marlowe and Hitch managed to get directions to the church, and everyone else has been setting up their weapons in order to attack the church. Hanji then called Sasha over to help with grabbing the other barrel, leaving Armin to his own devices. The cadet felt a shadow loomed over him as he looked up to see Megatron staring down at him. "Hey," Armin greeted. Megatron didn't greet him back as Armin went back to his task. The ex-con noticed Armin having some trouble tying the rope due to the weight of the barrel itself. He kneeled down and held the barrel in place, much to Armin's surprise. Thanks," Armin said. Armin tightened the rope to the wheel. Once he finished, Megatron let barrel go as it stayed still. "I want to know something," Megatron began. Armin looked up at Megatron while resisting the urge to curl in on himself and back away. Okay. Why did you join the military?" Megatron asked with a hint of curiosity. "That's a odd question," Armin admitted. "The military requirement on this planet is different from both Earth and Cybertron, that I am fully aware," Megatron explained. "As far as I'm concerned, Ackerman joined in order to protect Prime's pet. Meanwhile, Prime's pet has a childish vendetta. I don't know much about the others here, other than the fact the mad scientist is someone I should avoid. You, however, didn't have to do this. With your intellect, you could have become a scholar. Instead, you've chosen this. Why are you curious about my motivation?" Armin asked with confusion. Megatron remained silent for a moment. He couldn't say that, trying to find out about his character in order to figure out if he could be trusted. The child knows too much and said he wouldn't tell anyone, but did he mean that? "You just don't seem like you fit on a battlefield," Megatron remarked. "You're not wrong," Armin agreed. "I used to get beat up a lot as a kid. People picked on me because I was considered weak and different." "That doesn't explain why you joined," Megatron stated. "I do have a lot of reasons," Armin answered. "The most important one then," Megatron said. Armin thought it over. What was his main motivation for joining the Scouts? What gave him the drive? What inspiring dream gave him the motivation to move forward? He then remembered the book he once read and showed to Aaron when they were younger. "The ocean," Armin declared. "I want to be able to see the ocean." Megatron deadpanned. "The ocean? I know that doesn't mean a lot to you since you've traveled the universe," Armin said. "I also ended up at the bottom of Earth's ocean after I was killed," Megatron hissed at the memory. "But seeing the ocean would mean so much to me," Armin declared with a smile, "a vast place of water that takes up most of the planet. Full of salt, the merchants can't even touch it. You can't get something like that inside the wall," and talking about the outside is considered taboo for us. But if I get to see it at least once with Eren and Mikasa, that would mean everything to me. What do those two have to deal with you seeing the ocean? Megatron questioned. I kind of got them interested in the outside too, Armin said with a small laugh. I used to show them books about it. And after Shiganshina, we made a pact to join the scouts to gain access to go to the outside and see the ocean. I assume Shiganshina is the walled town south of here, Megatron proclaimed. How dash. I came across it before that battle with the armored and the colossal, Megatron explained. Oh, Armin trailed off. I think Eren, Mikasa, and I are the only ones that survived the attack. My parents were killed before then and my grandfather was eaten by the Titans. As an orphan, there would have been no way for me to become a scholar or something with a stable social standing. And Eren and Mikasa are all I have left. Maybe Eren seems like a pain in the ass to you, and I can't change his attitude, but he was my very first friend. I don't know what I would have done without them. Armin realized he was getting emotional and cleared his throat. So yeah, I want to see the ocean with Eren and Mikasa. It doesn't seem like much to you, but it means everything to me. Armin waited for the Khan to say something, but he merely stared at him. You should head back to your station, Pax, Megatron advised. About that, Armin began, you shouldn't call me Pax. And why is that? Megatron demanded. I'm not the only one who's aware of Optimus' original name, Armin explained. If they hear you call me that, they might get suspicious. And if Optimus hears, then he'll definitely want to know what's going on. Megatron sighed. Alright then, what should I call you? You could call me by my name, Armin suggested. No. If you want that, you have to earn my respect, Megatron declared. What about Arlert? Alert. Arlert, Armin clarified, it's my last name. Megatron raised an eyebrow. I'm calling you Alert. Armin sighed in frustration as Megatron got up and walked off. At least it was close to his name. Armin then grabbed the barrel and struggled to pick it up before placing it on another cart Marlow and Hitch managed to borrow from one of the residents. Meanwhile, Megatron sat on the edge of the cart where Annie's body was, since no one was really guarding her. So the boy's dream was to see the outside. It made sense. The humans here believe they are the last of their kind, and going outside would mean certain death. It shouldn't mean much to someone like him, but he does understand Armin's situation, considering he used to be a miner before he was a gladiator. Deprived of even the simplest of needs. But Armin had a desire for knowledge. A desire for a world he had been denied. Maybe he didn't have any ill intentions. This is adorable, Megatron heard a voice say. The former warlord actually stiffened as he saw a human-sized version of Unicron standing in front of him. Not now, Megatron hissed quietly. You think that you'll be appreciated for what you do today? That you can trust the boy? That this pathetic world is worth fighting for? Unicron assumed, you haven't voiced it, but deep down you believe it. Megatron didn't say a word. He couldn't have his hallucinations now. Not before a mission, not in front of the slagging humans. Are you ignoring me? Unicron questioned before chuckling, it makes sense, but it also is frustrating. You don't wish to seem like a madman in front of the humans, but you know just as well as I that the humans don't appreciate what you do for them. They fear you and what you've done. How long will it be before they do cause harm? Megatron glared at Unicron before the hallucination changed into that of his younger self. And I don't mean physically, his younger self declared. Sasha slightly hissed at the sight of Megatron sitting on the edge of the cart Annie was in. Before she walked off, she noticed something was off with the Khan. What was he looking at? His eyes kept on drifting as if he was searching for something, or looking at someone. Why was he distracted? Sasha, what are you doing? Levi demanded as he walked up to her. He's distracted, Sasha whispered. Levi raised an eyebrow at her. He keeps on looking at something, and I know for a fact it's not Recon, Sasha explained in a low voice. What if he's unstable? Levi thought it over for a moment. Go help Jean and Armin with supplies. Sasha merely nodded her head and looked at the hollow form one more time before walking off. Levi carefully walked towards the Khan while picking up a rifle from the cart. It's only a matter of time before Pax betrays you, his younger self declared. You need to kill him now before he says anything. Megatron closed his eyes and gritted his teeth to try and distract himself from conversing with his delusions. Stop ignoring the truth. Unicron shouted, you can't trust him. You can't trust anyone. How do you know the disciple of Primus is telling you the truth about leaving this rock? He could be lying to you, he's done it before. Shut up, Megatron hissed. You know I'm right. Unicron proclaimed. Shut up, Megatron repeated. His younger self slammed the axe next to him on the cart. The world hates you. They hate you. It's only a matter of time before you're driven off this world and away from Optimus for good. Megatron heard something clicked at the side of the holoform's head and immediately pulled out his sword. He glanced over to see the dwarf holding a rifle at his head while his sword was close to taking out his eye. What do you want? Megatron demanded. A soldier of mine said you seemed off, the dwarf began. Is someone watching us? Megatron put his sword away. No. Levi lowered his rifle before turning his back and leaning against the cart. Anything on your mind? Megatron stared ahead and saw the corpses of dead Cybertronians. No. Levi sighed. With the information Mikasa told him, there was definitely something Megatron was hiding. Not some deadly plan to wipe out humanity, but something personal. In order to do that, he would have to do something out of his comfort zone, like not harm any of them. He was really about to do this, about to see if Mikasa and Armin's assumptions were true. Hanji had a theory that past damage done on your kind or any expression is reflected on that human form, no matter if the body's been repaired. Your point. Megatron hissed. It looks like you haven't slept in a couple of days, Levi declared. Levi noticed Megatron not responding to him, but he could feel his eyes on the back of his skull. The max amount of sleep I usually get is 4 hours, Levi continued. Hanji says I'm an insomniac. Why are you telling me this? You suddenly care for my well-being. Megatron spat out. No, Levi admitted, I'm concerned about those brats. I'm afraid one of your actions might kill one of them. So you don't trust me? Megatron rolled his eyes. Then why come and talk to me? Because I want to know if you're ready for this mission, Levi answered. Megatron chuckled. An amusing joke. I don't joke, Levi declared. Maybe everyone is too scared to notice, but you are not exactly the definition of prefect and stable. You're erratic, unstable, and angry. Another lecture, Megatron hissed, exactly what I need from a human. Levi turned and looked at him. Get off your fucking high horse, you necrophilia whore. Megatron glared at him with an expression that screamed death as he stood up and aimed the pistol at his stomach, away from view of the others. I dare you to say that again. Necrophilia. Whore, Levi enunciated as he stared him down, all you do is talk down to us humans while you run away from your own problems. These walls are our world, it is all we have. And I have to lead a bunch of 15 and 16-year-olds to go and kill members of their own kind in order to save what's left. I know you're not fine, but if all you're going to do is bitch and moan about us, then you can just leave. We can do this without you, and we've done our shit without Optimus for a century. Levi honestly waited. He waited for Megatron to pull the trigger and kill him, but he removed the pistol and started laughing. Levi watched as the former warlord tried to contain his laughter, but he continued on. What's so funny? Levi demanded. By the Allspark, you are sadistic. Megatron grinned. You were testing me to see if I would shoot you. And why would that matter? Levi questioned. Because you know the reason I'm staying, don't you? Megatron proclaimed as he leaned down to make eye contact with him. I must admit, I can see why you're called humanity's strongest, especially since you were willing to risk death for a chance to insult me. He thinks I figured out his motivation on my own, Levi assumed. He had to let him assume that for Armin's safety. All right then, Levi, Megatron began as he straightened himself out and twirled the pistol. It would seem that you are in it to fight for humanity's future. So I tell you what, for your bold move just now, I'll leave Kenny alive for you. Levi raised an eyebrow at that. Why? You want answers, or you want revenge, Megatron answered, I don't mind either. As a matter of fact, I would enjoy the show. So, Kenny's yours. Levi watched as Megatron put the pistol at his side and walked away. I did mean what I said. I meant all of it. Megatron stopped in his tracks and quietly sighed to himself. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Annie opened one eye as she saw Levi walk away. Holy hell! She never thought she would be so terrified. Levi was humanity's strongest, and whoever this Titan was almost shot him. This was insane. What was this Titan going to do to her when they found out she was conscious? Annie took a deep breath. Calm down. There had to be an instance where she could be able to run away. Whatever Levi said about leading everyone to go kill humans, that may be her only opportunity to run. I'm sorry I'm late, Historia, Rod apologized as he walked back to Historia with a small bag. What is that? Historia asked as she walked towards him. Aaron looked in horror as he saw Rod open a small box, revealing a needle and small glass with the Titan serum inside. What made matters worse, was that he noticed the Titan serum had Energon inside. Historia, there is a way for you to see Frieda again, Rod proclaimed. There is. Historia asked in confusion. Yes, but you must follow my instructions, Rod declared. You want to see Frieda again, don't you? Aaron tried to scream, but the muzzle prevented him from doing so. He was only able to rattle his chains and release muffled noises. Why are you glaring at me like that, Aaron? Historia demanded, what gives you the right? Aaron has realized his own fate, and he will suffer for his sins, Rod declared, and the power inside of him will be returned to the rightful ruler once more. Aaron was never meant to have this power, and it's pointless for him to have because he can do nothing with it. This is the place, Megatron stated as he pointed to the church. The Survey Corps stopped at the church and began to tie down the horses before getting their supplies. Nifa, you'll be helping Armin and Sasha create a smoke screen for us when we initiate the attack, Hanji explained. If one of us goes down, you can either pull us to safety or get into the fight yourself. It's your call. Nifa nodded her head as Levi opened the door to the church. Everyone, make sure to get ready, Levi ordered before turning to Marlo and Hitch. You two will watch our supplies and Annie. If she wakes up, make sure she doesn't escape. Marlo and Hitch nodded their heads in understanding and grabbed rifles to guard Annie. Meanwhile, Megatron grabbed the other pistol and took an extra smoke round with him in case if he needed an extra weapon. The ex-con looked over to see Armin picking up a rifle as he tried to load the bullets. Armin continued shaking as he was trying to load the rifle, but stumbled as one of the bullets fell to the floor. Armin knelt down and picked it up, unaware that Megatron was walking towards him. Alert, Megatron spoke, causing Armin to jolt and quickly stand up. Megatron, Armin trailed off before sighing, I'm sorry. I guess I'm nervous. You're afraid of killing, Megatron proclaimed. Armin placed the bullet in the rifle before closing it shut. I didn't kill anyone when I helped you find Annie. I wasn't put in that situation. Now I will probably have to, and I don't know if I'm ready for that. Megatron opened his mouth, but decided to close it for the moment. He would have told Armin to suck it up simply because he was a soldier. He was required to kill the enemy. Then Megatron thought it over. The dwarf and the mad scientist have fought in the military longer than the others had. He knows that they've killed both Titans and humans, he could see it in their faces. The rest of them were just children. Children who were trained to kill monsters, not their own species. Calling the Titans monsters made it easier for them to kill, but these were humans like them. People with their own lives and reasons of fighting. He was pretty sure Prime's 3 human children were kept away as much as possible from the crossfire and didn't kill members of their own kind. He hated to admit it, but he felt bad for their situation. The first kill is usually the hardest, Megatron began. Armin turned his gaze to the con. Does it get easier from there? Depends, Megatron answered. It depends if you'll be consumed by your guilt or morality, or if you are willing to throw it aside so that you can survive another day. It makes sense, Armin agreed. I guess it was easier for you, since all of your kills started in the arena. Megatron glanced down at Armin before looking ahead. It was in the mines. Armin raised his eyebrows in confusion and surprise. I hesitated before I made my kill, Megatron continued, that cost the life of someone I once knew. I'm sorry, Armin apologized. The dead is dead. There's nothing you can do to change it, Megatron declared. I understand that it is hard. That taking a life of someone like you may bring up some conflicting emotions. That doesn't necessarily make you evil. Optimus has killed just as many as I have, but he still chose to protect others. But, I've robbed someone of their life, Armin retorted. Killing them doesn't mean you're robbing someone of their value. When you go into battle, you're expected to fight to the death, Megatron explained. The other side wants just as much as you to succeed and live. But if you don't kill, then you will die. Your comrades and humanity will die, and you will never get to see the ocean. Yeah, Armin trailed off. How can I calm my nerves before I make the kill? Megatron looked down at Armin as the boy's gaze was to his weapon. The former warlord felt a sense of sympathy for the boy's dilemma, since it's been so long for him to feel conscious about a kill. He then kneeled down and steadied his trembling hands on the rifle, causing Armin to stare at him in surprise. When you do make your move, Megatron began, clear your mind. Take a moment to breathe and anticipate. Do not hesitate for a moment, and keep yourself steady. Armin looked Megatron in the eye and nodded his head, feeling his nerves finally calming down. Megatron stood up and put a hand on his shoulder in reassurance before making his way towards the church. Levi raised an eyebrow at Megatron as he walked towards him and the center of the church. Didn't think you were one to give pep talks, Levi remarked. I would advise you not to test my patience, Megatron warned. And I do not care, Levi declared as he pulled away the rug to reveal the entrance to the cave. Can you two please not get into a fight? Hanji asked as she walked up to them with her 3D gear on. I just want to get this over with. Levi and Megatron glared at each other before deciding to look away from each other. Oh, I almost forgot to bring this up, Hanji began. Megatron, I need to find Eren and Historia once we engage the enemy. There are only 10 of you that are left alive, 2 of which you've left to guard Lionheart, Megatron retorted. At the same time, we need to get to Eren and Historia as soon as possible, Hanji countered. We're expendable, Eren and Historia are not. So we need you to get to them and stall long enough for the rest of us to get there, or what remains of us. Megatron sighed. All right, fine. Berthold gasped for air as he moved aside the remains of the castle using the half-formed Titan body. Berthold looked down and noticed the dark energon in his hand was starting to rapidly spread across his body. He pulled out of the body of the Titan and fell to the floor. He picked himself up and noticed the dark energon spreading across his arm once more. He had to get help. He had to get help and fast. Berthold stumbled on his feet before running as fast as he could away from the damage he caused. There's about 8 of them, maybe 9, Kenny's lieutenant recalled as the secret military police stayed in their hiding spots among the pillars. Levi is amongst, but there's also that swordsman. He took out half of our men, and he didn't have any 3D gear. Even with our 3D gear, there's going to be chaos between us and them, a soldier sitting next to her declared. Well, we are high enough off the ground, the lieutenant retorted. He won't be able to reach us. How long do we have to continue this? The Solitaire asked. Not long, she declared as she loaded her weapons. Kenny's making his plans to stop Rice, and once he gets the power of the Titans he'll turn this world upside down. Just have some faith. It'll pay off. The soldiers suddenly heard a loud bam and turned to see the door being kicked open. The lieutenant gasped as the swordsman ran down the stairs and towards the pillars. Fire! She shouted. The swordsman dodged their fire power as he pulled out a small gun and fired a bullet at a soldier square in the chest. He then pulled out his sword and threw it at another person's chest, causing him to drop to the floor. Before the lieutenant could spout another order, she heard a loud explosion and looked down to see smoke flooding the area. What the hell? She questioned as trails of smoke was fired from their only exit. She and the others saw the Survey Corps flying in with their own 3D gear. 35 enemies. She heard Levi shout, they're grouped near the ceiling on the pillars. Continue the operation. Everyone, scatter. She shouted, but gasped as she felt something sharp go through her chest. She heard someone call out her name as she fell to the floor. She felt herself slipping out of consciousness as she saw the silhouette of the swordsman walk up to her and pull the sword out of her chest. She only met darkness as the swordsman rammed his sword through her head. "Do you think she's going to wake up?" Hitch asked as she glanced at her form. "I don't know," Marlowe admitted. "We've been given our orders and we shouldn't complain about it. I don't want to deal with Levi or any other members of the Survey Corps. Or the Flying Titan," Hitch added, "but I'm not complaining about the orders. I just want to know why Annie did what she did. She was always so reserved and quiet. I didn't think much of it, but she's actually the enemy. I wish there was something we could do about it," Marlowe admitted. "There's nothing we can do to change it," Hitch declared before groaning. "How long do we have to stay here?" "Until they're done," Marlowe answered. "Hitch, this is serious." "I know it is, but I don't want her jumping out at us," Hitch explained. "We'll just knock her unconscious again," Marlowe retorted. "Yeah, knock someone like her unconscious," Hitch hissed. "It's been done," Marlowe retorted. Hitch sighed. "I'm just going to get a telescope to see if anyone else is nearby." Marlowe nodded his head while Hitch walked over to one of the horses and rummaged through the bag on the side. When she pulled out the telescope, she turned around and gasped when she saw Annie pushing herself up in a sitting position. "Marlowe, behind you!" Hitch shouted. Marlowe quickly turned around and saw Annie trying to grab him. He reacted as fast as he could and shot Annie's hand, knocking her back. "We have to tell the others," Hitch declared. As Marlowe was about to move, Annie jumped and began to choke Marlowe with her bound hands as her wound was already gone. Hitch aimed her rifle at Annie, trying her best not to hit her friend in the head. Marlowe reacted fast and bit down on her hand. Annie retracted her hand, allowing Marlowe to be released from her grip. Hitch fired the rifle at Annie's hand, accidentally destroying the rope binding her hands. Annie ripped the rope off while her wound regenerated in an instant. As Annie tried to unite the rope binding her legs, Marlowe rushed in with a rifle to try and knock her out. Annie quickly grabbed the end of the rifle and began to force Marlowe back. Marlowe gasped as he noticed her eyes turning a light shade of blue before she grabbed the middle of the rifle and snapped it in two. "What the dash?" Marlowe coughed in pain as Annie punched him in the gut, causing him to collapse on the ground. "Marlowe!" Hitch shrieked while Annie ripped the rope on her feet apart and jumping out of the cart. She stumbled a little before managing to straighten herself out. Hitch quickly grabbed a spare pistol and aimed it at Annie while trying to back away. "Hey Annie, stay away!" Hitch ordered as Annie walked towards her while untying the bounds on her mouth. "Get away from me!" Hitch yelled as she fired at the center of her chest. Annie stumbled back from the force, but didn't fall over. The wound was gone in a matter of seconds as the bullet was forced out of her chest and fell to the ground. Hitch gasped in fear as she dropped the pistol and tried to run, but Annie merely rushed her and began to choke her from behind. Hitch struggled for air and tried to break free, but it was useless as Annie snapped her neck. Marlowe recovered from his wound and watched in horror as Hitch's corpse fell to the ground. As Annie made her way to one of the horses, Marlowe screamed as he ran towards her, grabbing the other end of the broken rifle. He was going to smack her with it, but gasped as Annie grabbed smoke round from the bag on the horse and shot him in the stomach. Marlowe coughed off blood as he collapsed on the ground. Marlowe gasped in pain as he held onto his burning wound. Marlowe looked up at Annie with anger, and tried to claw his way towards her. However, the loss of blood and his wound were too much, causing him to collapse on the ground and breathe his last. Annie dropped the smoke ground onto the ground as she stared at the two dead bodies. Annie slapped herself in the face to calm her nerves before going back to the cart she was in and rummaging through it. Annie found a cloak and grabbed before wearing it, wanting to keep her identity hidden from anyone she might come across. She ran over to a horse and petted on the nose before climbing on the saddle and putting the hood over her head. She whipped the reins and guided the horse away from the church and towards a gate or the wall. Aaron continued to remain motionless as Rod continued to explain his family heritage to his daughter and how the power that resided within him would be unable to work. He was trying to get over his shock at the situation. His father was a Titan shifter. He killed the entire Rice family line in order to steal and keep their power, and then he made his own son eat him. And the worst part, he can't even use the powers correctly. He thought he was helping humanity, instead he was a burden. His existence led to the suffering of other people. You've done nothing to help humanity move forward or even pose as a threat to your enemies. Megatron declared, you can't use your powers correctly, you don't know where you received it, and you have to be saved by Optimus or some other human. You were never humanity's hope. You are just as worthless as any other human on this rock and your existence will amount to nothing. He was right. He didn't know where his father was and now realized he ate the man that could have led to the truth of this world. He wasn't able to save Levi's squad. He could have taken action but he let them die. Meanwhile, Optimus was the one that was able to capture Annie and save him. He couldn't hold his own against Reiner. Optimus and Megatron were the ones that were able to take him down. Megatron was the one who was able to capture Berthold while he wasn't even able to stop him in his Titan form. Optimus and Megatron helped humanity move forward, while he dragged everyone back. Berthold and Reiner attacked humanity because they were after him. Thomas, Mina, Franz, and many other trainees died before he even figured out about his power. People died because he had a power that wasn't supposed to belong to him. He couldn't avenge the death of his mother, he couldn't save Hans from dying. If the power just stayed with the Rice family, humanity would have been saved. He didn't need to exist, he wasn't able to do anything, he was unnecessary. He didn't deserve to live. As long as Eren holds the power within him, this nightmare will never end, Rod declared. No one outside of the Rice bloodline can use this power. So that means I can't use this power. Kenny questioned as he lowered himself to the ground using his gear. There's no point in me turning into a Titan and eating Eren. All that work serving you was for nothing. Kenny, let me dash, Rod gasped as Kenny grabbed him and lifted him in the air and aimed his gun at his head. You knew exactly what I was doing, and you strung me along like I was your fucking puppet, Kenny hissed. And I'm grateful that you continued, Rod declared. My brother was right to pick a dog like you off the streets dash. Insult Yuri at all and I'll blow your brains out. Kenny shouted. Stop it. Historia begged as she grabbed Kenny's arm and pulled it away from Rod. Kenny looked down at her and sighed. Historia, you poor thing. Megatron jumped out of the way as another body fell to the floor. The ex-con managed to see through the smoke and noticed all of the Survey Corps members making the effort to kill the military police. Megatron looked behind him to see two military policemen make their way towards him. Megatron grabbed his sword and decapitated the one on his left. Bastard! The other one shouted as he aimed his weapon at him. Megatron was ready to attack, but someone shot his head off. Megatron turned to the source and stared in slight surprise as he saw Armin holding a smoke round in his hand. Armin took one look at Megatron before grabbing a rifle and firing at another person. Megatron, what the fuck are you doing? Hanji shouted as she landed on the ground behind. Helping you. Megatron answered. You're supposed to go after Eren and Historia. Hanji stated. That can wait. Megatron shouted. No it can fucking not. Hanji retorted as she glanced back at him, we're expendable. Eren and Historia are not. Their top priority. Megatron noticed a military policeman coming towards them and quickly got in front of Hanji, blocking his attacks with his shield. Hanji then got in front of the former warlord and decapitated the soldier. Just go. We'll take it from here. Hanji declared before flying back up to the pillars. Megatron hesitated. Should he grab the two or stay with the other humans? Why was he hesitating? Megatron shook his head before running deeper into the cave to find the two children. Historia and Rod looked in horror as Kenny cut Eren's head with a knife. Kenny, what are you doing? Rod demanded. Giving Eren a head start, Kenny answered as he placed the knife at his side, I'm not going to waste the rest of my life, and if Historia really wants to become God, she's going to have to fight for it. Kenny jumped and glided his way out of Eren's range while Rod ran towards his bag. Historia began to shake in fear as Rod came back to her with a syringe filled with the Titan serum in hand. You need to take this. Rod ordered. I made sure this was the strongest Titan I could get, and it has the substance used in the Metal Titans. You'll be able to defend yourself. And you don't have to kill Eren. You can bite into his spine and drink his spinal fluids. You have to hurry, Historia. Historia nodded her head as Rod backed away to a safe distance. She was about to inject herself, but stopped when she noticed Eren wasn't doing anything. He wasn't transforming at all and just had his head down. Eren, what are you doing? Historia asked. If you don't transform into a Titan, I will kill you. Eren responded by lifting his head to look at Historia. Historia could only gap as blood dripped down from his forehead and tears were coming down his face. I never needed to happen, Eren declared. Me and my dad, if my dad never took that power 5 years ago, you would have been able to solve this mess. My mother, Armin's grandpa, Hans, Mina, Thomas, Levi's squad, they wouldn't have died because of me. Everything happened because of me, and I can never atone for those sins. The dreams of going outside the walls are pointless, people have died because of me. I never needed to happen. Historia stared in sadness as Eren hung his head. So at the very least, end it all for me, Eren begged, eat me, and save humanity. Rod stared at his daughter while Kenny adjusted his head from the ceiling of the pillar. Eren, Historia began, the day you called me a normal girl, it made me happy. Before Historia could inject the serum into her arm, a loud gunshot rang through the cave. Rod turned around and looked in horror to see his bag of the Titan serum was nothing more than a pile of ash. Everyone turned to the source of the attack and saw that it was Megatron in his human form holding the now useless smoke round. No, Eren breathed while Historia gasped in fear. Shit, Kenny cursed. Who are you? Rod demanded. Megatron didn't respond as he threw the smoke gun aside and pulled out the pistol. Rod yelled in pain as Megatron shot the man in the arm. Rod winced as Megatron put the pistol away and pulled out his sword. The former warlord walked toward the king, dragging the blade across the floor. Kenny. Don't just stand there. Help. Rod begged. I'm not helping you anymore, you little shit. Kenny shouted, and I'm not touching that bastard with a 10-foot pole. That fucker's the Flying Titan. Megatron stopped and chuckled before he began laughing his head off. You Ackermans are just full of surprises, aren't you? And while I do appreciate you choosing not to interfere, the only reason I'm not going to kill you is because the dwarf has some unfinished business with you. But since you are not going to attack, I suggest that you enjoy the show as I spill this man's insides. Kenny internally cursed as Megatron turned his attention towards Rod Reiss. Rod backed away in fear as Megatron rushed him and grabbed him by the collar and throwing him to the ground. Megatron stepped on the man's throat and raised his sword, ready to ram the sword through his head. Don't kill my father. Historia begged. Megatron merely glanced at her as he was about to make his move, but stopped when he noticed something was wrong. He lowered his sword and looked at the child and noticed a syringe in her hand, laced with energon inside it. What do you think you're doing? Megatron demanded in an ominous tone as he removed his foot from Rod's throat. Historia, run. Eren yelled. But Historia couldn't, she was petrified. She took small steps back as Megatron made strides towards her. She trembled as Megatron stopped and aimed the pistol at the center of Historia's forehead. Do you intend to kill me? Historia asked. Persuade me and I might not, Megatron answered. I know for a fact if I do, no one goes on the throne and this coup completely fails. I have to take back the power that Eren stole from my family, Historia answered. If I do, then I can use the power to eliminate the Titans and save humanity. I could also see Frieda again. He killed Frieda. Megatron raised an eyebrow as he turned his attention to a now standing Rod. What did you tell her? The truth, Rod answered with a hoarse voice while rubbing his neck. Eren's abilities were originally from my family. His father came and stole it. And transferred the power unto him, Megatron concluded as he glanced up to see Eren's pained and bloody face, meaning the one that know the truth about the Titans is dead. That doesn't explain why she's about to become a mindless beast. I'll make sure that the power is returned to the rightful owner, Historia declared. I'll exterminate the Titans and I'll see Frieda again. As convenient as it would be to have the power transferred onto someone that might have idea on how to use or access the power, you're going to become a Titan all because of what one man told you. Megatron questioned, this is the same man that abandoned you, let your mother die, sent you off to the military to die, and not bother to contact you. No creator should leave his creation to die, yet you're willing to blindly follow his orders. I'm not, Historia hissed. You are, Megatron declared, he's deceiving you, and trying to keep his control over humanity. He doesn't want humanity to thrive beyond the walls. Historia, that's not true. Don't listen to that monster. Rod begged. By the Allspark, you dripping with lies. Megatron exclaimed in irritation. Tell me, if I shouldn't believe my own father, then why should I believe you? A stranger, a war criminal, and a tyrant that destroyed his own home, Historia listed. You don't have to, Megatron shrugged, I'm merely doing this for my own personal benefit. I don't care enough for humanity, it could be devoured for all I care. I have a debt and I will stay alive as long as I have to in order to repay it. I don't care what happens to me after. Historia's grip merely tightened around the syringe. I don't care about your debt. I care about humanity and Frieda. Yes, Historia. You'll lose the chance. Rod yelled. Either you keep your mouth shut or she dies first. Megatron threatened. She's all that I have. Rod retorted. Bullshit. Megatron declared before looking down at Historia. Before you decide to blindly become a Titan, ask yourself this, why didn't your father stop the reign of the Titans? Why didn't this Frieda do it? Why didn't the one before her? Or your other ancestors? Historia thought it over for a moment. She remembered Frieda removing a splinter from her hand before yelling at her for going over the fence. How she wasn't allowed to. Then Frieda would fall into a state of despair and agony. She would remain immobile, she would want to die. Dad, why didn't Frieda use her Titan powers to set humanity free? Why was she always so distressed? Historia asked, when she inherited the powers of the Titan, did she also inherit the first king's ideology? Why does that matter? Rod questioned. I think she deserves to know, Megatron hissed. Rod took a deep breath and let go of his injured arm. The first king, the one who created the walled world, wished for a world to be ruled by the Titans. The first king believed that was the way to true peace. I begged my father to try and change it, but he never did. Yuri inherited the power, and when he did I understood what he meant. My brother became the sole creator of the world. A governing force, an all-powerful being. We call that God. God is the one that controls everything and decides everything. Whether humanity lives or dies, all depends on the decisions of God. I'm sorry I didn't plan on telling you this earlier, but I need to bring God back into this world. It is the only option that we have. We don't have any other choice. Silence was the only thing that existed as Historia looked at the needle in her hand, pondering over her father's words while Megatron's face contorted into one of rage. To the pits with God, Megatron spoke. What? Rod demanded. You heard me, Megatron hissed, to the blasted pits with God. Decide what's best, whether humanity lives or dies. If God is supposed to save his people and create a world of peace, then why would he abandon them? Why would he subject them to unethical conditions? Force them into slave labor? Allow them to be devoured by monsters while others watch with sick grins as if they never had value? Why would God brainwash their subjects into believing that this is how life is supposed to be? Why would God sacrifice their own flesh and blood for their selfish needs? Why would God say that freedom is less important than security? You control only a small portion of the world. It's minuscule, insignificant. This world itself is vast, and there are worlds beyond this one. Stars, galaxies, infinite beauty. And you decided to limit humanity because you are selfish and refuse to help humanity expand the possibilities. The gods on this world and Cybertron should mean nothing. I say to the pits with God because God only cares for himself, and not for his people. I climbed from the mines. I gave myself a name and made sure it was remembered. I defied God because I knew no one else will. Megatron turned his attention to Historia before removing the gun from her head. I don't care if you trust me, hate me, or even believe me. But know that he was the one who tore away the people you love. He's the one who took your mother. Made you a disgrace and left you to die. Most likely even took away this Frieda you hold so dear in her free will. Now, he wants to turn you into a butchered version of God. Take it from someone who knows the consequences of taking power, you will suffer if you do this. But if you still wish to become God, Make sure that you're willing to pay the price. Historia waited for Megatron to make a move to stop her, but he didn't. He merely waited for her to make her choice. She looked down at the needle in her hand and realized she had the chance to do it right now. To inject herself and regain those lost memories. She could save humanity, and she could find Amir. Amir, what would she think of her doing this? What would she say? All her time in training, everyone thought of her as a goddess. She knew that, but Amir didn't. She accepted her flaws and all. She loved her, Krista, listen to me, Amir's voice ran through her head, it looks like this is the end, but if we do make it out, I want you to remember that promise we made on the mountain. Historia remembered her taking the knife from Connie on Castle Utgard, saying that Optimus wasn't going to help them soon enough. That she had to take matters into her own hands. She remembered the sun rising as Amir put a hand on her shoulder. Krista, even if you don't remember, I want you to promise me something, Amir pleaded. Well, this is more of a hope for me. Just promise me. Promise me that you will live your life with your head held high. A tear fell down Historia's face as she realized her situation. What was she doing? If she did this, she wouldn't be living her life. She would just be following someone else's orders and be a good girl like she's always done. No more. She was done. Historia laughed at her situation before looking at Megatron. You were right. I was being so stupid. Why would I follow someone's lies when it's total bullshit? Historia dash. Historia merely threw the syringe to the ground, causing it to shatter and spill out the contents. Rod looked in horror before turning his angered gaze at Historia. How dare you? Rod made his way towards Historia while Megatron pulled out his sword and got in front of her. As he was prepared to kill Rod, Historia grabbed the pistol from his hand and shot Rod in the stomach. I will never become God. Historia declared as she fired another shot at his leg. You destroyed the world, you destroyed Frida, but you will not destroy me too. Historia fired 2 more shots at Rod's shoulder and other arm, causing him to collapse on the ground. Rod breathed heavily as Historia walked over to his deformed state. You're destroying the peace, Rod forced out. No, Historia declared, your peace is a lie, and I will no longer be your good little girl. Historia pulled the trigger and shot the last bullet into Rod's skull. Historia took a deep breath as she let the gun slip from her hand and onto the ground. She suddenly felt exhausted as her legs gave out. Before she hit the floor, however, Megatron rushed over and quickly caught the new queen. You didn't stop me, Historia said as Megatron helped her stand. I wanted to see if you made the right decision, Megatron declared, to see if you were worthy of your title. Historia looked down at the corpse that was her father, but she didn't feel disgusted, or afraid, or remorse. I killed my father. What does that make of me? A murderer, a savior, maybe something else, Megatron listed. Regardless of what you may think, I believe you have earned your freedom. Historia turned her attention to the former warlord and gave a small smile. Thank you, for stopping me from making a decision I might have regretted. Megatron merely nodded his head before turning his attention to Kenny. So are you going to come down or do I have to come up there? I'm cornered either way, swordsman, Kenny answered as he released his grappling hook and landed on the ground. So what do you want to do now? I do intend to take these 2 and leave, Megatron declared, unless if you intend to stop me. No thanks, Kenny answered as he raised his hands, I prefer to keep my organs intact. I doubt the dwarf would allow that, Megatron retorted, which reminds me, what is your relationship to the dwarf? What are you talking about? Kenny demanded. I blackmailed him 2 days ago and he told me this interesting story about how you took him in when he was on the brink of death before abandoning him after some time, Megatron explained. You're a well-known serial killer, someone free of materialistic bounds, yet you save a random child from the underground. So tell me, are you the dwarf's father? Kenny snickered before he let out a laugh. Like the midget would ever be my kid. He's my pride and joy, but definitely not my kid. Megatron merely shrugged. Well, whatever he is to you, you have 5 seconds to get away from him. Kenny widened his eyes as he realized Megatron was stalling for time. Oh, you mother dash. Kenny grunted as Levi kicked him in the back to the ground before kicking him in the back of the head. Get off of me, you fucking shorty! Kenny shouted. Fat chance, you old bastard! Levi retorted. Megatron watched as the other members of the Survey Corps came flying in towards the area. Historia then walked away from Megatron and rummaged through the ashes of the bag and found the keys to Aaron's cuffs. Megatron merely waited while Aaron's chains were unlocked. He noticed that Aaron kept his gaze away from him, but paid no mind to it. The rest of the MPs are either dead or injured, Hanji informed as she walked to the ex-con while holding her arm, and I think I broke my arm. Seems you humans are more competent than I thought, Megatron remarked. I think that's the closest thing to a compliment you're ever going to give, Hanji sighed. So what do you intend to do with him? Megatron asked as he gestured to Kenny. We don't know how much he knows, Hanji declared, so we'll keep him alive for questioning. Speaking of prisoners, we need to go and check on Lionheart, Megatron declared. Yeah, sure, I just need a break, Hanji sighed. We need to go back, Megatron said. All right, fine, Hanji gave in. The Survey Corps and Megatron pulled themselves out of the church with Aaron and Historia in tow. Sasha gasped as she saw Marlowe and Hitch's corpses on the ground, with Marlowe's lying in a pool of his own blood. Holy shit, Connie breathed. Megatron ran over to the cart and saw only the bounds that held Annie lying there. He growled as he picked it up and showed to the rest of the Survey Corps. This is what I meant, Megatron declared, you all should have just killed Lionheart when you had the chance. Now she's free, she killed 2 of your soldiers and she most likely fled the wall to wherever Liberio is. Megatron threw the bounds on the grounds. You could have killed her, but no one wants to listen to the evil Decepticon who's had eons worth of experience and knows exactly what it's like to have a prisoner or an ally stab you in the slagging back. Before Megatron could continue ranting, the Survey Corps heard an engine noise and turned to see Optimus alt mode driving towards the church. He transformed into his bipedal mode and looked down at the Survey Corps. What happened? Optimus asked. You're late, Megatron answered, and I'm leaving. Megatron deactivated his hollow form before Optimus said anything else. Annie continued riding through Wall Rose, trying her best to get to Wall Maria before the sun rose and the Titans would be active. Once she made it there, she could probably wait an extra day before making her way back to her hometown. But what happened back there, how she was able to break the rifle with her bare hands? How was she able to do that? And her arm? Annie looked down at her arm to see it fully grown and perfectly functioning. She could feel the blood circulating through her fingers. What did that man do to her? How was her arm back? She gasped as she noticed the veins in her arm beginning to glow a shade of blue. What the hell was this? Annie yelped as her horse suddenly came to a stop as it hit something. She pulled the horse back and saw someone on the ground clutching his arm in pain. Berthold. Annie questioned in shock as she jumped off her horse. Hey Annie. Berthold choked before he coughed up blood. Annie looked in horror as she noticed dark spots spreading across his arm. She tried to approach him, but he crawled away. Stay away. Berthold shouted, it's going to hurt you. Let me die. What happened to you? Annie asked in shock. Another T-Titan like Optimus, Berthold stuttered before coughing up more blood, he's dangerous. He'll kill you. Are you ac? Annie watched as the dark spots made its way to his neck. He coughed up more blood and collapsed on the ground, causing her to run towards him. Berthold, stay with me, Annie begged as she kneeled down. Berthold looked up at her and gave her a sad smile. I don't think I'll make it. At least, I got to see you, just tell Reiner I'm sorry. Annie began to panic before looking down at her regenerated arm. Whatever was inside of her might be able to help him. She stood up and ran towards the horse and rummaged through the bag to see if there was any way to transfer whatever was inside of her to him. She found a knife and felt hope rise in her before running back to Berthold and kneeling down. We already lost Marcel, Annie declared, we can't lose you. Annie yelled in pain as she rammed the knife in the center of her back, right in between her spinal cord. She pulled it out and felt the wound instantly regenerate while seeing the blood and spinal fluid remained as it looked like it was glowing. She took the knife and stabbed Berthold with it, causing him to cry out in pain. Berthold kept on screaming while Annie watched the dark spots beginning to slowly fade. It continued to do so until it stopped at his hand. There was a finger that didn't regenerate, but Berthold seemed to calm down, allowing Annie to remove the knife. Annie noticed a dark, purple color on the blade. She grew scared and threw the knife aside. Berthold coughed on his spit as he sat up and looked at Annie. Berthold stared at his hands to see he was healed before grabbing Annie and hugging her. "I'm so sorry." Berthold cried, "I'm so sorry I wasn't strong enough. We weren't able to get you. Reiner might be dead, I thought I'd never see you again." Annie wrapped her arms around Berthold as best as she could and rubbed his back. "I was terrified too." Berthold let go of Annie and examined her right arm. I thought your arm was gone." "I was taken by the people in the walls," Annie explained, "and whatever they put in me got me my arm back." "Annie, your eyes are blue," Berthold noticed, "like really blue." "Blue," Annie trailed off before she came to the realization, "it's the Metal Titan's life force." "But that destroyed your arm," Berthold retorted. "I know," Annie remembered, "but that's what happened. We need to go back and, where's Reiner?" I don't know," Berthold answered, "I got captured and Reiner was swarmed with Titans. The Flying Titan grabbed me. Aaron's the coordinate. Reiner wasn't able to get me." Annie thought about the information in shock. Not only were there two Metal Titans now, one of them being able to fly, but Aaron was the coordinate, the power that they needed to get in the first place. She took a deep breath before standing up and getting on the horse. "We need to go back to Liberio. The mission is lost," Annie declared. "We'll make our way to Shiganshina and stay there for a while before we make our way back." "Get on." Berthold nodded his head and stood up. He climbed onto the horse and held onto Annie before they made their way into the night. Erwin led Pixis and the other soldiers towards the church. Pixis managed to get a map of the area and pinpoint the location of the church earlier. When they arrived at the church, they found the remaining Survey Corps confiscating weapons and tying up Kenny. "Is that Kenny the Ripper?" Pixis questioned. "I guess it is," Erwin answered as he got off the horse and walked up to Hanji. "We brought extra supplies. Do you have any medical supplies?" "I think I broke my arm," Hanji said as she gestured to her arm. "I think we can help with that," Erwin answered with a sigh of relief. "There is a lot I have to explain to you," Hanji proclaimed. Erwin and Hanji heard a strange noise and looked up to see Megatron flying towards their location. The other soldiers looked in shock as Megatron transformed into his bipedal mode and landed on the ground next to Optimus. "Holy shit, what the fuck is that?" one of the newcomers questioned. Pixis whistled in amazement. "It is amazing." Erwin turned towards the rest of the soldiers that followed him. "This is the second Metal Titan, the Flying Titan. He is a temporary ally." Erwin looked back to see Megatron talking with Optimus before he walked away and sat by himself with his back facing the rest of the humans. Optimus then transformed and activated his hollow form before he continued to help out the other humans. "We need help checking out the cave," Hanji spoke. Erwin nodded his head before ordering some of the soldiers to look inside the church for anything that might remain. Megatron quietly sat by himself while the humans took care of any remaining soldiers and weapons in the church. He could have let right now. The task was completed, and he had the option of leaving this world, so why didn't he? He heard the rustling of grass as he glanced down to his right to see Historia sitting down next to him. "Don't you have duties you need to attend to?" Megatron questioned. "Still not queen yet, so no," Historia answered with a shrug. Megatron took his gaze off of her and continued to look ahead. "To be honest, I wanted to become a Titan and eat Eren," Historia admitted. "I really thought about it, and I think the main reason I wanted to do it was because I wanted my father to love me." "That pest never cared for you," Megatron declared. "I know that now," Historia admitted. "I was just really vulnerable then." "How did you know?" "I know deception when I see it," Megatron answered. "But, have you been betrayed by your father?" Historia asked. "Cybertronians don't have parents as you humans put it," Megatron explained, "at least not very often. I was just forced into manual labor the moment I began to exist. I was forced to join the military after my mother was killed," Historia explained. "Being selfless was all that mattered to me, because it would make my existence meaningful. You were still living for someone else, Megatron proclaimed, you were still a slave to your creator. It did hurt, but now I feel relief, Historia admitted, it's finally over. So what will you do now? Megatron asked. Take the mantle as queen, Historia answered. That will end in tragedy, Megatron declared. Everything is still unstable right now, the people need someone to rally behind, Historia retorted. Once everything is stable, hopefully, maybe we could create something that gives everyone a voice. We? Megatron questioned as he raised an eyebrow. I'm not exactly good with politics, Historia reminded, I don't even know how to act like a queen. I figured with yours and Optimus' experience, we could create something better. I must admit, I wasn't expecting that out of you, Megatron said with amusement in his voice, maybe you might have the makings of a ruler. About that, Historia trailed off, what happened back there, I could have made the wrong decision and let myself become a Titan. I could have killed my friends and the cycle for humanity wouldn't have ended. So, I need you to do me a favor. And that would be? Megatron asked. If I do anything unjustly, anything that harms my friends or the rest of humanity, I want you to kill me, Historia requested. Megatron finally looked down at the girl in slight surprise. Kill you? Are you sure about that? I don't want to end up like my father, Historia declared, I want to be better than him, but I could easily be corrupt with power and I almost was. So why ask me? Megatron questioned. You were willing to shoot me back there, Historia retorted, besides, I don't think my friends would do it because of our history, or Optimus because of his obligation to protect humanity. I guess the only one I can trust that would be willing to do it would be you. Megatron blinked in surprise at the human's trust in him before he chuckled. I guess you do have the makings of a ruler. Erwin watched as Historia and Megatron continued talking with one another as Hanji walked up to him with a sling on her arm. You find this weird? Hanji asked, because I definitely do. It does convince the soldiers that Megatron can follow Historia's orders, Erwin retorted. Guess we could use that to gain the support of the people, Hanji admitted, I don't think many would just accept a new ruler unless she had the power to. Optimus already stated loyalty to her, causing that fucking 4-hour march. That still is the best way to reveal Megatron to the public, Erwin declared, there was no way we could have kept him hidden forever. Hanji looked behind her to see Optimus attending to Aaron's head wound in his hollow form on the cart. Aaron looks tired, Hanji remarked. I think we're all pretty tired, Erwin admitted. Optimus finished wiping the blood off of Aaron's face before setting the cloth down. The wound appears to have completely healed. Aaron merely nodded his head while looking away from the Prime, causing him to grow concerned. Aaron, are you all right? Optimus asked. Aaron nodded his head before resting his head on his shoulder. I'm just really tired. Optimus put a hand on his head. This ordeal is over, and you will get your rest soon. I promise. I'm really sorry for putting you through so much trouble and making you worry, Aaron apologized. You have no need to apologize. I am just glad you and Historia are safe, Optimus reassured. Aaron felt tears stinging his eyes as he thought about what happened in the cave. Should he tell him? Should he tell him about what he learned? How he ate his father? No. He can't. Optimus would probably hate him for it, he'd make him feel disgusted. He was already dragging him down anyway. The Prime didn't need him. Aaron stopped himself from crying and removed his head from Optimus' shoulder. I think I'm gonna sit here for a bit longer. Optimus nodded his head as he put a hand on his shoulder. If you need anything, just let me know. Aaron nodded his head as Optimus walked away from the cart to help someone else. Aaron sighed before noticing something in the cart. It was the prototype gun Hanji worked on. He picked up the device and saw that it had 4 bullets inside the revolver. Aaron held his breath and shut his eyes before making a decision, hiding the weapon in the jacket provided for him. Meanwhile, the Prime walked over to Hanji and Erwin before tapping Hanji on the shoulder. What's up? Hanji asked. We need to head toward the old hideout and get Berthold, Optimus suggested. That sounds like a splendid fucking idea since you made me leave Mobility by himself to guard him, Hanji hissed. Oh my god, Mobility. We gotta go. Buckethead, we have to go to the old castle. Megatron's head snapped towards Hanji as he glared at her. I will dash. Megatron, we need to get Berthold, Optimus interrupted. Megatron sighed in irritation before standing up. Historia covered her face as Megatron transformed and flew off to Walrose. Optimus deactivated his hollow form and drove towards Hanji, allowing her to jump in the passenger seat. Erwin backed away as Optimus drove off towards the gates of Walsena. Is Megatron already there? Hanji asked as the sun began to rise. Megatron arrived 10 minutes ago, Optimus answered through the radio. Good thing we climbed over the wall instead of through the gate, Hanji remarked, a lot faster. Optimus began to speed up as he saw smoke rising in the distance of where their hideout was, causing Hanji to grab the seat from the force. Slow down. What are you dash, oh my god, Hanji gasped as they arrived at the castle where they were keeping Berthold. Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode after he let Hanji out, causing her to run towards the damage. The castle was completely destroyed and was nothing more than a pile of rubble. A deformed titan stood to be slightly emerging from the damage as the muscles were almost done rotting away as the skeleton still remained. Meanwhile Megatron stood there in his bipedal mode, staring at the damage. Mobility. Hanji screamed as she ran towards the damage, while Optimus stared in horror. Well, look at this, Megatron began, it appears that I was right in trying to murder the boy. Optimus turned and glared at him before stomping towards him. This is hardly the time. Is it Optimus? Megatron questioned as he crossed his arm, you had this world's greatest threat in your servos and you could have eliminated him in order to end this farce. Instead, you let him live and left very few to guard him. And not only does this one escape, but Lionheart escapes as well with Energon pumping through her systems and instant regeneration. You had your chance to destroy them, but now they're gone. That could have been prevented, but you wanted to show mercy. Optimus glanced at the destruction before taking one more look at Megatron. He sighed in defeat, knowing that he was right, before walking to the rubble to get Hanji. He has to be here, he has to be here. Hanji repeated to herself as she was moving the rocks around to try and find Mobility. Hanji felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see Optimus in his hollow form. She screamed at him before attempting to punch him in the face, which Optimus quickly dodged. Optimus grabbed the arm that wasn't broken as she began kicking and screaming at him. I'm gonna fucking kill those bastards. Hanji shouted as she tried to get out of Optimus' grip. Hanji, please control yourself, Optimus pleaded. Shut up. Hanji yelled as she pushed Optimus' face. Hanji, listen to me, Optimus ordered, this was my mistake, I understand that, but you need to maintain your composure. Mobility is dead. Hanji shouted, and those bastards are still alive. Hanji continued screaming as Optimus kept trying to calm her down. Meanwhile, Megatron looked at the disintegrating skeleton and noticed the hand was still disfigured. The creature still had dark energon in his systems. How long would he last with it? And how long would it take for the both of them to be located? The technology here was primitive, it would take days before something got done. So what did that mean for the rest of humanity? A day later. The past couple of days have been one mess after another, but the truth is clear, the former ruler of the walls was a fraud. Not only did he have the power to defeat the Titans, but he placed a fake ruler on the throne in order to maintain a false sense of peace. He almost forced his own daughter, Queen Historia, to become a Titan and continue the false peace. Historia refused her father's ideology and ended his reign. Not only that, she has earned the loyalty and respect of the Metal Titan, Optimus Prime, and the Flying Titan, Megatron. These two Titans are willing to lay down their lives for the Queen and humanity. Historia's coronation will proceed in 2 days as she will lead us to victory, Hanji read. Is that what's been published? Erwin asked. It's the summary on the front, Hanji explained, the newspaper goes into more detail further on. We're trying to convince the people that I'm fit for the throne, Historia said. Optimus might have proven his loyalty, but Megatron dash. Buckethead's not going to be happy to follow a human's orders, Levi interrupted, we don't even know if he's still going to stay. He did mention a debt to me, Historia retorted, maybe he'll stay until that debt is completed. We will have to work with what we have, Erwin declared, Optimus is still watching him, so maybe we could work something out. But for now, we should make preparations for the ceremony, Pixis added. You're right, Erwin stated, you're all dismissed. The 4 veterans and Historia exited the council room of the castle, each going their own separate ways. When Historia made her way around a corner of a hallway, she saw Megatron leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Megatron, what are you doing? Historia asked. I wanted to speak with you about the arrangement, Megatron answered. You read the newspaper, Historia assumed. I heard about it, Megatron corrected, apparently I am loyal to you. Historia sighed. I'm sorry. I didn't control what they wrote. The Survey Corps wanted to introduce you to humanity without scaring the populace. Because my form is monstrous, Megatron added as he began walking. It kind of is, Historia admitted as she walked next to him. And I doubt humanity would accept me as easily as they did with Optimus, Megatron added. You defeated the Colossal Titan, Historia retorted. And would it be wise to mention we allowed him to escape when we had the opportunity? Or mention my relationship with Optimus? Megatron asked. I guess it wouldn't be such a good idea, Historia admitted, but, you shouldn't have to stay. Megatron stopped in his tracks but did not look at Historia. And why is that? Is it because of my actions? I don't know you well enough to judge you for that, Historia explained. I might know some things that I've heard, but I don't know everything else. But what I am trying to say is that I shouldn't force you to stay. I have no right to take away your freedom to help a race that you hate. And who's to say you're forcing me to stay? Megatron questioned as he looked back at her. You want to stay, Historia said in disbelief. Is this about your debt? Some of it, Megatron answered, but this is also about you, and whether or not you will be corrupted by your position. The last thing that I want is another corrupt leader running this place. So you're going to hold to your word about killing me, Historia assumed. Of course, Megatron stated as he fully turned towards her. Good, Historia said with a sigh of relief, thank you, for staying, and I hope you'll be able to settle your debt. My debt could be good or bad, Megatron retorted, you seem to trust me very easily. So far you've helped us, and we have nothing to offer you, Historia said. That is fair, Megatron shrugged, so means that I have to follow your orders, as a front. Yes, Historia answered. Megatron sighed to himself. Whatever gets me towards my goal. The ceremony will be in 2 days, Historia informed before walking away. Megatron glanced back at the Queen before staring out the one of the hallway windows. It looks like this was his mission now. This was strange, and he knew it was going to be annoying. 2 days later, the crowd began to cheer as one of the officials placed the crown on a kneeling Historia's head. Historia stood in front of the crowd before glancing over to see both Cybertronians in their bipedal modes, Optimus to her right and Megatron to her left. Optimus kept his battle mask on as he noticed Megatron's M-field screaming disgust and displeasure. Optimus merely stared silently as Megatron took a small breath to calm himself down. Historia managed to defeat her father who almost forced her to become a Titan. Someone said. She chose to fight for humanity while her father hid behind the walls. Even someone as small as her managed to gain the respect and loyalty of 2 of the strongest Titans. Another person said. She is the true rulers of the walls. Queen Historia. They all cheered. Historia performed the military salute as the commanding officers kneeled down before her. Optimus and Megatron both performed the salute as well before kneeling down before her. Megatron, calm yourself, Optimus whispered through the COMM, hearing a small growl on the other end. Erwin raised his head slightly to see the crowd. Maybe, just maybe, there might be a future for them all. The Survey Corps and the garrison began to smile as they clinked their beer mugs together. Both military regiments decided to throw a party later that night in success of the coup. Some of the military police, including Nile, even joined since they helped in the coup as well. Hanji, you need to sit, Erwin sighed as he rubbed his temple in irritation. Fuck you, Hanji hissed as she drank another shot of alcohol. Let her get drunk and get a bitch of a hangover, Levi said as he drank his wine. She'll actually be incapacitated for at least a day, and let's be honest, it's something we all need. Mobility would be able to handle this, Erwin sighed to himself, causing Hanji to cry. Damn it, Erwin, you need to learn when to shut up, Levi sighed. Meanwhile, Eren quietly played with his food while everyone else was conversing amongst themselves. He looked inside his jacket to see the prototype gun was still at his side. Eren, are you okay? A voice asked. Eren quickly closed his jacket and looked up to see Armin with a cup of water in hand. I'm fine, Armin, Eren reassured, just tired. I think I might leave the party a little early. You sure? Armin asked, it's rare we get food like this. I think Sasha's trying to devour the meat. I'm sure, Armin, Eren answered, thank you, for everything. Yeah, Armin trailed off as he raised an eyebrow, make sure to get some sleep. Eren watched Armin walk away before he wiped his eyes. He wanted to apologize, but he couldn't. He wasn't strong enough to. Optimus watched the celebration from a table in the corner of the room. He didn't really want to come to the party, but Hanji and the others insisted that he come since he did play a major part. So he decided to sit on the sideline and slip out when everyone was completely distracted. He was just happy this whole ordeal was over, but there was also the issue of Annie and Berthold. They both escaped, and one of them has energon coursing through their systems. What did that mean for the rest of humanity? Megatron most likely left, leaving him and Eren to defend against the enemy. They had to expand their resources and fast. Is this seat taken? A voice asked. Optimus was snapped out of his thought before turning his gaze to Megatron's hollow form standing next to him. No, Optimus answered with a hint of confusion. The Prime watched in surprise as Megatron sat down on the bench next to him and rested his arms on the table. The former warlord noticed Optimus' apprehension and sneered. If I make you uncomfortable, I'll just leave, Megatron said. It is not that, I just did not expect you to still be here, Optimus admitted, you could have left this world. I can't really do that anymore, Megatron retorted, if I do, the Queen's power may be questioned and all this effort would have been for nothing. Why would you care about that? Optimus asked. Megatron rolled his eyes. I already wasted my time on this planet, I would be angry if my efforts went to waste. Optimus didn't respond, turning his attention back to the party. Meanwhile Megatron began tapping the hollow form fingers on the wooden table. Optimus probably knew the ex-con was lying to him, but he wasn't sure. Megatron just wasn't ready to tell him the complete truth. At least not yet. I thought you didn't like parties, Megatron remarked. I'd drag you to bars in Kaon and you would try to stay away from the chaos. You still stood out. I should ask the same to you, Optimus retorted. You do not have a positive opinion on humans, yet you are here. I suppose so, Megatron said. Optimus didn't respond once more, causing there to be an awkward silence between the two. This was the first time in a long time that the two have had a regular conversation. There was no war, no ambush, no coup, and no seeping hatred. It was foreign for the both of them, since they have been fighting for so long. And it was also terrifying. Optimus sighed. Megatron, I am sorry for the way I treated you. Megatron's head turned to the Prime and gave him a startled look. Why are you apologizing? You're not the one who has a criminal record. Those actions were justified. You forfeited the war, Optimus explained, and I did not give you the chance to prove yourself. Instead, I treated you with such hatred and force because I was afraid of what you might do. I wish I had given you more of a chance instead of treating you like a threat. You just couldn't take the risk, Megatron concluded. I know. Optimus lowered his head to his hands and felt guilty. So much was happening during that time. Humans were titans, the government was lying, and children were the enemy. I told you it's fine, Megatron sighed, it's done now. We don't need to talk about it. Yes we do, Optimus retorted, it's been so long. Megatron could hear the guilt and sadness in his voice, causing him to feel like scrap. He thought he could do this, but now he feels like he needs high-grade energon in order to carry this conversation out. This is what he wanted, but he was afraid to mess this up. There isn't much I can do now, Megatron admitted. I messed up, and I'm paying the price for it. Now Cybertron sees me as a war criminal, and that was because of my actions, not yours. Cybertron might see me as a savior, or a martyr, Optimus added, but I don't believe either of us can go back. We're relics of the past now, and we will never be able to see Cybertron's future. Megatron's shoulders slumped before glancing back at the humans. You could be around for this world's future. The humans here already see you as a savior and a friend. Meanwhile, I'm still feared by everyone simply because of my appearance. It would be nice to have my old form back. Like your old form was any less intimidating, Optimus retorted. At least I could recharge properly, Megatron countered. Optimus huffed at his response before sighing. Megatron, I need to say this now or I may not get another opportunity to. Megatron felt his spark stop for a moment, but he refused to look Optimus in the eye, keeping his attention to the party. I do not know if I can forgive you for what happened during the war, Optimus began. Megatron closed his eyes as he felt his spark shatter. There it was. There was the rejection and fear he was having. Optimus might not forgive him for what he's done. He deserves it, but that was the one thing he wanted more than ever. But, it does bring me relief to know that I can trust you, Optimus admitted. Megatron opened his eyes and turned fully to the Prime, completely shocked by his answer. You trust me? You willingly helped out humans, and proven that you have no ill intention, Optimus explained. I understand you still do not like humans, but you were willing to put that aside and helped save what was left of humanity. Optimus placed a hand on his shoulder and gave Megatron a small smile. Thank you, Megatron. Megatron stared Optimus dead in the eye before looking down at the hand on his shoulder. This wasn't a twisted game created by Unicron or his hallucinations. Optimus actually trusted him. He tried so hard to contain his emotions, but he was struggling to do so. He lowered his head to the wood floor, placing his hand on the one on his shoulder. Megatron dash. I'm fine, Megatron cut off. I'm fine. Optimus. A voice shouted, causing Optimus to remove his hand from Megatron's shoulder. The two turned to see Hanji walking over to them with a cup of whiskey in hand. She placed it on the table before leaning over and sloppily waving. Hello. Hanji sing-songed with a smile. Hi, Megzy. I'm going to kill you, Megatron hissed. Hanji, are you drunk? Optimus demanded. I am totally hammered. I'm gonna to have the worst hangover, but it's a party. Hanji shouted, what do you expect me to do? To control your urges, Megatron answered. Hanji pointed at him. You are shit. You are a shitty badass, and no one can take that away from you. Is it wrong to say this is an improvement from what she usually is? Megatron asked Optimus. I am not here for you, Buckethead, Hanji declared, I'm here for the Prime. Come on. Join the party. Have a drink. The form is not designed for intakes, Optimus reminded. Then mingle with people, Hanji requested as she walked to him, have some fun. Megadork won't do it cause he hates the little bugs. I am going to torture you later, Megatron declared, earning a glare from the Prime, mentally. Which shouldn't be hard. Optimus sighed as he stood up. Hanji, you need to sit down for a while. Mingle first. Hanji yelled as she grabbed Optimus' arm. The Prime yelped in surprise as Hanji managed to drag Optimus to the others. Megatron watched as Hanji dragged Optimus towards the party before looking down at his hands. He flexed the fingers, feeling the details and intricacies of the hollow form. He raised his head to the party to see the humans laughing and cheering. He noticed the children of the Survey Corps having some sort of relief and normality since the past week, and Optimus seemed more relaxed. Was this happiness? Was this joy? Was this an emotion he forgot about so long ago? Megatron huffed before smiling to himself, remembering Optimus' proclamation of trust. Well, he definitely felt something warm and fuzzy. Something a lot better than he was feeling than the last month. Megatron caught something out of the corner of his eyes and realized it was Prime's pet leaving the party. He wouldn't have taken any mind to it, but stopped when he noticed the prototype gun in the inside of his jacket. The boy intends to do something drastic. Megatron thought as he stood up. No one would have noticed him leaving the party. He just had to stop him from doing whatever he was thinking. Eren exited the building and continued walking onward. He didn't have a destination, just someplace far away. He didn't want people knowing where he died. He didn't think anyone would care. Eren stopped and found himself not surrounded by buildings, but by grass and trees and the crescent moon. This isn't a bad place, Eren thought to himself before pulling out the pistol and firing one of the rounds at a tree. The gun still works, Eren thought as he checked to see there were 3 bullets now. He closed the revolver and placed it on the side of his skull. He wanted to apologize to everyone for dragging humanity down, but he couldn't. They would have tried to stop him, saying that he has worth, when he really had none. Humanity deserved better, the Survey Corps deserved better, and Armin and Mikasa deserved better. Eren felt tears stream down his face as he let out a whimper. He needed to do this. I didn't peg you as someone who would actually commit suicide, a voice said. Eren's heart stopped as he looked behind him to see Megatron's hollow form with his arms crossed. He felt fear rise in him before aiming the gun at the ex-con. What are you doing? Eren demanded. Stopping you, Megatron answered as he walked forward. Leave me alone, Eren stuttered as he backed away. I'm not exactly given the option, am I? Megatron remarked. Eren began to panic as an idea rose in his head. He aimed the gun at his temple once more, causing Megatron to stop in his tracks. Leave me alone, you monster, Eren ordered. Like I haven't heard that one before, Megatron remarked with a hint of sass in his voice. I'm not playing your fucking game. Eren shouted, leave or I'll shoot myself right now. You're going to do it whether I'm here or not, Megatron proclaimed, and if you're so insistent on death, I can give you a much more painful one at that. Do it. Eren dared with a sadistic smile, see how fast Optimus jumps to the conclusion that you killed me. He would kill you on the spot. Megatron's face contorted into one of pure rage. He just might actually kill this boy, but he couldn't. He had to stop him, but how was he supposed to when he didn't even know how? Megatron had to abandon his usual style and personality, because it was clearly encouraging the boy to go on with the deed. But, just for safekeeping, he turned on the COMM link so Optimus could hear the situation. I see you're bent on putting a bullet in your skull, but the thing that bugs me is why. Megatron demanded. Optimus sighed with relief as Hanji managed to finally sit down and continue to drink. He tried getting her to stop, but that only resulted in her hissing before weeping about the death of Mobility. Optimus suddenly winced as he heard a ringing in his ear. He was about to turn off the COMM, but he suddenly heard Megatron's voice. I see you're bent on putting a bullet in your skull, but the thing that bugs me is why. Megatron demanded. What was going on? Who was planning on killing himself? Why the fuck do you give a damn? Eren shouted, you don't give a shit about humanity. Why do you want to stop me? Optimus felt his spark stopped as he looked around the party. Eren wasn't here. Where was he? Where in the Allspark was he? Optimus quickly excused himself from Hanji as he quickly searched for Armin and Mikasa. He found the two of them conversing with each other and smiling. Where is Eren? Optimus immediately asked as he walked towards them. Isn't he here? Mikasa questioned. He said he wanted to go sleep, Armin told both of them. Optimus grew more anxious before making his way out of the party. Armin and Mikasa looked at each other before quickly following the Prime out. Optimus, what's wrong? Where's Eren? Mikasa exclaimed. I don't know, Optimus answered, but Megatron found out Eren wants to kill himself. He has a weapon on him right now. Armin gasped while Mikasa stopped in her tracks. The two immediately got over their shock and ran past Optimus. Optimus quickly followed them as they made their way to the exit of the building. Well, there must be a good reason, Megatron proclaimed, do you really want to die alone? Without fulfilling your vendetta? Eren grimaced at the thought before letting out a huff of laughter. My vendetta was a fucking joke. It was built on a lie. And why is that? Megatron asked. I'm not giving you the satisfaction, Eren hissed. Satisfaction of what? Megatron demanded, earning no response. Answer the question or I take that gun from your hands. I'll pull the trigger. I'm a lot faster than that bullet. Fuck you. Answer my question. Megatron shouted, what could possibly compel you to want to die? What exactly would that do for your kind? What possible satisfaction would that bring me? You were right. Aaron screamed, you were fucking right, okay. I was never humanity's hope and my existence was a joke. Megatron took a small step back as Aaron's arms fell to his side. I took power that wasn't mine, Aaron began as tears began to fall, I couldn't use my powers correctly, letting my friends die. Thomas, Mina, Hans, Levi's squad, I couldn't do a damn thing. I put all of my friends in danger. I put humanity in danger, and wasn't even able to help figure out the secrets of the Titans. I ate my own father, and I wasn't strong enough to save my mother. Aaron hung his head and covered his eyes with his hands, being mindful of where the gun was pointed. You were right. I wasn't needed. I always ended up preventing humanity from moving forward. Armin and Mikasa worry about me too much, while Optimus is just wasting his time on me. I'm just some stupid kid and everything special about me came out of a fucking syringe. Historia won't take the power, so there's no point. There's no point in me having this power. I might as well just end my life since that would benefit humanity more than me being around. Aaron continued to sob as he fell to his knees, unaware that Megatron was looking down at him in horror. Megatron shouldn't feel like this. He shouldn't feel guilty. He shouldn't feel sorry for the boy's pathetic actions. He wanted to see his fighting spirit broken. But now that he got it, he wanted nothing more than for the aching feeling to just stop. The boy wanted to die, and he was indirectly responsible for leading the boy to this point. By the Allspark, what had he done? He said he would turn away from actions like this, but he has some need to still relish in them. The boy may have been ignorant, but he still had a purpose. He felt he had meaning. Now, he was a soul that screamed in agony because he believed he didn't matter in the world. And it was his fault. Megatron was about to speak up, to tell him to give him the gun, but stopped when he noticed a hallucination of Unicron out of the corner of his eye. You believe you'll be able to stop him? Unicron questioned as he walked into full view, you're the one responsible for destroying his mind. Megatron watched in fear as Unicron made his way towards a still sobbing Aaron. This is what I've been trying to prove to you, Unicron began, no matter what you say or do, no matter how much you believe you have changed, or whether or not you help the Prime, you will always be a disgusting pathetic being. Megatron felt like purging his insides as Unicron put his claws on Aaron's shoulders. Just look at this one, Unicron continued, you broke his fighting spirit. You corrupted his mind, and now he wants to die. The one that reminds you of Orion would despise you forever, the female human that loves him would want you dead, and the Prime would forsake you. He would hate you for the rest of your borrowed existence. You will be cast out once more. I know you hate me, and I know you hate humanity, Aaron began as tears continued to fall. If you didn't appear, everything would have been fine, Unicron continued as he walked towards Megatron. But just let me end this, Aaron begged, please. Now you'll watch as this child dies, Unicron declared as he put his claws on Megatron's shoulder, just embrace the truth. From now until the end of time. Aaron pulled the hammer of the pistol down and placed the pistol in his mouth. You will always be a monster, Unicron stated. Aaron closed his eyes as he pulled the trigger. Optimus, Armin, and Mikasa heard a gunshot ring out as they exited the building. Aaron! Mikasa screamed. Optimus turned off his COMM as the three ran to the source of the gunshot. Aaron opened his eyes and looked down to see his arm twisted towards the ground. A small black patch was there where the gun was pointed, leaving a small trace of smoke. Aaron looked up to see Megatron slightly panting in relief and realized he was the one that redirected the gun. He was alive, he wasn't able to kill himself. Now he was left at the hands of the former Decepticon. Megatron pulled Aaron's arm upward, redirecting the gun to the sky and forcing Aaron to look at him. How dare you, you ungrateful dash! Megatron stopped as he felt Aaron trembling in his hand, turning away and holding his other hand out in self-defense. This was wrong, his method of provoking fear was wrong. He had to remind him of what he had, and what he could hold on to. You have no idea how lucky you are, Aaron, Megatron declared. Eren stopped shaking and sharply turned his head to see Megatron's expression of anger and sadness. You have everything you could ever want, Megatron continued, a home, comrades, friends, and family. Humanity sees you as a hope for survival. Armin wishes to see the ocean with you. Mikasa has romantic feelings for you. You say that you're putting them through trouble now, but you would only put them through much more pain and suffering. But I can't even protect them, Eren retorted as tears began to well up, you dash. Don't ever take advice from me. Megatron exclaimed, I once had what you had, but I let the power get to my head and I'm paying a painful price for it. Cybertronians across the universe want me dead. I can never return home without the threat of being executed. The one I've been trying to make amends to won't even look me in the optics. I promised to bring about peace when I've brought about destruction. I have no home, no comrades, nothing. I can't even enjoy the mere idea of death without the idea of my soul being taken or fading to nothing. I could take that chance, I could say the pathetic nonsense you speak right now and end my life, but I still continue to move forward. This is the only option I have. You have more than one, and this shouldn't be one. Why? Eren questioned in fear, why are you telling me this? Why do you care? Understand that you make the energon inside me boil, Megatron proclaimed, but that doesn't mean I don't understand. Realizing the atrocities that I've committed, realizing that my legacy will be one of destruction, do you think that wouldn't drive me insane? That it wouldn't make me feel guilty? That thinking about it too much make me want to end it all? I am a monster. That is something I completely accept, and I welcome whatever punishment the universe puts in front of me. You are not. You're just a child with an unnecessary burden, with friends who love you and would be deeply saddened if you are gone. If you truly cared for their well-being, then you shouldn't put them through that. Eren watched in shock as Megatron got down on one knee. The ex-con lowered Eren's arm and loosened his grip on it, moving his hand towards Eren's own and firmly grasping it. Give me the gun, Megatron requested, do not make a mistake that you will regret because you believe it will benefit others. There are still others that need you. Eren looked Megatron in the eye, unable to tell if he was lying or not before looking down at the weapon in his hand. What if I can't do it? What if I'm not strong enough? You will struggle with this, Megatron declared, this is not something that will be easy, but if you are willing to take that first step, there will be others to help. And you will be able to live a life that is yours. The only thing I ask is that you don't pull the trigger. Do not make the same mistake I did, don't throw your life away. Eren felt tears streaming down his face. What was he supposed to do? Should he give the gun to Megatron? Should he shoot himself? What would his friends do? What would Armin and Mikasa do? He would be hurting them. He lied to them about what he would do. They deserve better, but he didn't want to hurt them. He didn't want them to blame themselves for something that was his fault. It would be cruel. They needed him, and they still cared about his well-being. He couldn't do that to them. He couldn't run like a coward. The thought of killing himself didn't please him anymore. Eren loosened his grip on the weapon, allowing Megatron to gently take it from his hand, almost as if taking it too quickly would cause him to change his mind. Eren jolted as Megatron quickly stood up and fired the last bullets to the ground. When the ex-con realized it was empty, he threw it far away from the both of them. Eren then watched as Megatron closed his eyes and fell backwards onto the ground. A dash. I'm tired, Megatron stated before covered his face with his hands, I'm just tired. And know that I contacted Optimus earlier. He should be here soon enough. Eren turned away from Megatron and rubbed his lower arm. So, he knows. He most likely does, Megatron answered. Eren merely sat down on the ground. He wasn't ready to face him. He wasn't ready to hear what he had to say. I'm sorry. Eren's head snapped upward and looked directly at Megatron, who was still covering his face. Did he just? Before Eren could respond, he felt some tackle him to the ground. He grunted as he tried to get up, but felt the person grab his face and force him to look her in the eyes. Mikasa? Eren questioned in surprise as he realized who it was. Mikasa had tears coming down her face as she quickly brushed some of his hair aside. You're okay. You're okay. Eren felt air leave his lungs as Mikasa hugged him tightly. He looked at her before noticing Armin running up to him with relief on his face. His friend got on the ground and hugged him as well. Eren felt Armin shaking while something wet fell on his shoulder. They were here. His friends were here and they. Eren felt tears fall down his face as he held on to the both of them, quietly sobbing. He kept on apologizing to the both of them while they continued crying. Meanwhile, Megatron lifted one of his hands and looked up to see Optimus staring down at him, holding out his hand. I'm going to deactivate the hollow form soon, Megatron informed. There's no point. Optimus retracted his hand before turning his attention to the three children. Thank you, Megatron. Thank you. Megatron sighed to himself as he closed his eyes. Yeah. Optimus noticed out of the corner of his eyes the hollow form disappearing before he walked over to the three and kneeling down. Let me take you three back, Optimus said. Eren let go of his friends and looked at the Prime. Optimus, I'm not okay. I don't think dash. Eren, that is fine, Optimus reassured, whenever you are ready to discuss it, you can. I just wish for you to come back. Eren looked Optimus in the eye before he began to cry again. I'm so sorry. You do not have to apologize, Optimus proclaimed, I'm just glad you are alright. Just, let us take you back. Eren merely nodded his head. He'll be okay. He was going to be okay. Optimus kneeled down and placed Eren on his back, giving him a piggyback ride. Eren felt his tears dry and noticed Armin's head hanging low. He shifted his head on Optimus' back and saw that Mikasa was still crying and she tried to wipe them away. Eren shifted his head and felt shame. He might have been saved, but he did hurt the people he cared about, and he didn't know if he could make things right. Megatron continued to look down at his servos as he decided to rest on the outskirts of Wall Maria. He studied the textures and details of his digits as he thought back to what happened with the boy. He didn't have to save him, but he did. He kept on telling himself that he only saved him because it would gain Optimus complete trust, but that would be a lie. He didn't think of Optimus at all in that moment. The only thing he saw was a crying soul, he only saw himself. That feeling of losing everything, realizing that his own purpose was a lie and how he lost his way, and how he hurt everyone. It destroyed him, and he nearly drove someone to kill himself. It was a human, a being lower than him, but it still made feel guilty. It made him feel shame. He promised himself he wouldn't do actions like this, but he nearly did. He almost tore away the friend from the only two beings that ever showed him any amount of respect. He almost destroyed everything. He hadn't changed at all. He was still a monster. Megatron fell to his knees as his claws gripped the dirt. He felt anger, shame, guilt, sadness, and agony. He felt so much anger he had a difficult time to process it into words. The only thing he was able to do was scream. Chapter 24, Return to Shiganshina Part 1. 3 days later. Reiner quietly stared at the fire he and Ymir made while Ymir was whistling to herself. Ymir stopped whistling and glanced at Reiner, who still remained unresponsive to her. Beautiful night, isn't it? Ymir remarked, still earning no response, definitely a lot more stars when you're on the walls. Just shut up, Reiner hissed. I'm just trying to make some small talk, Ymir declared. I don't need that shit, Reiner growled. Ymir sighed to herself. You want to talk about Berthold, or should I? Reiner shot up and grabbed Ymir by her shirt. Not another word about Berthold. Why? Ymir questioned, so you can continue to wallow in your self-pity. I'm not going to let you talk shit about him, Reiner declared. I don't want to, Ymir retorted, and you think you're the only one that upset that you're never going to be able to see someone you love again. I'm supposed to be one of the strongest titans, Reiner stated, I'm supposed to be able to protect them like Marcel. And I can't. Reiner let go of Ymir before slumping to the ground in sadness. Ymir merely blinked as she dusted off her shirt. If I wanted you, I could have left you for dead, Ymir reminded, I could have kept the rest of my life, but I'm the only other person in this world who understands what you and Berthold went through. I'm sorry, Ymir, Reiner apologized, I just dash. Shut up, Ymir said. Guess you still don't want me to dash. No, really, shut up, Ymir hissed, do you hear that? Reiner didn't say anything as he began to listen to the sound of silence, followed by a horse galloping. Wait, what? Reiner immediately stood up as the sound got closer. He and Ymir looked towards the broken gate and saw a horse with 2 riders coming through into the walled town. The Survey Corps? Ymir questioned. Doubt it, Reiner answered, there's only 1 rider. They're not stupid to go into Titan territory alone. The 2 Titan shifters saw the unknown figures jump off their horse while one of them seemed to be looking at his hand. Who are they? Ymir asked. Reiner waited as the smaller figure took off her hood, revealing it to be Annie. Reiner smiled in joy as he realized that the other figure was Berthold. Reiner, what do we dash? Ymir gasped as Reiner jumped down from the top of the wall. Reiner! Ymir yelled as he bit his hand. The teen covered her eyes as lighting consumed Reiner as he transformed into the armored Titan. Ymir then saw in response the female Titan appearing and roaring out in challenge. Reiner! Berthold cried out in joy as he careened his head upward to look at Reiner. Ymir watched from afar as the 2 Titans climbed their way up the wall with Berthold in tow. Reiner and Annie extracted themselves out of their Titan forms as the bodies fell of the wall for the mindless Titans to devour. Yuri here, Reiner breathed in disbelief. We barely made it out, Annie explained, luckily I ran into Berthold, and that made things a little dash. Annie wasn't able to finish as Reiner fell to his knees in front of the both of them. Reiner! Berthold exclaimed in surprise, you don't have to dash. I'm so sorry. Reiner shouted as he began to cry, I'm so sorry. I got Marcel killed, and I promised to protect the both of you. I couldn't even do that. I thought I could be like Marcel but I not. It's all my fault. Berthold stared in sadness while Annie gave no readable expression. Ymir groaned in irritation as she stood up and walked towards them. Yeah, he been like this for the past 3 weeks, Ymir explained, it's been a pain in the ass to deal with on my own. Annie walked towards Reiner and kneeled down in front of him as he kept sobbing. Reiner, look at me, Annie ordered, look at me or I throw you off the wall. Reiner sniffled as he raised his head to look at Annie. I am mad at you for dragging us out here to continue this mission, Annie admitted, I can't lie about that, but I'm not mad about what happened with those Titans. But I couldn't help, Reiner retorted. We weren't prepared for them, Annie explained, we had no idea they existed and no way of knowing how to counter them. It was not your fault, you did what you could. You're still a warrior. Reiner, you did what you could, Berthold retorted as he knelt down in front of him as well, and I'm not angry with you for what happened before. You did try to save me. We did what we could, but we have to go back, Annie proclaimed, we have to warn everyone else. But, the founding Titan, Reiner retorted, that was the whole point. They'll think of us as failures. Annie sighed. No matter what they think of us, we don't care. We're happy to call you our ally, Berthold smiled as he hugged Reiner. The tears fell onto Berthold's shoulder as Reiner wrapped his arms around Berthold's abdomen. Annie relented and placed her hand on Reiner's back. Meanwhile, Ymir stared in disgust as she mockingly clapped at their reunion. Well, isn't this just a sight? A happily ever after. Okay, why are you here? Annie demanded as she stood up. I'm the bitch that ate Marcel, Ymir answered as she put her hands on her hips, and while you two got kidnapped by Prime and that other Titan, I'm the one that went back to save Reiner's ass. Annie walked over to Ymir and looked her dead in the eye. I don't know if I should throw you over the wall or thank you. Well, I'm never going to see Historia again, so throwing me off the wall might be a blessing in disguise, Ymir retorted. Please don't throw her over, Reiner requested as he stood up, wiping the remainder of his tears, she came with me willingly. Annie threw a glance at Reiner before turning her attention back on Ymir. As long as she doesn't try anything. Fair enough, Ymir accepted, so what do you intend to do now? Reiner trailed off before sighing in defeat, we have to go back home. We're outmatched and we need a way to counterattack the 2 Titans. Reiner then took notice to Annie's regenerated arm. Annie, what happened to you? I thought you lost your arm against Optimus. Annie turned her gaze towards her arm. It's a long story. 3 days later. Eren slowly opened his eyes and forced himself to sit up in his bed. He noticed the sunlight spilling through the barred window and into the room. He took a deep breath and thought about forcing himself out of bed, but decided against it. The Titan shifter glanced over to see Armin sleeping on the floor by the door to the room. A book lay next to him, open with his fingers in between pages. "Armin," Eren called out, causing his friend to jolt awake. "Armin, you don't have to stay here." "It's fine," Armin reassured as he rubbed his eyes. "There's a library in the castle, so I can keep myself occupied." Eren knew Armin was just worried about him. He shouldn't be, he's just making everything worse. Where's Mikasa?" Eren quietly asked. "She went to get you something to eat," Armin explained, "wanted to make sure you didn't starve yourself." "And, what else has been happening?" Eren asked. "Nothing so far," Armin answered. "I don't know if they're making plans for Shiganshina yet." "Oh," Eren trailed off. "Okay. Eren, maybe you should come outside for a little bit," Armin suggested. Eren curled in on himself before lying down back in the bed again and turning on his side, away from his friend. "I don't want to." "But Eren I don't want to go outside," Eren proclaimed, raising his voice. Armin wanted to try again, but decided against it when he heard a knock on the door. He stood up and opened it, revealing Mikasa with a tray of food in her hands. "I'm going to go," Armin informed her, noticing her slight fatigue before whispering, "You should get some sleep." Mikasa didn't answer as Armin left the room. The boy sighed as he wiped a few tears from his eyes. Once again, he was powerless to help the people he cared about, and he didn't know what to do. The worst part about this was that he lied about the plans for Shiganshina, and Megatron hasn't been seen in 3 days. Optimus walked into the council room of the castle. He saw Historia sitting on the far end of the table. Erwin and Pixis were sitting on the right while Hanji and Levi were sitting on the left. Optimus decided to sit down next to Pixis, since Hanji was leaning back in her chair with a hat covering her face. "Is she conscious?" Optimus asked, earning a groan from her. "She still has a hangover, oddly enough," Levi explained. "Didn't think you were that bad with drinks." "Fuck you," Hanji drawled out as she flipped Levi off. "Can we get back on track?" Erwin demanded. "Fuck you too," Hanji hissed at Erwin, causing him to sigh. "Historia, what do you wish to talk about?" Optimus asked the queen. "Some of humanity still has some concern about me being queen," Historia explained, "because I killed my father in human form and because Megatron isn't the friendliest." "That's stupid," Hanji retorted. "I think that's a pretty valid concern," Pixis retorted. "People would most likely question an illegitimate killing her father, and others might believe she would unleash Megatron and Optimus on the unsuspecting populace." "What do you propose?" Optimus asked. "I was thinking that you and Megatron go to Shiganshina to find a way to plug the wall," Historia explained. "If you can't do that, then at the very least you can retrieve the whatever is in the basement of Eren's house." "I do not know if I would be able to locate Eren's home on my own," Optimus admitted. "I am not familiar with the location, and Eren may not be able to help." "Because he's a little shit," Hanji declared. "Hanji, what the fuck is your problem?" Levi demanded as he looked at her. "Everything," Hanji answered. "There's also the issue of Megatron's presence," Erwin added. "You mean the fact that he hasn't shown his face in a while?" Levi questioned before looking at Optimus. "Do you have any idea where he is?" Optimus sighed to himself. "No, I have tried contacting him, but he has not responded." "It's been 3 days, Erwin stated. "We might have to assume the worst and say that he left." "Do you think that might cause a political uproar?" Pixis asked. "Losing one of the most powerful titans might doom humanity. If Megatron doesn't show up, then we have to work with what we got," Historia declared. "Mikasa might be the only other one who knows where Eren's home is since she lived with Eren. I will ask her, and if she agrees, we will go together to her home," Optimus declared. "What about getting the key from Eren?" Pixis asked. "I will ask Mikasa first, and if she says yes then we will discuss this with Eren," Optimus answered. "Eren's gonna be a total bitch about it," Hanji declared. "Hanji, I swear dash." "The meeting's over," Historia interrupted Levi. I do not want to fight right now. Optimus sighed to himself as everyone else walked out of the room with him following behind. Things just seemed to be getting more complicated by the day. He was going to have to talk to Mikasa about going to her home since Eren clearly wasn't in his right state of mind. And with Annie having Energon in her systems, what could that mean for everyone? Hey, Levi called out to the Titan as he walked up to him. Optimus was brought out of his thoughts and looked down at the captain. Is something wrong? Levi shrugged. Not really. I just wanted to know if you wanted to interrogate Kenny. I can be the bad guy since you're too much of a goody two-shoes. What is this really about? Optimus demanded. You're too distracted by what's been happening, Levi answered. Maybe getting answers out of the bastard might help. Optimus sighed. I suppose so. Then let's go, Levi said as he walked down the hall. Kenny stared at the dark, brick ceiling of his cell while resting on the bed provided. Once again, he was trapped in prison, most likely awaiting execution after they get the information they want out of him. It didn't matter anyway. Yuri was dead, he'll never be able to get the Titan power, and now he's just lost. The former serial killer lifted his head slightly to see the door to the prison open. He groaned in irritation as he saw Levi and the Metal Titan walk into the room. I'm not in the mood, Shorty, Kenny groaned. No one asked for your opinion, Levi retorted while Optimus noticed a hole in the brick wall. What did you do to the wall? Optimus asked. Kenny scoffed. Not me. It's this place that's falling apart. Enough about the wall, Levi interrupted. Tell us what we need to know or we fuck you up. Mikasa was preparing another meal for Eren in the kitchen, hopefully to get his spirits up and coax him to walk around the castle. But nothing's been working, and he's been refusing to talk to her and Armin. She picked up the tray of food and walked out of the kitchen, but stopped herself as she nearly bumped into Hanji. Ah, Mikasa, just the scout, Hanji greeted with a bunch of paperwork in her hand. I need to ask you a favor. A favor? Mikasa questioned. Yes, you see, we're planning to send Optimus to Shiganshina since it would mean less casualties, Hanji explained. We would send Megatron, but you might have noticed he hasn't been seen in 3 days. Optimus was also going to ask you but he's busy with Levi. Mikasa nodded her head in understanding. Optimus is going to survey the area and see what we can do to seal the wall, but the main objective is to retrieve what's in Grisha Jaeger's basement, Hanji continued. We were wondering if you could go with Optimus to retrieve the information, since you lived with Eren before Wall Maria fell. What about Eren? Mikasa asked. It's his home. His dad gave him the key as a final request. Hanji sighed. I know, but you know that Eren is not stable. Especially after what happened 3 days ago. Many of us, including Optimus, don't believe that it's safe for him to go while he's in that mental state. I'm asking you to please find a way to get the key from Eren. Mikasa trailed off, I can only try. Thank you, Hanji smiled as she put a hand on her shoulder, chin up. We'll figure something out. Okay, Mikasa sighed as she walked away from Hanji to Eren's room. Eren was not going to give up that key without a fight. Kenny grunted as Levi kicked him against the wall. The serial killer let Levi grab him by the shirt and force him to look him in the eye. What did Rod tell you? What does he know about the wall? Levi demanded. Kenny merely stared at him. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Levi questioned. You were Rod's lieutenant, Optimus recalled. No, I was Yuri's right-hand man, Kenny corrected. Rod was a piece of shit. You're one to talk, Levi retorted. Look, the only thing I know is that the walls are full of Titans, Kenny explained. I don't know why. And as far as I'm concerned, the only one who would know the truth is the holder of the Titan power that's within Eren. Then how come Eren does not know the truth? Optimus asked. Kenny rolled his eyes. Because he's not of royal blood. It would have worked if Historia got the power, but she chose to reject it. I don't know the truth about the world, and never did Rod. The only one who does is a person of royal blood that holds the Titan power. Levi grimaced as he pushed Kenny to the floor and walked out of his cell with Optimus following behind him, making sure to lock the door. He is telling the truth, Optimus said in a hushed tone so Kenny wouldn't hear. You don't know him like I do, Levi retorted as Kenny got up to lie down on the bed. This guy slits people's throats for shits and giggles. I know I do not, but he would not be telling us what he knows if he had a cause that may have benefited him, Optimus retorted. The King of the Walls is dead and his army has been dismantled. He has nothing left to gain or lose, and he sees the truth about his leader. You sound so sure of yourself, Levi remarked. Even Megatron's most loyal followers were willing to turn their backs on him, Optimus declared. Levi sighed to himself. Even if what Kenny said is true, we still have little to go on. Optimus looked back at Kenny, who managed to find a good position to sleep on the bed. Do you know how Rod was able to create a Titan serum? Kenny shrugged. I'm just a dog from the streets. He wouldn't tell me shit. Optimus sighed while Levi scowled. Then we will leave, Optimus stated. Don't expect our next visit to be pleasant, Levi warned. Optimus was about to leave the cell as Levi prepared to follow, but the captain stopped when he noticed something under Kenny's bed. Levi narrowed his eyes and realized it was an empty wine bottle. Hey, shitface, Levi called out, what's under the bed? Kenny sat up and looked Levi dead in the eye. What bed? Don't fuck with me, Levi ordered as he walked up to the bars. Tell me what's under the bed or I'm coming in there. Levi, what are you doing? Optimus demanded. Kenny sighed as he got up from the bed and stuck his hand under it. When he was done rummaging, he got up and pulled out the empty wine bottle. There, happy. Kenny hissed as he passed the bottle through the wall and gave it to Levi. Levi took the opportunity and snatched the bottle out of Kenny's hand and shattering it. He grabbed Kenny's shirt and pulled him against the bars before aiming the shard of the wine bottle at his eye. Levi, stop this. Optimus ordered. Where did you get this? Levi demanded. You don't have access to the outside, yet you got a wine bottle from the upper floors of the castle. How the fuck are you getting out of here? I haven't stepped foot out of this dungeon since you assholes threw me in here, Kenny retorted. Then how are you getting your hands on this? Levi demanded. Ask him, Kenny answered as he gestured to Optimus. Levi let go of Kenny as Optimus looked at the both of them in confusion. I have never been near the wine cabinets, Optimus retorted. I do not even know where it is located. I know you haven't been giving me wine, Kenny proclaimed as he dusted himself off. I'm talking about your friend, the swordsman or the flying titan. Whatever his weird-ass name is. Levi grabbed Kenny's shirt again and pulled him against the metal bars. What the hell are you talking about? Is it that time of the month, shorty? Kenny smirked. Where is Megatron? Optimus demanded as he walked toward Kenny. I don't know, Kenny answered with a shrug. He's been coming in here during the night with a wine bottle, and in exchange, I hear him rant about his problems. Problems? Optimus questioned in confusion. Oh yeah, your friend is a fucking mess, Kenny declared. Honestly, I thought I was a piece of shit, but compared to him, I'm a fucking saint. He's the one that kicked that hole in the wall. What has he been telling you? Optimus asked as Levi glanced to his right to see the broken brick wall. Can't really say, Kenny answered. Why? Levi hissed. First off, I prefer keeping my dick where it is, Kenny explained. Second, he rants to me and he expects me not to tell based on 3 reasons. 1. If I do tell, he'll kill me, and no one will care if I die because I'm a serial killer. 2. I'm the only one who is as sadistic as he is and could possibly understand his situation. 3. He said this to me, and I quote, even if you did tell anyone, no one would believe you. Optimus and Levi looked at each other in shock. Gotta tell ya, that guy is a total dick, Kenny remarked. Levi let Kenny go, allowing the man to walk back to his bed and sit down. Is there anything that you can tell us regarding Megatron? Optimus requested. Kenny stretched his arms before looking at Optimus. All I can really say is this, whatever he's going through, he's afraid to talk to you about it. The rest you have to figure out on your own. Optimus became conflicted as he turned his back and stormed out of the cellar. Levi quickly followed it, locked the main door behind them both. Kenny sighed to himself with relief as he walked back to the bed and pulled a small box from under it. He pulled it out to reveal a syringe and a vial of the Titan serum filled with energon. This doesn't make sense, Optimus paced in the hallway while Levi leaned against the wall. Why would Megatron come down and talk to Kenny? Why is Megatron intentionally avoiding the Survey Corps? Most of them are kids and they're completely terrified of him, Levi answered. He's not exactly the most approachable. Optimus sighed in defeat. Yes, I am aware. But Megatron is never like this. How exactly would you know that? Levi demanded. I'm pretty sure you haven't had a friendly conversation since you were a bookworm. I had to fight him for years, Optimus retorted. He values his pride and strength above all else. I don't understand what's wrong with him. Levi sighed in irritation. He had to tell Optimus what was going on, or at least what he knew. He just couldn't mention Armin or else he might get hurt. Look, Megatron is staying on this planet because he wants to make amends with you, Levi explained. Optimus stopped pacing and looked at Levi in confusion. How do you know that? I had a speculation, Levi stated. You're the only one he has any attachment to, so he tries to be a goody two-shoes and play the hero. At least until he makes his amends. Playing the hero also includes not harming any human allies. So I tested that by pretty much calling him a necrophilia whore and told him to buzz off if he was going to bitch and moan about helping us. Levi, why would you do that? Optimus exclaimed. To test if he was here for you, Levi answered. He aimed the pistol at my stomach, but instead of shooting me, he laughs and says I figured out his motivation. Then, why is he avoiding me? Optimus questioned. That's something you have to figure out, Levi shrugged. It might be fear, it might be pride, but you're the only one who knows him best. Optimus sighed as he leaned against the wall. I do believe Megatron would not leave without his weapons. I will retrieve them tonight and see if I can contact him then. And what if he did leave? Levi questioned. Then, I suppose it is goodbye, Optimus declared as he deactivated his hollow form. Levi sighed to himself as he walked down the hall. He could see that Optimus was conflicted about the situation and what was happening with Eren. He just hoped it didn't compromise him later. Eren sat up when he heard the door open and saw Mikasa walk into the room with a tray of food in her hands. You don't have to keep doing this for me, Eren remarked. You could come outside of your room, Mikasa suggested. I'll think about it, Eren merely said. Mikasa placed the tray on the counter and took a deep breath. Eren, there's something I need to talk to you about. It's regarding home. That got Eren's undivided attention. Are they planning to go to Shiganshina? When are they dash? They're not going to send the Survey Corps, Mikasa explained. It was just going to be me and Optimus. Eren stared at Mikasa in shock. But, what about me? They don't want you to go, Mikasa answered. No, Eren breathed. No, I have to go dash. They're saying you're not in the right mindset dash. This is my home. Eren exclaimed. Eren dash. Mikasa, no. Eren shouted as he got up from the bed. I need to go home. You can't just leave me here while you and Optimus go. It's not safe for you, Mikasa retorted. It's not safe for you either. Eren shot back. I can handle myself. Mikasa exclaimed. Oh, of course you can, Eren spat out. I can turn into a titan. And yet you tried to end your life, Mikasa reminded. Eren, I can't let you die. I'll be fine, Eren lied. You're not fine. Mikasa exclaimed. If Megatron wasn't here, I probably would have had to bury you. I am not ready for that. Then stop dotting on me like I'm your son. Eren shouted. I already have Optimus and Megatron to remind me of how worthless I am. I don't need you to do that too. You and Armin have helped the Corps more than I ever could, and all I've been doing is getting kidnapped and getting everyone else killed. Let me try to at least do something right and get to the basement like my dad wanted. This is what I'm talking about. Mikasa declared. You keep beating yourself up and saying that you're worthless. You're not. Like you would know. Eren retorted. You're the picture-perfect soldier, ranked top of the class, the best anyone has ever seen. You don't need me. The only reason you're staying is because you want to honor my mom. Mom's not around anymore because I was too weak like I've always been. Stop trying to help me, I'm worth nothing. Mikasa tried to keep her composure together. but the tears were beginning to form in her eyes. Eren stared in shock as she let the tears fall. "Do we mean nothing to you?" Mikasa asked. "Mikasa, that's not what I meant," Eren retorted. "Just eat," Mikasa hissed, "just eat your damn food, but we will need that key, one way or another." Before Eren could respond, Mikasa walked out of his room and slammed the door behind her. Eren became mad with himself for making Mikasa cry. He threw his dinner off the table to the floor before sitting on his bed, trying his best to not cry. Pixis walked into the dining hall to see Levi drinking tea and reading the newspaper. "Good evening, Levi," Pixis greeted. "Have you seen Optimus? I was hoping to finally play him in chess." "He went out to our old hideout to get Buckethead's weapons," Levi answered. "And why do you want to play him in chess?" "I've wanted to play him in chess since he arrived on our world," Pixis explained with a smile. "His intelligence will give me a challenge compared to that old nobleman I had to fake losing to all the time. If you're up for a challenge, why don't you just play Erwin?" Levi asked as he took a sip of his tea. "Well, he's busy filling out a resignation form to relinquish his position as commander of the Survey Corps," Pixis informed. Levi nearly spit out his tea before placing the cup on the table and standing up. "What? Oh, well, I assumed Erwin told you," Pixis assumed. "He will no longer be the commander of the Survey Corps and he will give the position to Hanji. Considering he's no longer physically fit to lead, it would make sense, but dash. I need to talk to him," Levi declared as he walked out of the dining hall. Sasha slumped down on the table and sighed in defeat before biting into a potato she had stored from the party. "Does anyone feel that our importance means nothing in the face of grand design?" Jean stopped reading the newspaper and stared at Sasha with bewilderment. "Sasha, what the fuck?" "I'm not wrong," Sasha declared. "We have Eren, who can turn into a 15-meter titan. Optimus Prime, the savior of his home world, and Buckethead, who literally defied death and dispatched the colossal titan in a matter of seconds. Not to mention Levi, Queen Historia, Commander fucking Erwin, who gets his arm bitten off and still shouts commands." "All right, we get it, we're cannon fodder," Connie hissed. "Even then, it doesn't really seem to help our situation," Jean retorted as he showed Sasha the newspaper. "People are bothered by the fact Historia killed her father. They want proof that he was evil and that her loyalties are with humanity. They're not buying the story presented, which is why they're selling the story now in the paper that Optimus is going to Shiganshina along with Mikasa. They need to find a way to prove her loyalty is with humanity. And what better way to do that than to send a powerful titan instead of sending hundreds to their deaths?" "That's true," Sasha agreed. "Not to mention Eren tried to off himself, and Megatron, of all beings, decides to stop him," Jean added, "and Megatron hasn't been seen in 3 days. He probably got sick of us and left," Connie proclaimed. "He hated us." "That doesn't excuse the fact that Megatron was a vital asset to humanity," Jean retorted. "Now with the colossal titan on the run and Annie hyped up with Energon in her body, we're pretty much screwed without Megatron," Sasha sighed as she took another bite from her potato. "What happened to Megatron?" a voice asked. The three turned to see Eren by the door in his casual clothes. He looked tired, like he hadn't gotten a good night's rest, and his body screamed defeat. Connie trailed off. "Hey, Eren, how have you dash?" "Megatron hasn't come back in 3 days, Sasha blatantly answered. "Sasha!" Jean hissed. "What?" Eren questioned in surprise. "He left," Sasha repeated. "He hasn't come back and I personally don't believe he's coming back." "We don't know that," Connie cut in, trying his best to change the mood. I have to go," Eren said as he ran away from the three to his room. "Sasha, what the fuck is your problem?" Jean demanded. "I thought he knew." Sasha retorted. "He's been in his room for 3 days, how the hell would he know?" Jean retorted. "Why do you care?" "I hate him, but I'm not stupid enough to lower his self-esteem," Jean shouted. Connie sighed as the two continued fighting. "I'm so tired." Eren only made it halfway down the hall before collapsing and shaking. "It's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault," Eren kept repeating to himself as tears came down his face. "Eren!" Mikasa cried out with worry as she and Armin ran towards him. "Eren, what's wrong?" Armin asked as he put a hand on his shoulder. It's my fault, Armin, Eren cried, Megatron left and it's my fault. Eren, no it's not, Mikasa retorted, you don't know why he left. I fucked everything up. Eren shouted, if I just tried to pretend I was fine dash. Eren, please, Mikasa pleaded as she put her hand on his shoulder. Eren, Armin closed his eyes as Mikasa helped him to his feet. Was there anything Megatron said to you? Anything that might give us a clue of whether or not he left? Eren hesitated, he told me he was sorry. Armin's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his head while Mikasa almost dropped Eren. He really told you that? Armin asked, earning a nod from Eren. Okay, Mikasa began, let me take you back to bed. Eren allowed Mikasa to take him back to his room while Armin stood in a daze in the hallway. Megatron said he was sorry? What the fuck was going on? Optimus transformed into his bipedal mode when he reached the location of their old hideout. He retraced his steps from the house to an uneven patch of dirt a large distance away. The Prime knelt down and began to dig with his servos before pulling out Megatron's shield and sword from the ground. Optimus sighed as he sat down on the ground, holding Megatron's blade. He had no idea if Megatron left or if he was somewhere else on this planet. He said that he was going to stay, but now he might be gone. He wasn't going to lie, this was bringing back unpleasant feelings. Optimus activated his COMM link and waited as the line made a monotone was heard on his end. He almost gasped as Megatron seemed to pick up the line, but he did not respond at all. Megatron. Optimus began, hoping to get a response. However, he was only met with silence. Are you alright? Optimus asked before sighing, Megatron, I do not know if you are alright, but I just wish that you would tell me. If you wish to leave, then that is fine. If you wish to stay, then that is fine. If you wish to have time to yourself, that is fine as well. All I want is for you to tell me. I do trust that you will not cause harm to another, and if you do wish to leave this world, then at least I wish to say goodbye. I do not want the last time I see you to end on a bitter note. When Megatron didn't respond, Optimus merely stood up. I will be taking your weapons back with me to Wall Sina, if you wish to take them with you. I just wish to say goodbye. Optimus deactivated the COMM before picking up Megatron's shield and driving off towards Sina. Megatron turned off his own COMM and continued to stare down at the ground, trying to focus on what's real and what's not. For the past 3 days he didn't know what was real and what wasn't. He couldn't differentiate for the confines of reality and weight of his own sins. His shame and guilt was eating him alive and he couldn't stand it. The former warlord stood up and looked at the half-moon. He wanted to leave, but he didn't want to leave Optimus behind. However, staying here made him feel sick and regretful. Running away just seemed like the easier option now. The option with less pain and heartache. An eternity alone in the stars would be more suitable than what he was feeling. He should at the very least try to find Optimus and get his things before he said goodbye. Megatron transformed and flew off towards Wall Sina, leaving behind the now destroyed forest of large trees. Erwin was writing down some of his last documents when he heard the door open. He looked up to see Levi slam the door behind him. Levi, it's late, and I would like to get some work done before dash. It's not like you to want to relinquish your position to someone as stupid as Hanji, Levi interrupted. Erwin looked up at Levi and sighed. I assume Optimus told you. Levi raised an eyebrow. Optimus didn't tell me shit, Pixis did. What the hell is going on? I'm stepping down as commander of the Survey Corps so Optimus can stay here, Erwin explained. He said he wouldn't follow my orders if I remained commander. Once Optimus and Mikasa find the secrets of the basement, I will step down. So Optimus is pretty much forcing you to step down as commander? Levi questioned. He's not forcing me to do anything. He said he wouldn't follow your command, Levi retorted. That sounds like blackmail. It's not blackmail, Erwin stated. Then why are you going to step down when he comes back? Levi demanded. Because Erwin was never in it for the glory of humanity, Hanji answered as she walked into the room. Levi glanced back at Hanji before turning to look back at Erwin. What's she talking about? I never cared about the glory of humanity, Erwin admitted, I was trying to prove something that my father was killed for. As a result, I led a lot of people to their deaths. It was wrong of me, but I continued doing it. Optimus was right, I should have put the lives of my fellow soldiers over myself. I'm not fit to be commander. Levi took a moment to process the information. Why now? Why say anything now? Because Megatron threatened me dash. Of course he fucking did, Levi hissed. He said he would destroy humanity if I used Optimus for my selfish benefit, Erwin explained. He figured it out so fast, and I wasn't going to let the populace pay for my selfish actions. How did Optimus react? Levi asked. He snapped, Hanji answered, and threw something. I think I have to let Hanji take over or we lose both of our trump cards and Megatron kills us all, Erwin declared. We survived without Optimus for a century, Levi retorted, this is bullshit. We've finally made progress, Erwin declared, it is time that I do something right, Levi. At the very least, I don't want our comrades to die in vain anymore. Not when we finally have a chance to win this fight. Levi huffed in response. That sounded pretty selfless. It just feels like a repeat of what I've been saying for the past 5 years, Erwin retorted. Levi careened his head back to Hanji. Are you okay with this idea? To be honest, no, Hanji admitted, I'm a maniac, I just lost Mobilet, and I have PTSD and crippling depression that I hide behind my fascination for Titans. Sounds like you fit the role perfectly, Levi joked. Ha, Hanji rolled her eyes. But, are you really sure about this? Levi asked Erwin. The best I can do is guide Hanji, but that's it, Erwin explained, I will no longer be the commander. I'm sorry, Levi. Levi didn't say anything as he straightened his back and crossed his arms. I've had a lot of regrets in my life. You wanna know the thing I don't regret? What? Erwin asked. Following you, ever since you dragged me out of the underground all those years ago, Levi answered, I never regretted my choice. Erwin stared in surprise as he stood up from his chair. But, why? Farlan and Isabel dash. I know, Levi cut off, I used to be mad about it, but I guess I'm now indifferent. Well, the pain has lessened. Then, why did you continue to follow me? Erwin questioned, you could have stayed in the underground or tried to get citizenship on the surface. Yeah, like rotting in the underground would be good for me after what I've seen, Levi remarked, but, I was close-minded back then. I only thought of a small picture. The peace we had wouldn't have lasted, and I was focused on getting citizenship up on the surface to the point I was willing to kill the one chance humanity had at surviving. Erwin stared in shock, but Levi continued. The reason why I stayed was because you saw something that I was too blind to see. Maybe I still am blind to see it, but regardless of what happens, I'm willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. Regardless of what you do or what Optimus does, I'll still be willing to help you. Erwin was shocked by Levi's confession, trying his best to process the information. He then turned to Hanji. What about you? You're fascinated by Optimus and Megatron. Let's be honest, Megatron's a jackass, Hanji declared, I'm only bothering him for research purposes. And despite Optimus' kind and gentle nature, I still don't know him well enough to follow him. I've known your dumbass for a very long time, and we're the last of the veterans. I think we need to stick together. Erwin felt something swell in his chest as he stared at his friends before staring down at the ground. I don't deserve you. Well, you're stuck with us, Hanji declared, besides, we're one of the only veterans left. We need to stick together. Erwin chuckled. You are idiots. Hanji walked up to him and hugged him. We're your idiots. Levi watched the two before decided to speak up. There's still something I need to know, what was it that you were really fighting for? Erwin turned his gaze to the floor. It was something my father told me. Armin walked down the hall to his room with a blanket in hand. Eren told him that he would be fine for the night and told him that both he and Mikasa needed rest. He didn't want to leave Eren, but he insisted, and the two of them went their separate ways. But it irked him. It really did irk him with what Eren told him about Megatron. Megatron told Eren, he was sorry. Eren wouldn't say anything else besides that, but was that the reason why Megatron left? Did Megatron have a breakdown? Was he not coming back? Armin saw a light coming from a dining hall up ahead and paid no mind to it. When he passed the door, however, he stopped in his tracks and quickly looked inside. Armin quietly gasped in shock as he saw Megatron's hollow form hunched over one of the tables. He couldn't see his face, but it looked like he was trying to rest. Armin gently pushed the door open and quietly walked towards him. "Megatron," Armin whispered, earning no response. "Megatron, are you dash?" Armin jumped back and fell to the ground as Megatron shot up with a knife in hand, ready to strike. Armin covered his face in fear and closed his eyes, but opened them when he heard the clatter of the knife on the ground. Armin looked up and saw Megatron staring at him in horror. "What are you doing here?" Megatron demanded. I am sorry," Armin apologized. "I was going to sleep and I saw the light and dash." "Leave," Megatron ordered, "now." Armin watched as Megatron sat back down and rubbed his eyes, almost as if he was exhausted. His body language screamed tired, and he could have sworn he was trying to sleep earlier. "Why, are you trying to sleep with your hollow form on?" Armin asked as he grabbed his blanket and stood up. Megatron opened an eye and glared at him. "I thought I told you to leave." "But dash." Megatron slammed his hands on the table and stood up. "Do I have to make you leave, you vile pest?" Armin took a step back in fear, but watched as Megatron put a hand on his head and was muttering something to himself. Megatron sat back down and covered his eyes with his hands. "Leave me alone," Megatron said, "I just want to be left alone." Armin felt a little bad for the former warlord because he clearly wasn't feeling alright. He was just refusing to admit it. And after what happened recently, he felt he knew the reason why. Armin saw the furnace used to warm up soup and water as he set the blanket on the table. He maneuvered past the tables and picked up some firewood to place in the furnace. Once he did that, he grabbed a flaming torch from the wall and lit the firewood. He placed the torch back and walked back to Megatron. "I can't do that," Armin spoke, causing Megatron to look up at him. "No matter what you think about me, it looks like you could use some company." "I don't need your pity," Megatron hissed as he stood up. "I'm not doing that," Armin declared. "I'm pretty sure Optimus had days where he felt like giving in. If you don't want to talk to me, then that's fine. I'll just sit by the fire." Armin grabbed the blanket on the table and walked back over to the fire. He sat in front of the fire and crossed his legs before setting the blanket on his lap. He didn't know if Megatron would leave him or not, but he was already here. Might as well see what would happen. Armin felt his heart beat faster when he heard footsteps coming towards him. Armin continued to look at the fire as Megatron sat down next to him. "The Survey Corps have been wondering where you've been," Armin remarked. "That's odd," Megatron stated. "I figured everyone feared me and wanted me to go, but since they've realized my importance, they want me to stay." "Optimus was also trying to contact you," Armin added. Megatron sighed. "I'm aware, and I don't wish to speak with him, and I do not wish to speak with you." "That's fine," Armin stated, "we could just sit here." There was silence between the two as they watched the fire dance before their eyes. Armin glanced over at Megatron and noticed the Titan slouching with his arms wrapped around himself. Armin looked down at the blanket in his lap before picking it up and handing it over to him. The ex-con noticed this and raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Megatron questioned, "And what is that?" "It's a blanket," Armin explained. "You use it for warmth." "Do you not have those on Cybertron?" "We sleep on cold, metal slabs called berths," Megatron explained, "and I don't need warmth." "This is a fake form, a mere projection." "But it still feels pressure and pain," Armin retorted, "and sometimes your hollow form is cold to touch." Armin watched Megatron examine him before looking down at the blanket, clearly skeptical about the idea. Armin decided to look away and see if that would work. The cadet almost let out a gasp in surprise as he felt a tug on the blanket, causing him to let go. Armin glanced over as the ex-con brought the blanket towards himself, clearly unsure with how to use it and just examining it. You wrap it around your shoulders using the ends," Armin explained as he mimicked the motion. Megatron stared at the blanket before following Armin's guidance and wrapping the blanket around his shoulders. The ex-con looked down at the ends of the blanket before glancing back at Armin, who was back to staring at the fire. Megatron didn't say anything as he looked back at the fire once more. Armin felt the weight of the silence once more as he began to debate what he was doing. He needed to sleep, but he had no idea what was going on with Megatron. He clearly wasn't okay, and looked like he hasn't slept in a while. Armin slightly tensed as he heard Megatron grunt in irritation. He glanced over to see him rubbing his fingers over his eyes. That was it. He had to try and figure out what was going on. Megatron, are you okay? Armin tentatively asked. Armin felt his heart stop as Megatron glared at him. And why do you care? You've been gone for 3 days, Armin answered, and it looks like you haven't slept at all. I'm fine, Megatron hissed, a warning for Armin to not pry into his business. Armin looked back at the fire once more. Megatron wasn't going to confess, he didn't know how to get him to. Optimus would be the only person that had an idea, but even then, Optimus has been confused with Megatron's behavior. There was also the fact Megatron didn't trust him, but if he didn't trust him, why did he help him before? Armin snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Megatron mutter something. The cadet chose not to respond, and waited to see if Megatron would continue. The boy, how is he? Megatron quietly asked. You mean Aaron? Armin questioned, I think he's doing better. Someone is usually keeping tabs on him, but I don't know if he's telling me everything. I wish he would. Just make sure to keep tabs on him, Megatron ordered, I'm not saving him again. You probably still hate him anyway, Armin said, but I do want to thank you for saving him. I know it was probably to get Optimus to trust you, but dash. Shut up, Megatron hissed. Armin flinched at his command and looked over to see Megatron's command wasn't directed towards him. The ex-con's attention was to something that wasn't there. Megatron. Armin questioned as he moved his hand to touch him. Megatron glared at Armin and quickly grabbed his wrist. Why? Megatron demanded. It hurts, Armin winced as he felt Megatron tighten his grip. Let go. Answer me. Megatron growled, why? Why come and see me? Why would you show kindness to me? My existence brought problems for you, it nearly got your friend killed. Armin widened his eyes in realization, ignoring the pain in his arm. You feel guilty? The ex-con, startled by Armin's response, immediately let Armin go. Armin saw Megatron cover his face as he began, shaking. What's happening to you? Armin asked, earning no response. Megatron. Armin gulped as he heard the ex-con chuckling. He slightly crawled backwards as Megatron stood up, the blanket falling to the ground as he stared at Armin with a crazed look in his eyes. Guilty? Megatron questioned as he continued laughing, do you have any idea who I am? I am Megatron. I've conquered worlds, I've slaughtered millions, and I've destroyed my own home. Why should I feel guilty over a human child with a lifespan that's less than century? Armin calmed his nerves and took a deep breath. Moral compass. Megatron laughed even louder. A moral compass. What good would a moral compass do for someone like me? I've slaughtered millions, humans around your age without a second thought. Do you really believe that I would have a moral compass? And even when I try to put an effort to change, all I'm met with is fear, contempt, and hatred. It's a waste of effort and time, so why bother? Megatron kicked the table behind him, sending it flying across the room and crashing into another table. Armin flinched at the noise before turning his attention to Megatron, who had his back turned to him. Why are you still here? Megatron demanded, you know my sins, and you know exactly what I'm capable of. So why aren't you cowering in fear? The cadet thought about it and decided to look back at the fire. I am scared. I've seen exactly what you can do, and I know that if you wanted to, you would destroy all of humanity without a second thought. Unlike Optimus, you're willing to become a monster in order to achieve your goal. Just hearing your name terrified me, but now, I don't hate you. Armin tensed as he felt the former warlord's eyes on him. Why? Is it because you know my secrets? Actually, yes, Armin admitted, there's also the fact that you have saved my life and protected humanity, even though that was for a personal gain. A rather selfish one as well, Megatron added. But you don't have any bad intentions. You want to make amends, Armin continued, you just want to set things right with someone you still care about, and that's not as selfish as you might think. That's, actually a pretty humane thing to do. Don't compare me to you humans, Megatron scoffed, and you should hate me. Who do you think was the cause of your friend's spiral in misery? I put those ideas into his head. I told him he was worthless. I am the reason he nearly put a bullet in his skull. Armin sighed as he brought his knees to his chest. I know. I know you put the notion in his head, but you also chose to save him. I'm grateful that you saved him. I thought he died when I saw him get eaten by a Titan, and I was filled with relief when I found out he was alive. But every single time, he's always helped me, and I feel like I never could help him. And I noticed he was off at that party, but I was too stupid to say anything, thinking that he needed sleep. Armin felt tears run down his face as he furiously wiped them away. I'm just sick and tired of losing people I care about, and I really am happy that you saved his life. I don't care if it was for a selfish motivation, I'm just glad you gave him more time. Armin was only met with silence, and he merely accepted it. He didn't know if Megatron left or if he was still there. He nearly gasped as he felt the blanket placed over his head. He picked it up and saw Megatron sitting down next to him once more. You need it more than I do, Megatron remarked. Thank you, Armin said as he adjusted the blankets over his shoulder. So, are you going to leave? I don't know, Megatron answered. Well, I do hope you decide to stick around, Armin stated. We shall see, Megatron merely said. Armin turned his attention back to the fire and smiled to himself. It was a start. The next day. Armin. A voice shouted, Armin, wake up. Armin groaned as he sat up and rubbed his eyes. His vision cleared to see Connie kneeling down next to him. Dude, what are you doing here? Connie asked, and what happened with the tables? I know you didn't do that. Armin looked over to see the destruction Megatron caused last night. I don't remember. Well, whatever happened, we better clean it up before Levi comes in here and kicks our asses, Connie said as he helped Armin to his feet. Let's go. Why yeah, Armin stuttered. Hanji finished setting up her materials for experiments while Optimus sat in his bipedal mode, staring at Megatron's sword in his servo. Okay, so I have some time to run some test, Hanji explained. Once again, Eren is not going to join us because he's a dash, never mind. I already told Mikasa to ask Eren about the key yesterday, so you don't have to worry about it. We're just waiting for the response, and... Hanji trailed off as she noticed Optimus wasn't paying attention to her. Optimus, you okay? Hanji asked as she knocked on his pedace. Optimus snapped out of his thoughts as he looked down at her. I am fine. I've been around Erwin long enough to know you're not fine, Hanji remarked. Are you worried about Buckethead? I do not know how to feel, Optimus admitted. I feel as though there is still things left unsaid. Well, you guys ended on mutual terms, right? Hanji asked. I know it's not my place to pry, but I vaguely remember you saying you trusted Megatron at that party before I announced my presence. I was pretty drunk, so I might be remembering it wrong, but dash. That did happen, Optimus admitted. Okay, good, so I can still remember stuff when I'm drunk, Hanji mumbled to herself. Anyway, my point is, whatever happens, it happens. We humans have such little time, the only option is to keep moving forward, no matter how hard it may be. You had time with Megatron, maybe it's time to say goodbye. Time is all we can ask for at this point. I suppose so, Optimus agreed. Thank you, Hanji. Hanji smiled as she gave a thumbs up. So now I am going to need a new assistant since Mobility is dead. I could bring Armin back as my assistant, or I could ask Nifa. She's still around. Optimus was about to respond, but stopped when he heard a familiar jet engine. The Prime stared in surprise while Hanji smiled with excitement as Megatron transformed and landed on the ground in front of them. Megatron, you're back. Hanji smiled as she waved at the Titan. Megatron raised an eyebrow at Hanji's gesture before turning his attention to the startled Prime. I assumed you left, Optimus admitted in Cybertronian, you were gone for a while. I said I would stay, Megatron reminded, I just needed time to myself to sort out my own thoughts. Are you, all right? Optimus asked hesitantly. I still function. I suppose that was something I always considered to be thankful for, Megatron admitted, you don't need to worry about me. Optimus walked up to his former enemy and handed him the hilt of his weapon. Welcome back, Megatron. Megatron stared at the weapon before taking it from the Prime's servo. He felt the texture of the device, familiarizing himself with it before placing it at his waist. Is there something I missed? Hanji asked, cause I didn't understand that. I was wondering if you blew something up, mad scientist, Megatron lied as he looked down at her. Ha ha, you jackass, Hanji drawled out, well now that you are back, we need to talk about going to Shiganshina. Megatron raised an eyebrow as he looked at the Prime. We intend to find out what is in Grisha's basement, Optimus explained, since you left, I was just going to go with Mikasa, but she needs to retrieve the key from Eren. Personally I don't think he's going to give it up because he's a little shit, Hanji commented. It appears you still are drunk, since you clearly have better coordination, Megatron remarked. Hanji responded by flipping Megatron off. Hanji, enough, Optimus ordered. He started it, Hanji retorted. Why don't I talk to the Ackerman and ask her about the situation? Megatron suggested. Optimus raised an eyebrow in surprise before thinking it over. I suppose so, but I did not assume you would want to talk to another human if not obligated. I tolerate her, Megatron admitted, so I suppose I will find her. Optimus watched in surprise as the ex-con walked off. Oh yeah, I have a lot to catch you up on, Hanji remarked. Mikasa held the scarf closer to her chest as she placed the bowl back in the kitchen sink. It's been hard for her. She's been constantly worrying about Eren and making sure that he was safe. She's been feeling exhausted, and even when she does try, she can't stop worrying about what might happen and… Ackerman, I need to dash. Mikasa jolted as she grabbed a butter knife from the sink and turned towards the source. She stared in surprise as she realized it was Megatron standing in front of her. You're back, Mikasa remarked as she threw the knife in the sink. So I am, Megatron merely said, but I need to talk with you regarding returning to your home. I'm supposed to go and retrieve whatever is in the confines of the basement, but I need help locating the dash. Mikasa cut the former warlord off as she wrapped her arms around his abdomen and buried her face in his chest. She finally was able to let her guard down as she began trembling and crying. Mikasa felt Megatron's hands on her shoulders and he quickly removed her from his hollow form. Mikasa noticed the former warlord was startled by the teen's action as he took a step back. Explain what that was, Megatron ordered, now. I'm sorry, Mikasa apologized as she wiped away her tears, I've been going through a lot lately, and I just never got the chance to thank you for saving Eren. So I hugged you. It's a gesture of kindness here. And yet you are shedding lubricant, Megatron retorted. I'm happy, and sad, and overwhelmed, Mikasa listed as more tears began to fall. She shook her head as she furiously wiped them away. Megatron sighed. You humans are strange. I'm sorry, Mikasa apologized as took a deep breath to calm herself, you said you wanted to talk to me about Shiganshina. Megatron was about to continue, but stopped when he noticed Mikasa looked rather tired. Perhaps I should give you a moment to collect yourself. No, it's fine I dash. Ackerman, Megatron cut off, causing Mikasa to instinctively straighten her back. The ex-con noticed and groaned while rubbing the side of his head, Mikasa, it is better that you express your vulnerability now than on the battlefield. So I will give you a moment to collect yourself, and when you are ready, I will be waiting outside this room. Mikasa nodded her head as Megatron exited the room. She then sat down on one of the tables before letting the tears fall. Megatron grimaced in anger at the sound of the girl's sorrow as he waited by the door. He never thought he would be in a situation where he would feel remorse over a human, yet here he was, irritated and upset at the sound of Mikasa's crying. She may be thankful that he saved Eren, but how would she react when she learned he was the cause of his spiral into depression? The problem was, Why did he care? You can come in now, Mikasa called out, her voice still wavering in confidence. Megatron sighed as walked inside to see Mikasa's hunched shoulders and red eyes. Megatron turned his attention towards the cabinets, walking over to the drawers to find something that might help the Ackerman. Mikasa ignored the ex-con's rummaging as she buried her face into her scarf. She just felt really horrible, and she just wanted all of this to stop. She just wanted to go back to the days of her childhood home with her parents or the days with Eren and his family. She was just so exhausted from everything that happened. She suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder and looked up at Megatron as the ex-con handed her a loaf of bread. This is what you humans usually eat, correct? Megatron asked. Mikasa nodded her head as she took the bread from his hand and tore off a piece. Thank you. It seemed you were overworking yourself, Megatron presumed as he sat down. I've just been so worried about Eren, Mikasa explained before chewing the bread. Well, I can't have you ending up in the medical ward, Megatron declared, you're the only human that I actually respect. Mikasa merely sighed to herself before she swallowed. You wanted to talk to me about Shiganshina. Your commander and the med scientist suggested that I go into your hometown in order to retrieve the information in the basement and check to see if there is any way to seal the hole in the wall. I can easily find methods to seal the hole, but many of the homes were destroyed and the ones that aren't look the same. So I need your help in identifying your old home and taking the intel from there. I'm aware, Mikasa said as she nodded her head. Megatron noticed Mikasa's hesitance and raised an eyebrow. There's an issue. Isn't there? Mikasa slowly nodded her head. Eren, he said he wanted to go. Megatron's eye twitched as he rubbed his temple with 2 fingers. Any particular reason? His father was the one that gave him the key, and that house was his home too, Mikasa explained. Didn't he eat his father? Megatron recalled. Mikasa threw the remainder of her food at Megatron's face. The ex-con sighed as he wiped the crumbs away before setting the bread on the table. Alright, that was inconsiderate, Megatron forced out as he rolled his eyes. I just don't know what to do, Mikasa said. And, you want my personal opinion, Megatron assumed. Mikasa nodded her head. You won't like what I have to say, Megatron informed. I need some way to make a decision, Mikasa declared. Alright, Megatron began. I believe the boy's desire to go to his home while he is mentally unstable is a rather foolish decision that will no doubt get him killed. Unless he wants to try and commit suicide again. Megatron noticed Mikasa's shoulders slumping while she put her hand on the side of her head. You said you wanted to hear my personal opinion. No, I agree with you, Mikasa proclaimed as she put her hand down, it's just, I don't know. You're letting your personal feelings for Eren conflict with rational decisions, Megatron declared. It's not just that, Mikasa explained, it was our home. It was mine after my parents were killed. The Jaegers took me in and treated me like I was their own. Eren grew up in that house ever since he was born. It was also the place where Eren's mother died. So there are personal feelings for both of you, Megatron concluded. I usually try my best to avoid feelings of the past. I believe that they conflict with future emotions and decisions. But what should I do? Mikasa asked. I don't want him to die, but going to the basement is something that's important to him. Megatron thought it over. How has the boy been? He hasn't really talked to me about how he's been feeling, Mikasa admitted. Have you talked to Optimus about this yet? Megatron asked. No, Mikasa answered, I didn't get the chance. You didn't, or you refused to? I didn't. Megatron sighed to himself as he drummed his fingers on the table. Do you want to hear what I have to say, Mikasa? If it gets me to a good decision, Mikasa proclaimed. I still believe the boy returning to his home with his current mindset would only lead to disaster, but it might also provide him some closure, Megatron explained. Closure? Mikasa questioned. You said so yourself, his creator died in that house, the secrets about the Titans are there, and his other creator was the one that provided him the key to said house, Megatron listed. Going to the place where it all began might provide him with some closure, a sense of completion. He no longer has to run around waiting for the truth of this world and can lay his past to rest. Although if he does go he's going to have to be watched at all times. Okay, Mikasa nodded her head. Just make sure to tell Prime about it, Megatron ordered as he stood up, and get some rest. Eren curled in on himself once more as he pulled the sheets over his body. He had to go back home. He had to go back, he had to. Eren flinched and grabbed his sheets as he heard someone knocking on the door of his room. Eren, Optimus called out as he knocked on the door again, I need to talk to you. May I come in? I don't dash, Eren stumbled on his words before taking a deep breath, no. Don't come in. Are you alright? Optimus asked with concern. I'm fine, Eren answered, I just don't feel well. Optimus sighed, deciding to sit down and lean his back against the door. I still need to talk to you. Mikasa told me that you wanted to go to your home dash. I'm going, Eren cut off. Eren dash. No, Eren said as he stood up from his bed, I am going and I am not going to change my mind, no matter what you or Mikasa say. Eren, it is dangerous for you, Optimus retorted. I signed up for the military, I knew it would be dangerous. Eren shouted as he slammed his fist on the door. You tried to end your life, Optimus retorted in a stern voice, you've been actively avoiding the Survey Corps and refusing to seek help. Everyone is worried for you, but you will not look Armin and Mikasa in the eye. How do I know that you will not try something reckless if you do come with us? Eren's lips began to tremble as his hands began to shake. I won't. Optimus sighed as he rubbed the side of his head. I know how much this means to you, but the last thing I want you to do is try to put yourself in danger. Optimus, I can't stay here while you and Mikasa go, Eren declared, I killed my dad. That's going to stay etched in my brain for the rest of my life, but he told me to go to the basement. The last possible instruction he gave to me. It's also my home. I lost everything that day, and was left with nothing but an unanswered question. Now I just have more questions and I'm so confused. Eren sighed as he sat down and leaned his head against the door. You wouldn't understand. Eren, of course I understand, Optimus declared with sadness, I miss my home. Eren lifted his head from the door while Optimus continued. I miss Cybertron. I miss the stars in the night sky surrounded by the 3 moons. I miss waking up from stasis to see the sun rise. I miss Iacon, and Alpha Trion. I miss so many comrades that I have lost during the war. That place was my home, and it still holds a place in my spark. Optimus sighed. Just because I do not openly express my feelings does not mean I do not understand. I know the pain you are going through right now, and how much this means to you, but the last thing I want is for you to get hurt. All I want is for the ones I care about to be safe. Eren leaned on his side against the door. He took a deep breath and reached for the handle. He pulled the door open and sneaked through the small crack before closing the door. The Titan shifter sat down and looked up to see Optimus sitting next to him. Hey, Eren greeted. Hello, Optimus greeted without looking at Eren. Optimus, I get that you're worried, and I'm sorry for assuming that you didn't experience loss, Eren began, but I need to go. I need closure. I can't just stay here, I need to go home. And I'm not giving you the key unless I do get to go. Eren, we need the truth as soon as possible, Optimus retorted, you're not in a right state of mind. Please, Optimus, I'm begging you. Eren pleaded. Optimus finally looked at Eren before closing his eyes. I am against this, but I will make a deal with you. If I do bring you back to your home, I expect you to fully cooperate, and if there is any danger we leave immediately. Eren's eyes brightened with hope. Yes, of course. Also, you must talk to someone about your feelings, Optimus added, you cannot keep yourself locked in your room and ignoring your feelings. Eren genuinely hesitated at Optimus' last proposal. He didn't want to talk to anyone. Eren, please, Optimus pleaded. Okay, Eren agreed in defeat, okay, I'll do it. Optimus sighed with relief. Thank you, Eren. Later that night. Megatron, I have a favor to ask you, Historia requested as she walked up to his resting bipedal mode. Megatron opened an optic before deciding to sit up. You seem to ask many favors of me. Please, this is important, Historia said. Megatron sighed. Fine, what is it? We speculated that Reiner would be in Shiganshina, since would still want to retrieve Eren and take him to where he's from, Historia explained. Your point? Megatron demanded. I need you to find Ymir, and bring her back, Historia requested. Megatron looked at her in confusion. Who? Another Titan shifter, Historia explained. You crushed her face when you first arrived here. I see, Megatron said as he remembered the small Titan. I also recall that she went willingly with the enemy. Historia remained quiet. That's not who she is. She had the option to run away and come back with you, but she chose to go with them, Megatron declared. She wouldn't do it willingly, she was blackmailed, Historia proclaimed. You really do not know that, Megatron retorted. And neither do you. Historia shouted, you don't know her like I do. I know she could have run away the first time she revealed her Titan form, but she chose to stay and fight for us. She acts like a bitch, but in reality she's a kind person. She wouldn't throw me aside, she wouldn't leave me on purpose. Why? Why? Megatron raised an eyebrow in skepticism. What does this creature mean to you? She's not a dash. Is she your conjux Endura? Megatron asked. My what? Historia stuttered. That's not the term you humans use, Megatron muttered to himself. I believe the term you humans use is soulmate. Soulmate? Historia exclaimed. Clearly you love her, since you're willing to ask me to retrieve in the chance that she might still be alive or even in that location, Megatron stated. I could be wrong, but the passion you're displaying right now makes me think otherwise. She's not my, Historia trailed off. I don't know what she means to me just yet. I care for her, but I'm also angry at her for what she did. Maybe I do love her, maybe I don't, but I'm just mad. So, if I do manage to retrieve her, what do you intend to do? Megatron asked. If she is there, and you do manage to bring her back, Historia trailed off before mustering the confidence to look Megatron dead in the eye, I'm going to punch her in the face. Megatron chuckled. Oh, I am holding you against that. The next day, Trost District. So Megatron is already in Shiganshina, surveying the area to determine if there's a way to seal the wall. Hanji asked Optimus as he remained on the outside of Walrose. Yes, Optimus answered, if we cannot find a way to seal the wall, then we can plan operations to do so without sacrificing the lives of your comrades. Hanji smiled in response as Eren and Mikasa, equipped in uniform and 3D gear, were lowered down an elevator near Optimus. Mikasa refused to even look at Eren, while the Titan shifter stared at his feet. The Prime didn't notice as he lifted his servo next to the elevator, allowing Mikasa and Eren to get off and be lowered to the ground. Optimus transformed into his alt mode and opened his doors to them. Mikasa sat in the driver's seat while Eren sat in the passenger seat. Good luck. Hanji shouted as Optimus drove off towards Wall Maria. Optimus adjusted his side view mirrors to get a good look at Eren and Mikasa. The two of them were looking outside the window, and they haven't said a word to each other ever since Walrose. Did something happen between the two that he missed? There was an extreme amount of tension between them, but he didn't know if he should ask about it right now, not when they were doing a mission. Optimus rotated his side view mirror to see Wall Maria coming into view, along with the hole in the wall caused by Reiner. Mikasa seemed to notice the wall as she sat up in her seat. Is that? We are here, Optimus declared. Eren and Mikasa both opened the windows as they drove under the damaged gate. The two look ahead of them to see their old home still in ruins. Some houses remained intact, and others were destroyed. Mikasa stared at the ground, noticing the footprints left by the Titans, while Eren stared at the overgrown grass and plants. We're home, Eren spoke. Optimus adjusted his side view mirrors and saw the two humans had a nostalgia and sadness written on their faces. Nostalgia for what they had and sadness for what they had lost. Optimus took a left turn down the old street and continued to drive ahead. Eren saw Optimus slowing to a stop before noticing what was in front of him. Megatron stood at the center of the town in his human form. With his hands behind his back, he merely stared at the destroyed water fountain and didn't seem bothered by the Prime's presence. You're late, Megatron remarked without looking back at them. My form is not as fast as yours, Optimus retorted as he let Mikasa and Eren out of his alt mode. Which is why I never understood why you kept it, Megatron said as the Prime activated his hollow form and walked up to him. It has provided me with certain advantage, Optimus reminded. Fair enough, Megatron accepted as he fully turned to him. I surveyed the area around the gates in this town. There's nothing large enough to seal the damage done. We'll report that once we return to Wall Sina, Optimus decided. For now we need to focus on the task at hand. Megatron glanced at Mikasa before gesturing his hand towards the houses. Lead the way, Ackerman. Mikasa nodded her head before staring at the street she remembered traveling down before. This way. Mikasa walked down the path with Megatron following her. Optimus looked back at Eren and beckoned him to come. Eren quickly followed behind as they made their way towards their old home. Eren crossed his arms as he stayed close to Optimus, staring past him and at the back of the former warlord. This is the first time he has seen him since that night, and needless to say, he was terrified. He didn't know why he was still here, or if he was still mad at him. He wasn't as strong as Optimus or Megatron, and because of the stunt that he pulled, he thought he drove away the one chance to end the Titan's reign forever. So, was he staying because of Optimus? Did the stuff he said to him was a lie just so he could get on Optimus' good side? Eren lowered his head in shame. He was just another pawn. I think we make a left turn here and, Mikasa stopped in her tracks as she stared ahead. Ackerman, Megatron spoke as he stood next to her, where is it? Mikasa didn't answer as she walked forward, causing the former Decepticon to follow her. Eren lifted his head and looked in shock to see Mikasa standing in front of damaged home. Eren slightly gasped as memories of it came flooding back. His family, home-cooked meals, questions about the basement, simple chores, and, the day he wasn't strong enough to save his mother. Eren walked up next to Mikasa, both reminded of the day the gate was destroyed, how they couldn't lift a dem beam, and how they were forced away from the home they had. Is this the place? Optimus asked before turning to the two of them and noticing their expressions. Megatron glanced back at the two as well before turning to Optimus. I'll start removing the wreckage. Optimus nodded his head in understanding as Megatron made his way towards the rubble. The Prime turned towards the children and kneeled down in front of them. Can you handle this? Optimus asked. It's just been so long, Mikasa spoke. I can bring my form around, and you can wait. No, Eren interrupted as his hands formed into fists. We're already here. We have to do this. Optimus quietly sighed before noticing purple flowers growing next to Mikasa. He plucked them from the ground and handed two to Mikasa and the other two to Eren. Paying your respects might help, Optimus stated as he closed their hands. Mikasa stared at the flowers in her hand before deciding to walk towards her second. She muttered a quiet thank you for Carla before setting the flowers onto the ground. Eren took a deep breath and walked forward to the house. He stopped when he noticed something on the ground, almost throwing up when he realized that it was his mother's shoe. He knelt down and picked up the shoe before placing it next to Mikasa's flowers, trying not to think about his mother's struggles against the smiling Titan. Eren then got down on his knees and placed the flowers on the ground, trying his best not to cry. I'm sorry, Eren apologized in a hushed voice, I'll find a way to make things right. I'll be stronger, I'll make you proud. Megatron grunted as he moved the last of the wooden beams, revealing a set of stairs that led to the basement door. I found the door, Megatron informed. Eren stood up while Optimus and Mikasa walked over the wreckage to see the stairs. Eren quickly caught as he stared at the basement door he wondered about for so long. Eren made his way down the stairs with Mikasa following close behind. Optimus followed the two down the stairs while Megatron stared at the top of the wall. He kept a trained eye at his surroundings as he made his way backwards to the basement. Eren pulled out the key from around his neck and stared at it before taking a deep breath. This was it. This was finally it. Eren placed the key in the lock and turned it. He waited for the door to open, but nothing was happening. It's not opening, Eren said. What? Optimus spoke. Try again, Mikasa said. I am. Eren exclaimed as he kept on trying to unlock the door. Megatron growled in irritation as he stomped down the stairs, pushing past Optimus and Aaron before kicking the door down. Megatron dash. Do not lecture me about anything, Megatron cut off as he pointed a finger at Optimus. We are in enemy territory, and I have a feeling we are not alone. Aaron stiffened as Megatron turned to him. That was clearly not meant for the door, and we do not have time to ponder over your creator's stupidity. Stop preening and move quickly. Aaron nodded his head before quickly going inside the basement with Mikasa right behind him. Optimus gave Megatron a disapproving look before following the two children inside. Megatron decided to stay outside the door and keep watch. He instinctively reached at his side for his sword, but groaned in anger and remembrance that the hollow form was not armed with weapons. Aaron and Mikasa stared at the dusty basement the two have wondered about for the past 5 years. In front of them was a work desk with a couple of drawers while the walls were littered with medicine supplies and shelves full of books and other materials. We need to move, Optimus reminded as he stepped past them and searched the room. Aaron and Mikasa snapped out of their thoughts and began to search the room. Optimus picked up one of the containers from the shelf while Aaron looked inside some of the boxes that were there. Mikasa meanwhile examined the desk in front of her and moved her hand across the dusty table. She quietly gasped as her thumbs swiped across a small hole. Mikasa knelt down and saw a small keyhole on the top left-hand corner of the drawer. I found a keyhole, Mikasa spoke, causing Aaron and Optimus to walk up next to her. Aaron examined the keyhole before taking the key once again and inserting it inside. He sighed with relief when he turned it and heard a small click, causing the drawer to open. The two teens stared in confusion as the drawer was revealed to be empty. It's empty, Aaron said. Optimus moved his hand towards the drawer and felt the smooth wood on his hands. He searched until he found a loose end and pulled out the false bottom. Looks are deceiving, Optimus merely said. The three looked back into the drawer to see 3 different colored notebooks in a well-kept condition. They're notebooks, Mikasa remarked as Optimus picked up one of them. You mean to tell me the key to humanity survival are notebooks, Megatron hissed. Alright then, I officially hate your creator. Megatron. Optimus scolded. He's not leaving a good impression on me, Megatron retorted as he glared at Optimus. It feels like everything in this room is a cop-out. Aaron picked up the notebook in the middle and placed on the table. He felt the texture of the cover as his hand moved to open the book. Aaron felt a hand on his and looked to see Mikasa staring at him. They both nodded their heads in understanding before opening the book together. The two looked in confusion and shock at the first page they were met with. Aaron removed the sheet of paper stuck to the page and stared at it, trying to figure out what it was. Is this a portrait? Aaron questioned. But it's so detailed, Mikasa retorted. Optimus glanced at the two of them before his eyes widened in shock and realization. It was a photograph of a man with his wife and child in professional clothing. It's a photograph, Optimus spoke. Aaron looked up at Optimus before handing him the picture. You know what this is? These were common on Cybertron for a long time and common on Earth for about a century, Optimus explained, but this requires lenses, lights, technology, how dash. Megatron walked over to the Prime and snatched the photo from his hands. He snarled before looking at Mikasa. I thought your world doesn't have this kind of technology, Megatron recalled. It doesn't, Mikasa retorted, we don't even know what that is. Portraits are done with paint, not this. Aaron took a closer look at the picture in Megatron's hands and noticed something black on the back due to the sunlight coming from the door. There's something on the back, Aaron declared. Megatron looked at Aaron before flipping to the back of the photographer. He stared intently at the information before his eye twitched. Now I really hate your creator, Megatron declared as he handed the picture back to the three, allowing them to see the back. This is not a drawing. Aaron read, this is the reflection of the light of the objects burned on special paper. It's called a photograph. I came from outside the wall, where people live in luxury. Humanity is not extinct at all. Chapter 25, Return to Shiganshina Part 2. Reiner, Berthold, Annie, and Amir were quietly eating what was in the bag of the horse Annie stole. It was early in the morning, and they were still pretty exhausted. They just needed to last a little longer and then they would be able to go home. They failed their mission, but if they stayed any longer, they would be killed by the Metal Titans. So, do you know if this is permanent? Reiner asked Annie, the Energon. Annie raised an eyebrow. How do you know what it's called? I couldn't gain enough information on Optimus Prime, but I know at the very least that's what his life force is called, Reiner explained. That doesn't explain what happened to me, Berthold retorted. Whatever the Flying Titan did to me was a lot worse. I could hear voices in my head. Annie noticed Berthold's distress and decided to shift focus. I don't know if it's permanent. It's not hurting me in any way. Marley's going to want to know about that, Reiner remarked. I don't want them poking at my body again, Annie hissed. Your compliance isn't going to be a factor, Berthold retorted. You know how they feel about us. What are we going to say? Annie questioned. Would they even believe us? Before Reiner could give an answer, Ymir gasped as she looked up at the sky. What is it? Reiner asked. Get down, now. Ymir hissed as she flattened herself against the wall. The Titan trio followed suit and lowered themselves on the wall. Reiner and Berthold gasped as they heard the haunting engine noise they heard a few weeks ago. Annie stared in confusion at the two, but it soon went away as she saw the Flying Titan transform and land in the center of Shiganshina. Is that the Flying Titan? Annie questioned. Berthold kept on staring in horror as he held onto his damaged hand. Meanwhile Reiner clutched his chest as he began to tremble. Ymir turned to Annie and merely nodded her head. Annie observed the Titan as it began to survey the area. He truly looked like a monster. The claws, the red eyes, the demeanor, she could only imagine what he did to Berthold and Reiner. We need to move away from the wall, Reiner whispered. The four slowly crawled away from the edge of the wall. What is he doing here? Berthold questioned. Is he here to plug the wall? I don't know, Reiner admitted. We can't do anything to give away our position. They all froze as they heard the noise start up again before fading out. However, they remained where they were. They didn't want to see if the Titan was still there. They were terrified the Titan would spot them and kill them. They didn't want to die. Is he gone? Ymir asked. I don't want to check, Reiner admitted. Annie heard another engine noise and decided to lift her head over the wall. She gasped and quickly ducked as she saw Optimus drive in through the destroyed gate into Shiganshina. What is it? Reiner asked. Optimus is here, Annie answered. Oh fuck everything, Ymir groaned. This is what I get for being nice. Annie looked over once more and saw in horror as Mikasa and Eren were walking beside Optimus' hollow form. What else do you see? Berthold asked. It's Eren, Annie whispered. What? Reiner exclaimed as he looked over the wall to see him. What are he and Mikasa doing here? I don't know, Annie admitted as she saw the three make their way through Shiganshina with a fourth person she couldn't identify. There are no boulders around, why would they need to? Shit, they're here for the basement. Reiner realized as they stopped at a destroyed house. The two ducked when they noticed one of them looking in their direction. They're going to know the truth, Berthold declared. We'll lose our element of surprise. We can still try to grab Eren, Reiner declared. Reiner, are you insane? Ymir exclaimed. You so much as make a move towards him, I'm going to choke you to death. Annie declared. This may be our only change to get him. Reiner retorted. We made an agreement, we go back home to Liberio. Annie nearly shouted, do you want us to die? We can't go back empty-handed. Reiner retorted. And how many of us are going to die before we go back empty-handed? Annie demanded. Reiner grimaced at Annie before deciding to make a break for it. He made his way to jump off the wall, narrowly avoiding Annie's grip. Megatron yelled as he threw the shelf containing Grisha's medicine to the ground, causing some of the contents to shatter on the ground. Megatron dash. Not. Another. Word, Megatron ordered as he pointed at the Prime. Stop acting dash. Megatron cut Optimus off as he grabbed him by the collar. Not. Another. Word. You are being childish. Optimus exclaimed. I'm being childish. Megatron shouted, what I expected when I came here was a way to destroy the Titans. Instead, I get some pathetic nonsense about humanity not being extinct. Megatron dash. How are you not reacting to this? Megatron demanded, you've been on this twisted planet longer than I have. We can discuss this later. We need to move. Optimus declared. No. We're discussing this now. Megatron declared, because I did not sign up for this. I signed up to fight giant, naked, humans that for some reason lack reproductive organs. I barely accepted the fact that humans can turn into these creatures. I accepted we overthrew the government and placed in the hands of a child. I cannot accept this Ackerman, what the word you humans use. Bullshit. Mikasa answered in confusion. Bullshit. Megatron shouted. Mikasa stared at Optimus and Megatron as they continued yelling at each other while Eren stared at the picture. Humanity wasn't extinct. Everything he knew was a lie. What did that mean for everyone? What did that mean for him? Who was the woman, and why did she look familiar? Who was the child? How much was his father hiding from him? Eren shook his head as he saw Optimus and Megatron were still fighting. They needed to go back. I looked inside myself dash. Megatron dash. I really looked inside myself and wondered, how much of the humans' pathetic nonsense am I willing to put up with? Megatron. Not. Slagging. This. Both of you, shut up. Eren shouted. Eren felt really uncomfortable as he felt all three eyes on him. Megatron looked ready to kill him, while Optimus and Mikasa were merely startled by his outburst. We need to get this information back to the core, Eren said with a timid voice. He's right, we can't stay here, Mikasa agreed. Megatron was about to say something else but merely groaned in irritation and deactivated the hollow form. Megatron will meet us back at Wall Sina, Optimus explained, before hearing a faint scream from the sky, he might meet with us later. Optimus, what are we going to do? Mikasa asked, how are we dash? What do you dash? Optimus kneeled down and placed a hand on both of their shoulders. I promise both of you, we will get to the bottom of this and figure out a solution. Eren glanced at the picture one more time and placed it in the notebook he found it in. Let's go. Eren carried the notebooks as the three of them walked up the stairs and out of their old home. He was now even more confused than before. He didn't know what to do. Eren! Mikasa shouted as she pulled him to the ground. Before Eren could react, he saw Reiner in his Titan form lunging for him. The Titan shifter shielded his face as Optimus tackled Reiner in his bipedal mode. The two rolled away from the children before landing on their feet. Reiner threw a punch Optimus, but the Titan caught it and twisted the arm. Eren then looked up at the sky to see Megatron transform and cut off Reiner's arm with his sword before he landed on the ground. Megatron kicked Reiner in the throat, sending him flying backwards into many of the houses. Go! Now! Megatron shouted. Optimus dashed Eren and Mikasa, grabbing them before transforming into his bipedal mode. The two grunted in pain as Optimus clicked their seat belts before Optimus drove towards the destroyed gate. Eren saw Annie in her Titan form running across the wall towards them, but Annie nearly stumbled off the wall as pieces of debris were thrown at her face. The two watched as Wall Maria faded from their sights. We have to go back, Eren declared. We need to get that information back to the Survey Corps, Optimus retorted, I also need to get you two to safety. But the enemy? Eren retorted, Optimus, we dash. Had a deal, Optimus cut off, if there were any signs of danger, we leave immediately. Reiner is still after you, and he will take you away to wherever his hometown is. I cannot let that happen. Eren, listen to Optimus, Mikasa said. Eren looked at Mikasa before staring at the notebooks in his hands. Damn it all. He was still so useless. Annie jumped down the wall after recovering from the debris thrown at her face. She then stared in horror as Reiner charged at the flying Titan, only for the Titan to grab Reiner by the neck and hoist him in the air. Damn it all. If only Reiner didn't move, if only she was able to catch him in time, none of this would be happening. They would be able to escape this place with their lives. Now there's a chance that all of them would die. She had to intervene somehow, but what could she do? She knew nothing of this Titan. Annie stopped herself from trembling. She had to try something. Megatron chuckled as he placed his sword at his side. I never thought that you would foolishly attack me. Especially after how our first encounter went. Reiner continued to struggle as the grip around his neck got tighter. Tell me something, creature, Megatron began as he showed his claws to Reiner. Would you live or die if I ripped out your real heart? Reiner struggled even more as he began slamming his hands on the Titan's arm, causing him to laugh. I suppose I will find some sort of amusement after what I've learned today, Megatron grinned sadistically as he aimed his claws. Before Megatron made his move, he used his arm to shield himself from a rock that was thrown at him. He turned his head slightly to see Annie's Titan form take a few steps forward. So this is your Titan form, Lionheart, the Flying Titan remarked. I must say, I am not that impressed. Berthold and Ymir peeked their heads over the wall to see the situation. Annie was about to throw another rock, but stopped when she saw the Flying Titan's grip tighten even further, causing Reiner to cry out in pain. Annie began to tremble as blood started pouring down Reiner's neck. I suppose you would say me killing your friend wouldn't matter to you, but you humans always seem to care about something, the Flying Titan remarked, or someone. Annie took a step back, but it didn't go unnoticed by the Titan as he began to laugh. And what will running do? The Flying Titan asked as he gave a sinister smile. No matter what you do, I will make sure that you and your friend will die horrible deaths. Maybe the Colossal One did too. Dark Energon is a lot more volatile than regular Energon. I'd say you probably wouldn't even find a body. Berthold trembled as he looked down at his infected hand. So tell me, Lionheart, what will you do? The Flying Titan challenged. Will you run away like a coward, proving to me humanity has more courage than you? Or will you die here? Annie turned her attention to Reiner, who was trying his best to shake his head. He wanted her to run and hide, but she didn't have that option. The Flying Titan would hunt her down like a dog. Optimus was fast, but this Titan was most likely faster than he was. And if he found Berthold and Ymir, he would probably kill them too. It seemed the only option that would give them a slight chance at survival would be to fight. Annie calmed her nerves as she raised her fists and got into the fighting stance her father taught her. The Titan smirked as he dropped Reiner to the ground. It seems you made your choice, the Flying Titan declared as he unsheathed his sword. Annie expected the Titan to use that against her, but she flinched as he used it to stab Reiner in the chest, pinning him to the ground. Reiner cried out in pain from the blade, but was silenced when the Titan stepped on his face. Don't worry, the Flying Titan mockingly reassured, once I'm done with Lionheart, you'll be begging that I ended your life on the first day we met. Reiner grunted as he took his foot off of his face and walked towards Annie. The Titan shifter began to scream and kick, but it was no use. The sword kept him in place. Andesh Berthold grunted as Ymir covered his mouth and forced him down on the wall. Are you trying to get us killed? Ymir exclaimed as Berthold kept on struggling. Understand this, the Flying Titan began, I will kill you, but if you give me a good show, I may make your death a quick one. Annie raised an eyebrow in confusion, causing the Titan to elaborate. I am fully aware that you are children, the Flying Titan declared, and while Optimus may have problem with fighting you, I do not. You chose this path, and I will not give you the option to live. The Flying Titan showed his claws to Annie. I am not Optimus Prime. Annie was distracted by her own fear that she didn't realize the Flying Titan rushed her. Annie shielded her face and crystallized her hands and arms as he kicked her in that area. The female Titan was sent flying backwards, almost losing her balance as she slowed to a stop. Annie looked down at her arms to see that her crystallized armor wasn't destroyed. It merely had a few cracks in it from the force. Annie heard footsteps and saw the Flying Titan coming towards her. Annie forced the crystals off her body and got into her original fighting stance. The Flying Titan threw a punch at her, but Annie dodged the attack at the last second before hooking her arms around his shoulder. She tried pulling him to the ground and pinning him there, but she found that he was managing to force himself to stay upright. The ground gave way and began to shatter under both of their feet. Come on! Annie internally screamed. The Flying Titan chuckled. Did you think it would be that easy? Annie coughed up blood as she felt the Titan's claws sink into her back. Before the Titan could rip out her spine, she crystallized her foot and kicked him in his knee. The Titan let go of her spine, allowing Annie to let go of the Titan and punch him in the face with a crystallized fist. The flying Titan stumbled back while Annie managed to gain some distance from him before collapsing on the ground. She groaned in pain as she felt her spine correcting itself, fully regenerated back into her body. She stared at the flying Titan, seeing that he was not fazed by her attack. He merely looked down at the knee she attacked him on. "Not bad," the flying Titan remarked as he stood up. "You use defensive strategies in order to turn opponents' moves against them. It would have worked, but..." Annie tensed up as the Titan walked towards her before kneeling down in front of her. "I have more experience and more strength than you," Megatron declared. "Tell me something, Lionheart, how does it feel to have energon coursing through your body?" Before Annie could react, Megatron kicked her in the face, sending her flying across the town. Reiner watched in horror from his position as Annie is thrown around like a rag doll. He turned his attention to the sword impaled in his chest and tried to pull it out of his body. It wouldn't come out, however, as the sword was stuck in the ground. The position he was in would allow him to come out of his Titan body, or take the sword out. Reiner growled as he thought of another idea. It was going to be painful, but he needed to do it in order to save Annie. The Titan shifter grunted in pain as he angled his body and pushed on the sword, allowing it to cut through his armor and flesh. Annie crashed into multiple houses while her face finished regenerating. She gasped and rolled out of the way as the Titan slammed his feet into the ground from where she was. Annie tried to get up, but the flying Titan grabbed her neck and began to choke her. She tried to knee him in the gut, but the Titan blocked it using his other hand. Annie then used her free hand and crystallized it to punch him in the face. The force she added causing the crystals to break upon contact. The flying Titan let go of her as he took a step back. Annie looked down at the ground to see something purple drip on the ground. The Titan turned and merely stared at her, his gaze paralyzed her very soul. He then wiped the purple substance from his mouth and stared intently at it. Annie felt chills go up her spine as the Titan began laughing. "Well, congratulations, Lionheart," the flying Titan grinned sadistically. "You are the first of these creatures that I've come across that has actually managed to cause damage." Annie tried to punch him again, but he merely caught the fist and twisted her arm. "Do you honestly think I would let you have that opportunity again?" The flying Titan cackled before ripping her arm off. Annie coughed up blood as the Titan sunk his claws into her stomach. "Do you honestly think you can beat me with that flimsy form?" The Titan questioned as he dragged his claws out of her stomach. Annie cried out as she held her stomach while blood fell to the ground. "You're not even a human!" the Titan exclaimed as he punched Annie in the face, sending her crashing into the wall. Annie gasped as her face regenerated, allowing her to look down at her injuries that were quickly fading away. She looked in fear as the flying Titan walked towards her. She was going to die. She was going to die without returning home. No matter what she did or what would happen, no matter how fast her wounds would heal, she was no match for the Titan. She was going to die, and so was Reiner. She prayed the Titan wouldn't find Berthold or Amir. Megatron stopped in his tracks and looked down at the child, noticing her defeated spirit. She merely flinched as he stepped on her leg. "You never stood a chance at winning," Megatron declared, "or even survival. I'll give you quick death, but I will kill the armored Titan, and whatever Titan shifter that is left on this world. Once I'm done, I might even go after your father." Megatron smirked as he noticed Lionheart reacting. "That's right. I know about your creator, and that you care about him. I also know where he is, and when I find him, I'll be the one to tell him I killed his creation, before slaughtering him in the most painful way possible for all to see." Annie cried out in anger as she tried to attack him, but Megatron merely pressed his PD against her throat. He noticed Lionheart created a coat of armor around her neck while using her hands to try and push the foot away from her neck. She continued to cry out in desperation, but Megatron merely stared in amusement. "Struggling only makes it worse," Megatron remarked. "It doesn't matter anyway. Whatever you say or do, your father's death is on your hands." Annie continued screaming as tears began to well up in her eyes. Her father was going to die. He was going to die, and it's her fault. She had to break free. "Annie!" a voice shouted. Megatron stopped what he was doing and turned his attention to the other side of the wall. He gave a sickening grin as he saw Berthold paralyzed with fear as he realized his mistake. Meanwhile, Ymir kept her head low to avoid the Titan noticing her. She was not going to die today. I suppose I have another target to kill, Megatron muttered to himself as he removed his PD from Lionheart's neck. Annie took the opportunity and quickly got to her feet. She crystallized her right hand stretched outwards in order to make it look like they were claws. She let out a battle cry, earning the Titan's attention, but it didn't give him much time to react as she struck. Annie fell to the ground as the crystals on her hand fell away. Whatever she did took a lot of the energy out of her. She needed to remove herself from her Titan form, but she was struggling to push herself off the ground. She lifted her head and stared in shock as she saw the rusted thorn from the flying Titan's shoulder on the ground. Did she do that? Annie gasped as she was grabbed by her face and lifted into the air. She trembled as she saw the flying Titan had a serious and calm expression. However, his eyes told a different story, as they screamed of rage and death. Annie heard Berthold scream as the flying Titan stabbed Annie through her throat, piercing through her real stomach along the way and almost tearing her in half. Megatron stared in disgust as he dropped Annie to the ground. He lifted his PD, ready to stomp down on her neck for good measure, but the Titan was tackled from behind by someone else. Megatron skidded to a stop and saw the armored Titan standing in front of Annie. He gripped the handle of his sword in one hand while his arm and shoulder were threatening to fall off from the injury he inflicted on himself to get out of the ground. Megatron didn't speak as he rushed the armored one. He tried to swing the sword, but Megatron caught the blade with one hand while punching him in the face with the other. Megatron took his sword and held it by the handle before slicing off his injured side completely. Reiner saw the arm fall to the ground as Megatron drew his blade back. He grabbed the blade with his other hand, but it wasn't enough as the blade was starting to pierce his neck. Reiner roared as the blade almost reached his actual body, but the Titan stopped when a bright light blinded them both. Reiner looked in horror as he saw Berthold in his Titan form stomping towards the both of them. Megatron growled as he removed his blade from Reiner's throat and kicked him to the ground. Megatron stepped on and crushed the Titan's head, incapacitating him from fighting. The Titan then turned his attention to the colossal Titan before letting out a battle cry and transforming into his alt mode. Optimus arrived at Walrose, earning the attention of the scouts there. Optimus transformed and held Eren and Mikasa in his hand. Two of the scouts went down and grabbed the two of them and pulled them up the wall. What happened? Hanji shouted, "Where's Megatron?" He's engaging the enemy as we speak. Optimus answered before activating his COMM link, Megatron, I'm on my way to your position. Stay there. Megatron shouted on the other end. But Megatron dash. I need this, Megatron hissed before disconnecting the COMM link. Optimus was startled by Megatron's response, but understood he did not want to be bothered. Megatron will return later. For we must get the information to Wall Sina. Megatron dodged a swipe from Berthold's hand before transforming and chopping it off. Berthold screamed in pain as Megatron transformed into his alt mode and flew around the Titan. Megatron flew behind his neck and fired, but the Titan was smart enough to block it with his injured hand. Megatron noticed the body was slowly regenerating before flying back around and cutting off the colossal Titan's jaw muscles. Berthold screamed as Megatron landed on the wall behind him. He could slaughter him right now, and all the others. Especially Lionheart. She did actual damage to him form. Who knows what other capabilities she possessed. Megatron stared at his left shoulder to see where the brown and gray thorn was cut off. Slag everything to the pits. The ex-con noticed something else in his line of sight and looked over to see a female human on top of the walls. She noticed that he was looking at her, causing her to crawl back in fear. I need you to find Ymir, he recalled Historia telling him. That must be her, Megatron realized as the girl tried to run away. The Titan made a move for her, but had to dodge a hand swipe from the colossal Titan. Megatron jumped off the wall and flew towards the Titan. He transformed and let out a battle cry before punching Berthold in the face. The force destroyed the bones in the Titan's body, causing it to fall backwards and collapse on the ground. Ymir trembled in horror at the sight. The colossal Titan was beaten in one attack? Oh God! She was the only one left. Ymir yelped as the flying titan landed in front of her and stood up in full height. Are you going to kill me? Ymir asked. Currently, I won't, Megatron stated, and not because you wouldn't stand a chance against me, we both already know that. The reason you are not dead is because Historia Rice has requested that I bring you back. Historia. Ymir breathed, wait, you just slaughtered humanity's greatest threats. Why are you listening to a regular human? We've made a compact, Megatron explained, if she does anything unjustly to her subjects, then I kill her. Subjects. She is the queen of this walled world, Megatron explained. Before Ymir could react to the shocking revelation, a boulder was hurled towards the flying titan. The titan blocked the attack as debris fell to the ground. The titan growled and looked down to see Annie back on her feet with her wound fully gone. You are coming with me? Megatron ordered. Like hell I will. Ymir shot back. Your compliance isn't a factor, Megatron hissed in response. Ymir yelped as Megatron grabbed her and transformed into his alt mode. The titan flew into the sky, but Annie began to give chase. She jumped into the air, 50 meters over the wall and tried to grab the alt mode, but it was too fast for her as it flew high into the sky. Annie landed on the wall, stumbling a little with her footing. She took deep breaths, shaking as she collapsed on her knees. She lightly touched her throat, overthinking her near-death experience. She nearly died. Berthold and Reiner nearly died, and now, the Titan knew about her father. Tears poured out of her eyes as she let out a scream of anguish. The situation was hopeless. You son of a bitch, let me go. Ymir yelled as she began kicking around the cockpit. Megatron responded by twirling in the air, causing Ymir to roll around and land in a cramped position. Either you behave or we're going to have a problem. Megatron exclaimed. Says the bastard who kidnapped me. Ymir retorted as she tried to move. I already have my misgivings about you, Megatron declared. You don't even know me. Ymir retorted. I know you had the opportunity to escape the armored titan, since you were not aligned with him before, Megatron explained. Instead, I see you choose saving the enemy over someone you claim to care about. You don't know me, Ymir quietly said. Then explain it to me, Megatron ordered, because I'm not going to bring back someone who might kill the queen. Ymir didn't say anything, causing Megatron to growl and stop in his tracks. Alright then, we'll do this my way, Megatron hissed. Ymir yelped as Megatron flew upwards into the sky. The force overwhelming her to no end. When Megatron was high enough for Ymir to still breathe, he transformed, and let her go. Ymir screamed as she and Megatron plummeted to the ground below. So, when is Megatron coming back? Hanji asked as Optimus sat by the castle in his bipedal mode. Optimus responded by turning on his COMM link. Megatron, where are you? A little busy, Megatron answered, give me a few minutes and I will return. You motherfucker. Optimus winced and turned off the COMM before turning to Hanji. He is busy. Ymir continued screaming as Megatron transformed and flew next to her. As she fell, Megatron noticed that the land before him didn't stretch out that far. In fact, this place looked like an island. You bastard! Ymir shouted. Calling me names won't help your situation, Megatron retorted, neither with your regenerative power or turning into a titan. I started at a high position. It's a very low chance you'll survive the fall. Now tell me why you helped the enemy. No. Alright then, say your final words, Megatron declared. Ymir saw the ground coming in faster than she would have liked. She didn't want to say it, but she didn't want to die. Time is running out, Megatron taunted. Ymir's lips trembling before telling the ex-con the truth. It's because I still have a habit of being selfless. Megatron transformed and grabbed Ymir, causing her to look at the Titan dead in the eye. What are you talking about? Megatron demanded. There was no endgame, and you just wanted to help the enemy that wanted to kill your people. I never cared about the wall world. Ymir yelled. Then why help them? Megatron demanded. Because if it wasn't for them, I would have still been wandering around this place as a Titan. Ymir shouted. Megatron was slightly startled by her response, but Ymir continued. Before I was turned into a Titan, I was self-sacrificing, Emir explained. I took the name Emir because it meant I would have food and a warm place to sleep, but it felt good for people to need me. Even when I was caught, I still kept playing that part because I thought it would save everyone. It didn't, and everyone, including myself, from that stupid cult got turned into titans. I wandered this place for 60 years. 60 years of an endless nightmare. And Megatron saw lubricant coming out of her eyes before being swept up into the air. I finally got my freedom, Emir laughed. I opened my eyes and saw that I was finally free. I wanted to be selfish, and live the way I wanted. And then I met that stupid bitch Historia. I knew she was like me from the start, and I did everything I could to protect her. I nearly blew my cover by turning into a titan to save Form that snowstorm. I didn't try hard in the academy because I wanted to make sure she got a spot in the top 10 and join the military police. I joined the Survey Corps because I wanted to protect her. Even when I acted like a total bitch, she still looked at me and smiled. You fell in love with her, Megatron spoke, earning a nod from the Titan Shifter. Then why did you choose the enemy? Because I'm an idiot, Emir answered, because I still had a need to be selfless. Because it felt like I owed them for allowing me to turn back into a human. You have no debt to repay them, Megatron declared. If they are from the place that forced you to become a Titan, why would you continue to help them? Now be honest to yourself, what is it that you truly want? Emir trailed off, I want to see Historia again. Even if it kills me. Even if I'm hated by everyone. Even if I'm locked away, I want to see Historia again. Is that so much to ask? Megatron didn't respond right away as the echo of her words rang through the air, but the girl continued to cry. Why was he feeling sentimental about this? You want to make amends. You want to set things right with someone you still care about, and that's not as selfish as you might think. That's, actually, a pretty humane thing to do. It was because he understood. No, Megatron answered Emir, not at all. Megatron held Emir close to him before transforming back into alt mode before flying towards Wall Sina. I am taking you back to Wall Sina, but I wouldn't expect a warm welcome, Megatron informed. Thank you, Emir said as she wiped away her tears. Optimus patiently waited in Wall Sina while Hanji was looking at the picture left behind by Grisha in the notebook. The other members decided to wait outside as well while Eren and Mikasa sat with Hanji. This is the information that you found, Hanji said. Yes, Eren answered. God's sake, Hanji sighed as she rested her head on her hand. Should we tell Commander Erwin? Mikasa asked. Levi already told him, Hanji explained, let's just say Erwin is surprised. Optimus heard Megatron's bipedal mode and stood up as Megatron landed in front of them all. Optimus then looked in surprise as Megatron threw a human to the ground. The human landed on the ground with a rough thud. Holy shit, is that Emir? Connie exclaimed. You motherfucker! Emir shouted at Megatron. Yeah, that's her, Sasha agreed as she, Connie, and Jean ran towards the Titan Shifter. I bring you back and this is the thanks I get, Megatron said. You kidnapped me and dropped me from the sky. Emir retorted. Emir, stop. Jean exclaimed as the three of them pulled Emir back, you don't want to mess with him. Give me something to throw at him. Emir requested. Optimus watched Emir continue to struggle before noticing something off. He turned his attention to Megatron and saw that the thorn on his left shoulder was cut off. Megatron, what happened? Optimus asked, earning the attention of everyone else. Megatron stared at his shoulder and grimaced. That was the result of keeping Lionheart alive. Oh shit, Hanji breathed. Are they going to come back here? Mikasa asked. I made sure they'd be too terrified to try, Megatron answered. Emir began to calm down as she got out of Jean and Sasha's grip. She began to dust herself, but stopped when she heard footsteps from behind her. She turned and felt her heart get caught in her throat as she saw Historia standing in front of her. Emir, Historia said in a hushed tone. Historia, Emir corrected herself, Historia, Emir didn't have time to react as Historia punched Emir in the face, knocking her to the ground. Historia yelled as she tackled her to the ground and kept on hitting her. You stupid bitch, I hate you. Historia shouted as Ymir tried to protect her face. Historia. Jean cried out as he and Connie tried to pry Historia off of her. Optimus was startled by Historia's reaction while Megatron chuckled. She kept her word, Megatron smirked. Let go of me. Historia ordered as Jean and Connie managed to remove her from Ymir. She was still struggling to get out of their grasp as Ymir sat up. Historia dash. You don't get to say anything. Historia shouted, how could you? You said we would live for ourselves. Instead you left me behind. How could you? Ymir looked heartbroken as Historia wiped her eyes. Jean and Connie let her go, and she walked away from Ymir. Meanwhile Ymir looked guilty as she stood up and rubbed her face from Historia's punches. Ymir, Hanji began as she walked up to the Titan shifter, I am sorry for what happened, but we are going to have to interrogate you. Please come quietly. Optimus watched with slight sorrow while Megatron didn't say a word as Ymir was escorted back to the castle with the others. Reiner opened his eyes and came to as he realized he was lying under the night sky. He sat up and rubbed his head while Berthold walked over to him. Reiner, are you okay? Berthold asked as he kneeled down. I think so, Reiner answered, what happened? We nearly lost our lives, Annie answered as she walked up to Reiner, because of you. Reiner noticed Annie looking down on him with such hatred. He also noticed Annie's eyes resembled that of Optimus Prime's. Hey Annie, Reiner stuttered, I just wanted to get Eren, so this mission wouldn't be a total loss. Annie scoffed. Get Eren? Get Eren. Annie tackled Reiner to the floor before pinning him down and choking him. I'm going to kill you. Annie shouted, and then I'm going to feed you to some random Titan. Annie, wait, Berthold pleaded. Shut up Berthold. Annie shouted before continuing, I told you not to fight. I told you not to fight them, but you go in because you think you can get Eren. But no. We nearly died because of you, and we lost the Jaws Titan again. You knew how strong they were but you went in anyway. Do you know how terrifying it was to fight him? He played with me. He kept on taunting me because he knew that he would win. He nearly killed us all. He knows where my father is. Annie stopped choking Reiner and stood up as she began crying. He knows where my father is. He's going to go find my father and kill him. For all to see. I don't want to lose him. Reiner, I'm going to lose my father. He's going to kill everyone. Reiner and Berthold watched as Annie collapsed and sobbed openly. Reiner rubbed his neck before looking down at his hands in shame while Berthold walked over to the girl and began to comfort her. Annie, I'm so sorry, Reiner apologized. No you're not, Annie shot back. Reiner stared down at the town and noticed the thorn from the Titan sitting there on the ground. No matter what they said, Marley wouldn't believe them unless they brought proof. Alright, here's what we'll do, Reiner began, the full moon is tomorrow night, meaning there will be a ship to come and get us. We leave this island and take the piece from the flying Titan with us. They won't believe us unless we have proof. What will we do then? Berthold asked, we failed the mission. What's going to stop them from revoking our powers? Reiner turned his attention to Annie. They won't. Whatever is inside of you, did damage to the flying Titan. We can use that to make a strong case for them to keep us alive. Annie, we will get through this, I promise you. It's not going to matter in the end, Annie wept, no matter what we try, we'll lose. Eren and Mikasa opened the door to the council room, seeing Optimus, Pixis, and Levi sitting on one side while Erwin and Hanji were sitting on another. Historia merely sat on the far end of the table while Megatron stood by the window with his arms crossed, staring out into the city. Eren, Mikasa, please sit down, Hanji requested as she gestured to two open seats. Eren sat down in a seat next to Hanji, while Mikasa sat across from him next to Levi. Eren took a quick glance to see Megatron hadn't moved an inch from his position, before looking back down on the table in front of him. The truth about the outside lies in these 3 notebooks, Hanji began, the early life of Grisha Yeager, information about the Titans, and information regarding the world outside of the walls. So far no one know of the information presented except for the ones in this room, Erwin explained, We'll have a meeting tomorrow with the other branches of military to determine what our next move should be regarding the information. Optimus took the book regarding Grisha's early life and opened it to the first page. I pray that whoever finds this book is a fellow patriot. As I consider where I ought to begin, that day came unbidden into my mind, the day in my youth when I was forced to face the truth of this world. Check the description for the links to the author.